Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. White rabbits and a pinch and a kick for being so quick. Yep, it's September the 1st, which means this is where the weather starts declining. You might get a few sunny days, but believe you me, those mornings are going to absolutely go very, very cold indeed, which is okay. That's how the seasons work. You know, very shortly it'll be Christmas. We'll have bonfire night, and then we'll have the December sales. Or do we have the December? I can't remember when we do all these different bits and pieces. The Harry Potter fans are going to boycott a new game. They say it's racist. There's also another little group of ne'er-do-wells, and we're going to go out there and we're going to stop you having milk. So 500 of them, so they claim. It'll be about 3, and you could just tell what sort of people they're going to be. Dirty and grubby. They've already poured milk all over Harrods floor. I mean, I don't know why. The columnists have said the same. Get them into court, get them into prison, quick as possible. Let's not encourage this kind of thing. But they're going to stop you having milk. It should be plant-based. No, you have to milk cows. You can't not milk cows, unfortunately. Perhaps they're not bright enough. They're a bit stupid, some of these people. Some of the people, I've always said, glue themselves to a road. Leave the buggers there. Why would you want to sort of unglue them? Leave them. You know, the amount of police time that's wasted on these ne'er-do-wells. That's twice I've used that word. I'm quite pleased by it. But, you know, if they want to superglue themselves to a road, blooming well, leave them there. And then they go into Harrods and they just pour milk all over the floor. You know, and they just look a bit stupid, don't they? Simpletons. I'll tell you what, we should actually go round and remove the roofs from their houses and go, you don't really need a roof. They're very stupid, very stupid. They think they're being terribly... And they were just sort of emptying milk all over the floor. Look at them. There's some woman going, can you not do this? They have to clear it all up. Somebody's got to be employed to clean up the milk. No security in Harrods at all. I'd have had them pinned to the floor with their faces in the milk. You know, why they've allowed them to get away with it. Oh, finally, some security guards have turned up. You know, as far as I'm concerned, get them into court, get them into prison, bloody well stay there. These sort of people, why would you want to ruin it for everybody else? What's it got to do with people? And then they sort of, oh, I'm going to film. It's my right to film. They're so stupid. Limited intelligence and look like it. And look like it. You know, it really is the sort of the ragtag and bobtail. One of them, you know, you'll have to drag me out. Well, we'll drag you out, sweet pea. We'll drag you out. We don't really care about people like you. You know, and then they all do the same, don't they? They do it in America. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. But, of course, to get rid of idiots, you have to touch somebody. They drag them off planes in America. But the 500 of them, it won't be. As I said, it'll be nothing like that because they're too frightened because their mummies and daddies will be saying, why do we have to pay your court fine? You know, it'll be like that. And they're going to stop the milk getting to the supermarkets. Riveting. I mean, perhaps I'm quite serious. You have to milk cows. You can't just leave them. You have to milk them. Because they have to get rid of the milk. They're eating what are you going to do? Stop them eating the grass. These people are so dumb, aren't they? Chris in Aberdeen says, work in the NHS, few days off, and a treat. You're normally with me on catch-up. No, I'm not. Why do people just make these things up? I'm not with you at all. I've never been to Aberdeen. I know exactly where I am at the moment. And Lorraine Larkin, happy birthday on Thursday. She's going to Joe Allen's. It'll be helpful if you could spell it, but there you go. Doesn't matter. We'll sort of get there eventually. For her birthday lunch, she listens to your show Sunday to Friday. That'll be interesting. I don't know what she's listening to. I don't do Sunday. Yeah, perhaps she's doing catch-up. Shane says it's the first day of spring in Australia, and we're going to get more rain for 6 months. What a difference what's happening in the UK. Well, have you seen Pakistan? Have you seen Pakistan? I mean, that's just unbelievable. You know, there's a road. In fact, there's been quite a few film of roads and stuff like that. Absolutely. It's like riding the rapids. It really is terrible. I mean, I'm looking at it. I mean, admittedly, they get this water on a regular basis, but they're crossing a river now. I'm surprised the bridge is still standing, what little bit they have to walk on. Houses are all underwater. They get this on a regular basis. Because of where the hotels and the houses are built, they just collapse. The amount of water that goes into the basement, people have got nothing. Nothing. The country's not equipped for it, yet they should be. They should be equipped. It's not like it's a big surprise. Not like it's a big surprise at all. But the pictures are horrifying, absolutely horrifying. Ryan Giggs may have to wait for a retrial. The jurors couldn't even agree on a majority verdict. So, I mean, he might have to wait for a year. So, back we go. Who's the petulant princess of Montecito? I always like that word, Montecito. Yes, that's the dreary couple in America. I can't remember their names. Anyway, they don't want publicity. They don't like publicity. They're very shy and retiring. He just does DIY. You're probably looking around for a home base, and she just sits and spouts garbage. But, you know, that's the way people go. Pubs across Britain are closing at the moment at a dramatic rate, and it's going to get worse. I promise you, you've got no idea how bad this is going to be. You wait till we get to Christmas. Shops are going to be raking in as much money as possible. Then quickly they'll be closing so they don't pay the landlords any money. You know, landlords will have to be there. I mean, there is one pub. It's closing. Their energy bill, £72,000. This is John Crompton I told you about yesterday. He's cooked breakfast, lunch and dinner at his pub all by himself. He says if you want to break even, you've got to charge 14 quid for a pint. That's how much it's got. So they're going to be closing. And his pub will be not the first. There's been loads of closed up until now. And it's been in operation since 1909. And he's now taken that difficult decision to cease trading. He said severe staff shortages, energy bills, leave him no choice at all. He has to close down. So the village gets nothing at all. It's in the village of Fontmell Magna in North. It sounds quite nice, doesn't it? And it looks lovely, but unfortunately, yeah, so many of them be closing down because they can't make the money. Gone are the days where you could sell 1 or 2 pints a day and that was enough to keep you ticking over. You can't do it now. You really can't do it. It's a great shame. But, I mean, what's he supposed to do with a bill of 72,000 quid? Tell them to stick it, I should imagine. But that's not going to help, is it? Not going to help at all. You'd have thought, actually, all those people sort of wasting milk. You know, people are starving in the world and they're pouring milk onto the floor of Harrods. I mean, they really are pathetic little nobodies, aren't they? What a shame. If you want to collect football stickers, they do these things. You know, you get a bit part. Have you ever seen these adverts? We used to get them all the time, a magazine. And it would say, you know, build the Titanic. First part free, and then you buy the magazine every week. Well, in the end, the magazine ceases trading and you can buy the rest of it. It works out at thousands of pounds. There's one here collecting football stickers. If you want to collect all the ones, 870 quid. And it's targeted at children. My advice is don't ever, ever, ever buy any of these things. You can't afford to do it. Well, you won't be able to afford to do anything very shortly. Putin to stop the West honouring Gorbachev at a funeral in Moscow. So, but I mean, you know, I don't think the West are going to be going to it any time. I said it would be a quiet funeral. Said it'd be quite, funeral. Mind you, the next one we'll all want to go to is Putin's, won't we? We'll all be desperate to go to that one. Fingers crossed. Hopefully soon. And how many are going to fall into the poverty trap? 3 million, they reckon. 3 million will fall into the poverty trap. I'm not at all surprised. And if you want to buy me a present, there's a rather nice little diamond that's come up for sale. It's a pink star diamond. It's very rare. And it's it's a bit too ostentatious for me. But, I could bear living with it. I could just sort of sit there and stare at it each night and sort of pretend I work for Gemporia. Look at the colours on this. This is the rarest thing in the entire world. Mainly, they actually say that for something costing 200 quid. But this particular rare pink diamond, $21 million. It's 11.15 carats. And it's the world's purest. The world's purest pink diamond. I mean, I had a picture in one of the papers. It looks okay if you like that kind of thing. You know, I mean, I'm not wild about it. Somebody will buy it just to say they've got the world's most expensive pink diamond. And it is a little bit tacky, but I mean, if you're sort of super rich and you've got 18 million quid, which is sort of just chicken feed, I suppose, you would buy it. You couldn't wear it because you'd never get any insurance. You know, the banks and the insurance companies were saying, I think not, actually. I think not. We don't want to do that. There's a father in the paper today. He's been living in a family home for 30 years. He built it. He didn't have any planning permission. He just built it because he's a bit thick. And so the council have come round. After 30 years it's taken them, a bit slow, and said, oi, come here. Pull it down. There was a bloke who did one behind bales of straw, I seem to remember. He was another one told to take it down. And this particular one, he says, I've managed to get 49 neighbours to tell me it's OK. And he's gone, well, you haven't got planning permission, love. You know, why are you not understanding what planning permission is? It's so that people like you can't go around just shoving up houses where you want. Doesn't matter whether you've got your neighbours. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, take it down, OK? He said, I will abide by the law. Well, you'll have to, otherwise they'll put you in prison and pull it down while you're not there. 84850. Steve at lbc.co.uk. Mark and Lucia are drinking gin. Oh, dear. Normally they're listening on the way to work and drinking. I'm not a gin person at all. People say, no, not a gin. I've never had a gin and tonic. Never had it. I know there's lots of different gins which are available. You know, rhubarb gin, strawberry gin, and all. No, it's a depressant, I believe. I believe if you drink gin and tonic, you get a bit depressed. Mind you drink enough vodka, you don't really care whether you're depressed. That sort of kind of works the opposite end of the spectrum. No, it just doesn't interest me at all. I'd rather drink vodka, and I'm sort of not. I haven't drunk vodka for ages and ages. Mainly because I just my spirit would be vodka if I was drinking it, with sometimes just with Coke or Pepsi. Psst. I love that advert on LBC. We don't normally comment on the adverts, but the only reason I mention it is because it's called Skoda. For years we've been going Skoda, and now it's Skoda. And every time I hear it, it always makes me laugh because I think I've never called it Skoda. A Skoda. And who was it that did something years ago? I was talking about a car. Oh, that's right. One of my producers said, "What do you drive, Steve?" I said, "A Peugeot." He went, "A Peugeot?" I went, "No, a Peugeot." It's like when we go to Paris, we don't call it Paris, but Skoda. It's just so funny to hear. I'm quite delighted, really, actually, because it's like the planet Uranus. I've been calling it Uranus for years and nobody said a word. Milky Bar Kid as well. That was another one. It used to be Nestle's Milky Bar. Now it's Nestle. Yeah. Nestle's Milky Bar. Yeah. Now it's Nestle. I have to learn to repronounce everything. And, Steve, I'm thrilled to have a name check with Shane from Sydney. He's a legend and provides us with so much useful info from the other side of the world. Or he tells you what the weather is. I don't think it's that important, but it obviously is to him. Poor old Elton John and David Furnish, husband and wife, out there wearing the most awful outfits, honestly. Poor old Elton, he's got no sense of fashion. He's an old man, and he's wearing flowery shorts which match the shirt. And David Walliams has got the same. And then David Furnish has got a similar sort of outfit. They look ridiculous. Seriously. It's almost as bad as those Lewis Hamilton pictures, you know. And you look at, there's David. Is that it's with Elizabeth Hurley. He's sort of a little bit like I don't know what you describe David Walliams as. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that's repeatable on the programme. He's sort of, I don't know. Elton, of course, just weird. You know, for an old man of his age to wear those sort of clothes. I mean, at least dress your age, for goodness sake. Well, it's sort of an Adidas suit, isn't it, really? I mean, he's way too old to be wearing something like that. Way too old. Perhaps he doesn't realise people are laughing. Perhaps he doesn't. Tiny dancer. Huge hailstones. There's a piece in the paper today on, they've got a story on huge hailstones and then a story on how they're made. This was a 4-inch across hailstone that killed a toddler in a storm, because we've all been there when all of a sudden it starts and you think, blimey, and you have to hide under a bus shelter when these things rain down. And they've actually told you how much work goes into making hailstones. Well, it's a lot of work. Those pixies have got to make them and then throw them up into the clouds and then let them come down again. Does a cup of tea taste better up north? I'll tell you the answer after this. Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company nice. Remember Gary Lineker the other day was spouting. There's always something he's spouting off about. And to be honest with you, he's just a sports presenter. And highest paid at the BBC. And he was talking about political stuff. And one of the news editors said, listen, I don't think you're allowed to talk about things like this. This was a guy called Neil Henderson. He's a senior journalist at the BBC. But you know what the BBC are like? Full of mamby-pambies, especially in the management. It's a case of the amount of stories you're reading about presenters deserting the BBC like it's the last bastion or the sinking ship. And the latest one was a female presenter who's been sidelined. She's fuming. Absolutely fuming. They're moving people about all over the place. Then one of their former executives, Trevor Dann, was criticising them for saying that basically they don't really know what they're doing. They're alienating their audience, and that's why they're all coming to, very grateful to LBC. Thank you very much indeed. But anyway, the BBC have ordered Neil Henderson, the senior journalist, to apologise to Gary Lineker for blasting the Match of the Day host's anti-government tweets. Well, Neil Henderson's basically, I think, said... don't think so. And the staff are lining up behind him to go, Neil Henderson asked if his contract allowed him to make contracts. Lineker replied saying he could as he didn't work in news or current affairs. Well, perhaps Neil Henderson should start talking about sort of football or sort of about advertising crisps. Really bad for you, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that now. But I'm sick to death of reading about Gary Lineker and the fact he's the best paid presenter. Who cares? But, when they start tweeting about stuff they don't know anything about, and the senior journalist, you can always see the BBC getting really angry and sort of would have to move him. Let's move him to Scotland or something like that. Wish they'd moved Gary Lineker to Scotland. That'd be quite nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I live in Chester, says Kevin. Well done you. Which is in the northwest of England. Hello, I am British. I do know where these places are. But by far and away, the best cup of tea you can have is made from Yorkshire tea bags. Well, apparently... Who was it who said that they mixed Yorkshire tea bags and Earl Grey? They do 2 in the same cup. But apparently you can only get a decent cup of tea in the north. And the reason is the water's different. The water's different. Sorry? Hard or soft? You asked me this the other day. I didn't want to ask you then. Depends how I'm feeling, really. I don't know if it's hard or soft. I'm really not sure. We used to worry about things like that years ago. I think it's supposed to be hard, isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know. Only guessing, actually. Steve, you don't think they got Sean Connery in to promote Skoda? Says Ashley, as in Mish Moneypenny. Well, it'll be a little bit difficult to do. He's dead. They've also just scattered his ashes, apparently, in all sorts of different places. which was good. That was an acting part, wasn't it, really? But yeah, Yorkshire tea, originally blended to be enjoyed with the local hard water. So it's hard water that makes your tea taste better. Yeah. I've had Yorkshire tea. I just prefer Earl Grey. Or the tea that we have here, and I don't even know what make it is, but it's really good. Very good. I like some of those other stories. Can you put those stories back up again? There was one at the top out of these stories there. And it was, keep your strawberries fresh 2 weeks in the fridge. Are they still going, strawberries? I thought they went a little bit, was sort of running out. I don't know. I can't remember if they're all year round. But it's food storage that actually works. Because the one thing is, once they start going soft, they normally only last about a day or two, don't they? You've got to eat them quickly. But, the website doesn't work. So we'll never know the answer to that. We'll never know the answer. Shane says, the Milky Bar kid in Australia was in my class in high school. Every time we walked into class, we'd sing the Milky Bar song. He hated it. His name was Grant Sidden. The Milky Bar kid is strong and tough, and only the best is good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar. The goodness, that's in Milky Bar. And then he'd stand there and go, the Milky Bars are on me. And we used to like it. But in fact, it turned out that they put him in a pair of glasses. He was like a Harry Potter character, which was hilarious. Hilarious. They've had quite a number of them. And the Milky Bars are on me. And then all these kids are sort of, because he was giving away free chocolate. I've had a Milky Bar for ages. Mind you, if these sort of prats out there who are going to start pouring milk down the sink and going into shops and pouring it away. As I say, the sooner the law comes out, I'm sick to death this country being mamby-pamby. You can practically murder people in this country and just get sort of a slap on the wrist. We see, it seems to vary the length and breadth of the land depending on where you're sentenced. And you look at it and you think, these people should be thrown in, but you go to prison for a month. OK, stay in prison for a month. And also in future, want to glue yourself to the top of a tree, leave them there. Leave them. Soon they'll want to come down because they'll need to go to toilet. But leave them there. Leave them on the top of the train, especially some of the... Oh, there he is. There he is, our Milky Bar kid. I thought they were great adverts. They were I liked the adverts in those days, especially now we've got the Skoda. And perhaps the Skoda man could meet up with the Milky Bar kid and you could sort of get a great collaboration. I would be slightly weird, but I just liked it. I liked all the adverts. It's amazing how people became famous through doing adverts. I'm a secret lemonade drinker. All whites, all whites. And I forget how many Milky Bar kids they had, but they were looking for a kid, who's got white teeth, who can dress up as a sheriff with his badge on. Have you noticed that? That's him as well. So great. I wonder if they dyed their hair, or did they sort of find kids with that colour hair? Because he had to be blonde, didn't he? I don't remember them ever having dark hair. But did it boost sales? Must have done. Must have done. Otherwise they wouldn't... Yeah, it went on forever. I don't know. Can you still buy Milky Bars? They're still available. Are they really? Oh, right. I should like that. I remember they used to sell Bourneville chocolate as X-rated. For adults only. They used to go, shh, for adults only. Bourneville chocolate, because it had a bigger chocolate content. Whereas if you buy a bar of milk chocolate from Cadbury's, the chocolate content is very low. I like Bourneville. I used to love a drink called Bournvita. Do you remember that? It's like a nighttime drink, and you spoon it into a cup of hot milk. Oh, it's blooming nice. Very nice. Yes, still available. Oh, yes. And... Steve, Edinburgh gin with Fever Tree tonic is the best. Lucia wants to say her name is pronounced Lucia. Oh, so Lucia now wants to be known by another name, eh? I'm not sure about that. I shall do it in my pronunciation as well. I like the idea of drinking gin at night. John Warrington used to do this programme. Then he'd go home and he'd have a gin and he'd send me a text going, I'm just having a large gin and tonic. I, of course, didn't do it. What else we got? Joanna Lumley's signed up to be a guest judge on RuPaul's Drag Race. She's so good. We love her. And Mrs. Brown's Boys is coming back to the television. Series 10, I think, or 10 years since they've produced. I'm not a big fan of Mrs. Brown's Boys. Didn't they get rid of 2 people on the programme because they started behaving a little bit sort of pedantically? They had a falling out. Oh, we're not doing it unless we get this and that. Well, don't do it then. Simple as that. You know, nothing worse than sort of going from, oh, we know who you are, to obscurity. Little bit of a slurp, excuse me. Nice. Do you know, I don't know what our tea bags are. I should really try and find out because they're really good. You don't drink tea, though, do you, Poppet? You don't? Do you? I've never... Is it? I don't know if it's PG. I've got no idea. We have specialty teas as well. Earl Grey, peppermint, all these sort of things, which apparently really, it's a bit posh for me. You know, I mean, the most I'll go is Earl Grey or Lady Grey or breakfast tea, which is quite nice too. Builder's tea. So you can stand the spoon up in the cup. People like that. And we know that the secret lemonade drinker was Elvis Costello's dad. We know that. Girl, blimey, Paul, honestly. What tree did you fall out of? We all know. That's like saying, you know, I'm trying to think of something else, actually. Oh, like I did the other day. What was unusual about geishas when they first started? It was the fact they were all men. They were all men. And then it sort of changed. Gary Oldman's sister? What about Gary? Oh, from Big Mo. Yeah. I went out with her, actually, not just with her, but there was me, I know, slightly strange, and me, Barbara, and a load of other people in the East End. We went to this private Prince Charles cinema, I think it was, in the East End to watch Sparrows Can't Sing, which was Barbara's film. She's very perky in it, very perky. And it was lovely. There were all sorts of Barbara's friends from a long time ago, a lot of people with broken noses and ill-fitting suits. I used to tell the joke. I used to say, do you know, somebody opened a champagne bottle, it went bang, 4 people hit the floor. It was like that. It was good. Why on Bargain Hunt do they tell the contestants to close their eyes before the expert reveals what they bought? Seems a bit pointless. I don't know, actually. I have seen Bargain Hunt. I have seen Bargain Hunt. In fact, there are too many of these programmes. I like the Scottish woman who looks as though she's wearing a wig, but it's not a wig, and I think she's quite good. And she'll say, well, they paid £20. I can't do the accent. I just realised that accent was the worst ever. Lorraine Kelly's moving into the programme again. I can't remember what her name is, but she's very good. And she goes, what's your best price on that? And they go, it's priced at 90. They go, we could do 40. And you think, my God, we should all try that. It's always old tat anyway, isn't it? Really. Kevin the Milkman says, I read that Radio 2 are now aiming to get an audience of 35 to 44-year-olds, social class C1 D&E women. Well, sorry. Radio 2 sounds like I'm too old and the wrong sex to listen anymore. Talk about aiming it at a very niche market. May as well close Wogan House and turn it into flats. Yes. The person who gets the biggest audience is Ken Bruce, apparently. You know, and the rest of them, I mean, it's... I think they have lost their way. The one thing you never lose touch with is your audience. You know, Steve Wright has a big audience, but they're getting rid of him. They're moving him onto something else. You think, you'd have to be really thick and stupid to get rid of somebody who produces a good audience. You know, there's no point in keeping people if they don't get good audiences. But it seems that the BBC... we're always told when it's your BBC. Well, good, close it down. I'd be more than happy to say it doesn't provide anything I'm interested in. Strictly Come Dancing, a load of Z-listers dancing around and prancing around. And there's another boring story from Kay Adams today on her podcast, being 60, which is a bit ironic because she's 59. I mean, honestly, talk about, and I have to talk about myself. Well, you've never shut up about it ever since. Do us all a favour. Steve, I agree about tea tasting better in the north. I always look forward to having a cuppa in Liverpool with my full English in the morning, including black pudding. Yuck, Carol. English breakfast or Ceylon tea, though, not Earl Grey. It's the bergamot. Yes, I can see that. I don't know what tea we used to have, but I do remember Ceylon tea. And PG Tips, loose leaf tea, and it always used to have a picture card shoved down the side of the box of tea, which I used to collect, not really properly. Dave says, I used to love old Jamaica rum and raisin chocolate. Did you see how little rum was in it? My big beef was always with Marks and Spencer's mince pies, with lashings of brandy. It was about 1.5% or something. I mean, it wasn't enough to even get you tiddled. Bit pointless, isn't it, really? If you're going to have old Jamaica rum and raisin chocolate, I mean, the rum count was so pathetic, you know, like half a teaspoonful in a vat full of tons of chocolate. But they could sort of guarantee it was that because they did actually put rum in it, which is nice. Fans marking 25 years of Diana down at Kensington Palace because 25 years on, and you probably watched the documentary last night with Charles, who took a picture when they went to Australia of Camilla in his wallet. I mean, seriously, we all knew that he was having it off with Camilla long before Diana came along. And then somebody said, "Are you in love?" And he said, "Whatever that is." And I thought, yeah, you don't care, do you? You've just been cheating on the wife for years and years. What an absolute charmer. And because basically she was there as a baby machine, heir and a spare. And that's exactly what they got. And then I think he had to go to his mother and say, "Mummy, I've been having this affair with Camilla. You know Camilla?" "Yes, you do." And it's been going on for years, and I'm not giving her up. And after Diana dies, through whatever means, I'm going to marry her. That's exactly what he did. And to be honest with you, I liked her. I just think that he was a bit sort of, he could have been more honest with Diana. She had to find out the hard way that, in fact, as she said in that interview with that ghastly man, it was a bit difficult because there were 3 of us in our relationship. And that's difficult for anybody. We have the same here. There's 3 in our relationship. Yeah, there is. There's the AP, there's the producer, and there's me. I make that 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, trust you well. 26 minutes to 5 is the time. You are especially welcome this morning. Kim says the water up here, she's up in Scotland, is classed as soft, whatever that means. Makes a grand cup of tea anyway. I think soft means you don't get the scum on the top of the water, and also it means that, isn't it nice in the shower? You can feel the difference between water that's soft in a shower as opposed to hard water. That means you have to clean your shower head every so often because it builds up deposits. But soft water means that it's all lovely over your body, which sounds quite nice. I do love a good flannel. So hard water is the one with the calcium and magnesium. Soft water, free from the harsh minerals that can damage your home and body. That's the difference between hard and soft. So, and also, if you've got a shower head, look at it. If it's got a build-up of calcium or something like that, you've got hard water. So you can buy a soft water filter thing that you can connect up. Well, you can't, but you can bring somebody in, and it means that your water then becomes soft. And it's much nicer. Makes your hair all lovely and flowy, which is great. That's it. Anita Manning on Bargain Hunt, says Karen. Anita Manning. She's very sweet. I like her. She's genuine. I think I don't know if she's got an antique shop or what she has, but she spends a lot of time smiling, and she's got this hair, and it's always exactly the same. But she's not well. Is she not well? They said an update. Oh, she's fine. Oh, thank goodness for that. I don't even know how old she is. I have no idea. 63. 74. Amazing. So she's well known for her appearances on Bargain Hunt, Flog It, and the Antiques Roadshow. Claimed to be the first female auctioneer in Scotland. But she's always got these nice outfits. I quite like that. Although I was looking at some of Diana's outfits on that programme on the television last night. Some of them were ghastly. But there was one thing where she turned up. Where was it? Was it in Australia? And the black limo pulls up, one of these big phantom kind of beautiful. And she gets out and she's wearing this blue ball gown kind of thing. She looked sensational. I mean, sensational. Absolutely amazing. No, it was better than that. She was getting out of the car somewhere. This thing was like a big puffball dress. It was absolutely beautiful. And with all the flashlights on and everything else. No. It was the same colour as the other dress. You'll never find it out of the thousands of outfits. But Charles must have been going, she looks gorgeous, but not as good as my one. Let's try and do the pretending, shall we? Steve, apparently it depends where you live in the north. Wetherby, West Yorkshire, has hard water from boreholes, but 30 miles away in Cullingworth, we have soft water from reservoirs. The tea still tastes the same, so I presume it's the tea itself that makes it taste nice. No, it's the water. It's the water. Make it with the wrong water, it tastes different. Soft water tea is nicer than hard water tea. So soft is more frothy. Remember that advert? It's frothy, man. That was the I think it was a polar bear advertising some drink or something. It might not have been. It could have been, I don't know, chimpanzee. Could have been. I always forget all these different things. So front page of the Sun this morning. Ryan Giggs's domestic abuse trial sensationally collapsed. 17 days. God knows what that's cost. And the jury went out. 23 hours of deliberation. Nothing. Nothing at all. So, mistrial, and off we go again. And it'll be about a year. So by that time, most people have forgotten about it. But God knows what this costs. God knows what it costs. There's also a couple, unnamed. They were working in the scullery of their 18th century home, and they found a hoard of gold coins buried in a pot under their kitchen floor. 264 gold coins, to be precise. And they were 400 years old. And the find is the stuff of dreams. It's one hell of a piggy bank. They date from 1610 to 1727, thought to belong to Joseph and Sarah Fernley Maesters, who came from a family of merchants in Hull. They married in 1694, but Joseph died in 1725. His widow remained in the North Yorkshire village, where the hoard was found in 2019, until her death 20 years later. So they found these in 2019 and just come to light now. Yeah. The couple who found them have lived in the house for 10 years. They escaped having to surrender them to the coroner because the most recent coin was from 1727, which was just within the 300-year cut-off. The most valuable coin, estimated to fetch £4,000, is a wrongly minted 1720 George I guinea, which has no king's head on it and 2 tail sides instead. So they reckon the whole lot is going to fetch about 250,000, if not more. As I've said before, if 2 people go to the auction house and they both want, whether they're going to sell them separately or whether they sell as a bulk lot, I don't know. But the price will then go through the roof. And that's when it becomes very interesting. I like it when they do it on the antiques programmes, where they start off as something and then it goes up and up because people want them. Haven Holidays are rebranding their Seaside Squad. Oh, that's nice. They have people who dress up to impress the children, and they've decided that they don't want to offend nervous or overweight people. So these characters walk, like you have at football matches, have a mascot, he'll dress around, sometimes you see them getting into punch-ups. But these ones are from Haven Holidays, so they've got Bradley Bear, who's now called Jazz. And Anxious the Elephant is now Annie the Elephant. And Greedy the Gorilla is now George the Gorilla. They've changed it all because they've gone woke. But Bradley is also non-binary. In my day, I thought binary was something completely different. Apparently, some woman says, I don't really want to be having these conversations with my children. But Haven-loving mum of 3, Beth Donoghue from Portsmouth, was more supportive. She said, anything that makes people feel more included is a good thing. It's for children, love. It's for children. It's not for adults, it's for children. She says, anxiety and obesity are real conditions that can make children feel left out. So now, as opposed to Anxious the Elephant, now you've got Anna the Elephant. So in fact, you've not highlighted anything at all. In fact, you've taken away any sort of conversation. She says, it's an elephant. I know. At the end of the day, it's an elephant. She says, I'm sure Haven will handle it very sensitively and it won't detract from the fun factor. I'm bored with it already. Actually, elephants do get anxious. I know that because I watched a programme on elephants. They do so. When their mothers were killed by poachers, the baby elephants, then they bring them into this sanctuary and the keepers sleep with them and literally become part of their family, and then they try and pair them off to other elephants. I don't want to upset people. They do. People, And so what they do in a lot of these places, they cut the elephant's tusks off so the poachers don't take them because they only want the ivory. But they had people who sleep with these little baby elephants, and then every morning they take them to the river and then they try and pair them off with a slightly older elephant. So they become their sort of surrogate mum or dad. It's ever so cute. It really is ever so cute. And they sort of rescue all sorts of elephants, which is quite nice, actually, because some of them get dreadful lives. They get treated just as tourist attractions. But, Greedy the Gorilla, now George the Gorilla. I don't know, if it makes any difference at all. Do you think kids know that? No, I shouldn't think so. But anyway, a 4-night break in a static caravan at a Haven park can cost as little as £49 for a family of 4. Haven run 38 sites. They've got live shows, swimming pools. Oh, swimming pools. Do you know who likes swimming pools? Pete the pool man. He said soft water is terrible for pools. In fact, if a pool has soft water, we add calcium hardness. Soft water strips grout from this, tiles, causing the tiles to fall off, and it damages pool heaters and pumps. So there you go. And that's from the pool man. He knows about things like that. Cresta. Thank you, Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales. Cresta, it's frothy, man. The white polar bear wearing sunglasses. Blimey, creamy pop. Did the white polar bear also do those mints that were see-through? Fox's Glacier mints. Do they still do them? Do they? Oh, I'd love a Glacier mint. I could eat a Glacier mint now. I used to quite like... I'll go and buy them. I've got money, don't worry. Well, I've got money at the moment. Not till the bills come in will things change dramatically. Loads of pictures of Diana on the gates of Kensington Palace and... everything else. I should imagine the royal family hated, except William and Kate, who have to toe the party line because they can't do anything else. Whereas, what is that ginger bloke's wife called? Anyway, the one who's the show. Oh, they do Fox's Glacier mints. How lovely. Oh, look, and they're see-through. They used to look like little ice cubes. I used to think they were quite good, and they were very minty. Very minty. I might have to go and get some today. Cheer myself up. They do fruits. What, in Glacier mints? Right? Oh, blimey. I didn't know they did fruits. Oh, right, Glacier fruits. Are they available in this country? Are they available? Are they really? I wonder if Mrs. Modi's got those. There you go. You can buy a pack of 12 for £26.39. They say these large packs of Fox's Glacier mints are ideal to have around as a complimentary treat in hotels, office receptions, or in your living room. Your living room. Would you like a complimentary treat? Ooh, I'd love that. I think that'd be very, very good indeed. As Leonardo DiCaprio dumps Camilla, they ask why he doesn't date the over-25s. Well, why should he have to? Who wrote this article? Emma Petrus, who, of course, has been glammed up for her photograph beyond belief. He just doesn't date people over 25. It's like some people date people over 70. Does it make any difference? No, it's who he wants to go out with. And if he's attracted to somebody and they're young and they're good looking and they don't mind, if people ask them if they're gold diggers, then that's okay. I mean, put it this way, it can further your career. Going out with somebody who's famous. In my book, So You Want to Be a Celebrity, it highlights the case of people. If you want to be famous now, sleep with somebody who's more famous than you are, then sell the story, or hang around nightclubs where stupid, dim footballers go and get yourself pictured snogging them or anything else, or run into a club, get your boobs out, and you get in the papers as well. That's what I do. And they've got a picture of all these girls, and, of course, all of them are models. I think 90% of them are sort of either models of some sort. And that's what he happens to like. He's 40-something, 47, I think. He's a bit of a heartthrob, and he just doesn't want to date anybody over 25. So when they get to 25, out the door they go. Well, it's nothing to matter. You choose who you want to go out with. Exciting day today, is it? It's today. Heinz beans filled hash browns. Well, they look like giant fish fingers. They're available in Iceland. Now, whether or not they get them in, because they should have them, because they've had enough publicity in the papers. If they don't have them in, it's shoddy ordering, I think, from the shop. So Heinz beans today, filled hash browns. I wonder if they still remain, with the sauce in there as well, because otherwise they're going to go a bit dry, aren't they? And you don't really want cooked. They do look they're not big enough for me, though. I like a mouthful. I do like, so we might have to go and search those out. Might go and have to have a look at them and quickly do them for lunch. Or failing that, just for breakfast. I see no reason why I can't have them for breakfast. I had some mashed potato the other day. That was delicious. Absolutely delicious. For I nipped out and... What am I doing? I'm sure I've got something else to do on my list, but I can't remember what it is. Morning. Come and have a look on mine. Come and have a look. Sorry, I'm just sort of pointing something out to the producer today, and I just found a story in one of the papers, which was quite interesting because there's a new columnist in one of the papers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I know, but I have to find it because it's, you know where that's going, don't you? Poor soul, honestly. If ever I find anybody who's got under 300 followers, I just lose them. Makes it so much easier for me, so much easier. They've got a columnist called Mercy Mirocchi. I don't know who she is. But she's guest columnist today. But it's interesting because she's talking about, she's black. And she's talking about the Notting Hill Carnival. She says cops dancing the Macarena, proof the policing has lost it. I don't think it does at all. I think it means that they're human and they should be treated as humans. But the Notting Hill Carnival, she says, dating back to the 1960s, it's a 2 million strong congregation of revellers celebrating. She said, sadly, there's also violence. This year, that entailed a murder, 6 stabbings, 74 injured, at a variety of things. She doesn't want to go to it. She's not remotely interested. She says, it's assumed that because I'm young and black, I don't know about the young bit, dear, but anyway, she says it's assumed that this is my scene and I'm a prude and a killjoy for shunning the event. The thing I quite like, she says, is not being surrounded by drunk, rowdy, sweaty, half-naked adolescents. I quite like the idea of not going home smelling of second-hand cannabis, and I quite like not having to look over my shoulder for fear of being assaulted. She also doesn't like Meghan Markle. She thinks that Meghan Markle's ego has overtaken her. It's a shame she doesn't realise, she says, how ludicrous talking about Nelson Mandela's own grandson has criticised Markle, saying her legacy is nothing like the great freedom fighters. The trouble is, Meghan Markle, if she'd carried on with her acting career, it would have been finished by now. She was what's commonly known as average in Suits. But of course, if you target a member of the royal family in the way that she did, she came here deliberately to find somebody to marry, even though she was married, and then she's continued to milk it ever since. But even in America, they're turning against him. He has to hide most of the time because he doesn't do anything. The only time he does anything is when he plays polo, and then he has to pretend he's doing it for his charity, Centre Barley, but he flew on a private jet to it. How's this saving the planet? They're a pair of hypocrites. She makes things up. You know, all this rubbish about the school run and 40 photographers. There are laws, and there's never been 40 photographers. But there again, never let it spoil a good story. Steve, have a look at water filters, says Ashley, on Amazon. About 30 quid. Tap it into the mains pipe, attach to your worktop soft water, and the filters are about 15 quid to replace. That's quite nice. But I like soft water. It feels completely different. Mine'll be hard. Why'd you say that? London. Is London hard? Oh, is it? Oh, well, whatever. I don't care, actually. I don't care. Apparently, says Eileen, there's a carnival in Kingston on Sunday starting at 12. You said you wanted to go to the Notting Hill Carnival, maybe nearer for you. Tea is no different to anywhere else, says Eileen. Do you know, it's funny, I love a cup of tea. Years ago, I would have, if I go out Sunday and we go out for breakfast, then I'll have a cappuccino. Only the one. Only the one. I don't want any more than one. Thank you very much indeed. But tea, there's something refreshing about a cup of tea. When I was in hospital, what did I crave all the time? Cup of tea. Is it possible to get a cup of tea? Yeah, of course it is. Got to have a mug. You get more in it. I'm not really bothered about a cup. Not really bothered about things like that. Nice cup of tea. It's like when we went to the Goring for afternoon tea. Cup of tea. You know, you pick out from a huge range of teas which one you want. And I just think it's really refreshing. I get through quite a bit of tea. And, of course, it's good for you. It means that you're not going to have a heart attack, apparently, or you stand a better chance of surviving a stroke. Oh, I'm having a look at where we are on the map. We're very hard. We're not just hard in London. We're very hard. No, I think we know we're hard. I'm down. Is that London, that little light blue? But, it's only hard. What a shame. I was hoping to be very hard. But you can't have everything, can you? Notting Hill Carnival, there's one woman pictured. She's just wearing nipple caps. To be honest with you, it looks obscene. This is a carnival that children go to. They don't want to see some half-naked person. She says, I've got no interest in going to carnival. This is Mercy Morocci. And she was talking about the plan to send male asylum seekers crossing the channel for processing in Rwanda. And we all went, that's a good idea. Nothing at all. Pretty Patel, a complete and utter disaster. And what a waste of our money. Couldn't we have spent it on something better, like bottles of milk? That would be quite nice. Give out free bottles of milk like we used to have all the time. All the time. Harry Styles has reportedly snapped up the mansion that featured on Grand Design's saddest ever episode. It was only sad because the bloke who built it was a complete and utter nutcase. And it was up for 10 million. He's been eyeing it up. Well, as he spends most of his time away, I would think no chance. Even Knight Frank, who are handling the sale, have said no sale has been finalised. The bloke who did it appeared on a television programme. He was an egotist. He was somebody who wanted to be famous. So he builds this ghastly place overlooking, and it cost millions and had problems with it. They did it on Grand Designs because he's an egotist. And they plunged into debt, and the strain wrecked the marriage and all the rest of it. So then it popped up in Country Life the other day. It was in the papers. And the moment I saw him, I thought, I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. And they said it's 10 million. But it would be useless for Harry Styles. He needs to live in a place where there's security around him. You can't just have a lock-up place because they'll vandalise it and people will break in. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's on the Chesil Cliff in North Devon. 10 million it was. Now they're down to 8 million. Well, he needs to sell it for 10 million because he owes so much on it. The longer it goes on, the more money he owes. Not looking very promising. I don't know. Harry would not buy that. Absolutely not. No. What they're trying to do is drum up interest, and they can say something like that. They can say, "Oh, Harry Styles, has expressed an interest in it," and they say he snapped it up. This is a blatant lie in the Sun. He's not snapped it up at all. Knight Frank have said it's not sold. It's still sitting there. Somebody says, one of the locals says that the rumours, it's exactly what it is, a rumour, says, I'd heard Harry Styles had bought the house, yes, and Winnie the Pooh, and Tigger, and probably Paddington Bear as well. What a bunch of bozos they must be down there. Harry Styles has bought it. Anything to drum up interest in a place that's going to sit there empty for ages. I mean, if you like that kind of place, it's good. But then, once these things start, you get these ridiculous stories in the newspapers. And they go, so in other words, you've got Paris Hilton, heir to the Hilton fortune. A blatant lie. She's never been heir to anything at all. Her father's an estate agent. She's not heir to any fortune. She has to work for a living. Sula says, did you find a hole punch for your belt? If not, I bought you one and can pop it in the post. I bought one. I got it on Amazon. £7. £7. It arrived the other day. I also bought, what did I buy the other day? Box set of Airplane. I've got the box set of Never the Twain, and I've got another one arriving, and I can't remember what it is. I keep buying all these I've got this thing about box sets. I don't know why. What are you looking? What's the matter? Airplane. Yeah, do you ever see Airplane? No, but they bought out, I think, 4 films. So I bought the little package. It was cheap. Oh, and I bought one for you as well. I bought you a film. I think I bought you a film. I'll have to check, actually, because I can't remember. No, I didn't buy you Never the Twain. I decided not to, actually. I thought I'm not wasting that much money. It was only about 25 quid, so it was okay. Wait a minute, let me find it. Come here, honestly, sometimes phones drive... Well, it won't be a surprise to you, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to find out if actually I have bought it. So I have to go to... have you noticed on Amazon now, they've got sort of security features built in. Sometimes I get a text sent to my phone. It'll go, somebody tried to access your Amazon account. You think, yes, it was me. It was me. Who else do you think it blooming well was? It's ridiculous. And then they go, if you go to the lottery to buy your tickets, it's a case of, could you put down your date of birth? Are you definitely in the United Kingdom? Before you can buy a lottery ticket. And you think to yourself, this is just absolute madness. I mean, you've got to put so many different... I mean, I couldn't get into my AOL, if you remember the other day. Mercifully, yesterday, I managed it by myself, which is an unheard of... I don't normally do technology. I rely on my cuz to do it for me and friends who can do all these sort of remote things because I have no... Yeah, they've just sent me another thing. Somebody's recently tried to sign into your Amazon account. It's me! It's me! Why would somebody else want to sign into my Amazon account? There we go. Your orders, track and... There's everything on here. I mean, it's a very good service. The airline quote, pilot, can you fly this plane and land it? Leslie Nielsen's character says, surely you can be serious. Pilot, I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. It's an old gag, isn't it? Mind you, my favourite was he says to this kid who's sitting in the cockpit, have you ever had a sauna? Have you ever seen a man naked? And all this kind of thing. And you think, it was so inappropriate at the time, but we laughed. Somebody will complain about it. Here we go, see all. It's arriving today. That means that you will get it tomorrow. And, so I ordered that. And also the airplane's arriving today, but your one's arriving today as well. How exciting. Look at that. Is it what? I don't know. Is it a DVD? Oh, a packet of toffees. I thought you needed boosting up for the winter season. Another dreary picture of the Love Island winner who hasn't done anything apart from just have her hair done, which is in dreadful condition, and shows off part of her new collection. This is how they capitalise very quickly. She's done a collection with a partnership over the coming weeks. She said, "I'm so excited." Of course you have to do. If it doesn't sell, you're out on your ear. Simple as that. Also, we've got hordes of killer Asian hornets. Yucky, yuck, yuck. Being wiped out by the homegrown insect hit squads. That's good news. That's good. I couldn't tell the difference. I could not see the difference in hornets and all these other things. I see the Jade Thirlwell. Could you really see? Oh, they're big, aren't they? Oh, they are big. These are the murdering ones. God blimey, they're huge. I think anything that's yellow and black, dangerous. It's got the word dangerous on it, hasn't it? You wouldn't want to go anywhere. I couldn't touch things like that. I really could. Oh, no. There was some poor man, wasn't in New York years and years ago, standing by a bus stop, and a queen bee landed on him, and the next thing, 20,000 wasps or bees landed on him. He was just covered from head to toe because wherever the queen goes, they will go. It's not unsimilar in this country, is it, really? We get exactly the same thing. The Queen is at Balmoral. They're all running with that old story that we did more than a week ago of the Queen who's going to stay up there to do the new Prime Minister for however long it happens to be, and she's not coming down. I did that more than a week ago. Why are they running with it today? Can't believe it. And James Milner, he's a Premier League footballer. He paid for Gary Barlow to perform at his wife's 40th birthday party. You see, I'm not interested in that. You know, Gary Barlow goes and sings, probably to Click Track or something. But I want to know, how much did he get paid? How much was on the table for that one? Because I've heard of Robbie Williams being flown over to some Russian oligarch or whatever it was and got paid a huge amount of money. So how much did they pay for Gary Barlow? Mind you, I think Gary really would do it for free. He's like that. He just likes working, which is good news.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. But they call it early breakfast, and yet we hardly ever eat. We talk about food constantly because it's early breakfast. And I always love it, people writing out, oh, don't talk about food again. Please don't talk about food again. And I always think, well, we're going to. It's like when you mention Meghan Markle or whatever her name is, and the ginger one. People say, why are you always talking about them? And you go, because they're in the papers. These people must live in this little bubble, which is probably called a squat. And they have these sort of weird ideas of what you're supposed to talk about and what you're not supposed to talk about. Who was it? It was told some time ago. Somebody said, oh, that's right. It was Dawn Neeson. Are you told what to write in your column? And she wrote to them and said, of course not. Of course not. Why would somebody tell you what to write? That's what you're employed for. You're employed because, you've got a brain, unlike the people who generally write that sort of stuff. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? I had a lovely card from, I think it's Mina, who's in Finland and listens every morning. I used to ride a bicycle to work, and you really kept me warm on my way there and actually the rest of the day. But she says, you surely know how cold it is in in Finland, minus 30. Yeah, we had it inside the Arctic Circle. But I got a present. And it's very apropos, and you'll know why, Mina, in a minute. She's talking about Sibelius. And there is a museum and all sorts of things, and it's a historical museum. And she sent me a T-shirt as well, very wisely XL, which is very nice, with gold and a picture of Sibelius on there, who died in 1957. But, ironically, what you don't know, Mina, is that I've been a huge fan of Sibelius for donkey's years. In fact, there is barely a morning that goes by where I don't go to YouTube and type in Sibelius... Karolia Suite, which is from Finlandia, Opus 11, and it's just the most wonderful music, and I've got about 6 different versions of it. Just finding them on YouTube, just type in Karelia Suite, Opus 11, and you'll find there's one particular orchestra that plays it very slowly. Really, really very slow. It's too slow for me. I'm falling asleep. I like to hear a bit of Get Up and Go, and there's a great Japanese orchestra that plays it, and it's really quite beautiful. The music is very evocative, and I always thought Finlandia was very evocative anyway. But then, somebody said to me a while ago, do you like classical music? I said, I do. And I do like classical music. I like Dvorak. I like the Planet Suite by Holst. I've got box sets of The World of Your 100 Best Tunes, which is all the best bits from the classical pieces. You'll go, oh, I know that. What's that called? And I like all these different things. My father was a great collector of classical music and would listen to it whilst reading the paper. And so I sort of grew up hearing it. And so it's lovely. The Karelia Suite was written, I think, in about 1890 or something like that, which is for the Vaipura Students' Association. And it was premiered with Sibelius conducting at the University of Helsinki. in November 23rd of that year. Sibelius first conducted the shorter suite 10 days later, remains one of his most popular works. And it was just lovely. It's a subset of pieces from the longer Karelia music, named after the region of Karelia. But if you get the opportunity to listen to it, you'll recognise it instantly. In fact, it was used in this country. Wait a minute. We had a television programme. Me and my friend were singing it the other week. And I said, what was the programme that was on the television? Hang on, wait a minute. That we should sort of know about. And he said, wait a minute, I'll send you the programme. We waited for ages to find this. What is going on here? Wait a minute. Oh, that's better. And he said, you'll never guess what the music is and what it was used for. There's also a flash mob, and it was used on a programme called This Week. And it's the one that goes dun 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 dun, and it's just brilliant. It's just brilliant. I could listen to that bit on a tape loop over and over again. So it's worth downloading from YouTube. Karelia Suite, Opus. I think I'm pretty sure it's Opus 11. But that's why I'm a big fan, Mina. So thank you very much indeed. I hope that your bike rides are still going well, but you'll be getting into winter shortly. Somebody was talking to me about winter the other day, and I was saying, do you think you're going to get... Oh, I asked Darren, didn't I? Do you think you're going to get snow this year? He got quite excited. I could hear it in his voice. Chris says, I don't know if you've already mentioned this, but I noticed one of the papers that Sarah Beanie has cancer. Oh, it's a ages-old story. Ages-old story. Yeah, she was having a haircut the other day, and made me realise, says Chris, how fickle life is. Well, listen, it kills thousands of people every week, month, year, day. There's no accounting for it. You don't know where it comes from. You don't know where it goes to. But that's why I said a short while ago, they're sending out to people over a certain age the bowel cancer kit, which is not the easiest thing to do, but I promise you it will change your life when you have it done. And once you've done it and you've sent it off, they even send you a prepaid envelope, you know, in a little test tube and a little spatula kind of thing. And it's difficult to do, but it is doable, as they say. And that will tell you, because if you have got bowel cancer or the start of it, this will tell them, even, you know, a little sample, it will tell them, and then you go in. And so I had two done. One which was the NHS one and one which the doctor did. And so they sent me for the colonoscopy and the endoscopy, and I'm clear. But, you know, if you're ever worried, do not put off going to the doctor. Seriously, because better to know, and then they can catch something early than leaving it. That's why they're running all the adverts, to make people aware, because I was stupid. I got sent it years ago and I never bothered. I just sort of thought, no, it doesn't affect me. Bowel cancer? Don't be silly. And yeah, it's one of the biggest killers, but you can catch it. You know, and then I heard actually Ian Payne talking. He'd had a colonoscopy and he said, oh, it was awful. I thought, well, I don't know what one you had, matey, but I don't have any problem at all. You feel nothing at all, absolutely nothing. They've already given you a mild sedative, and he didn't like this chalky drink he had to drink. Well, it's obviously changed since he had his done, because it's lemon tasting. It's literally granules. It's like making sort of a lemon squash or something like that. You pour them into a glass, you add the water to it, you stir it up and you drink it. And then I think about 4 hours later you do it again. In the meantime, you've been to the bathroom. And it tastes delicious, because everybody was saying, oh, it tastes horrible, this stuff. Well, it doesn't now. They've changed it. It's a lemon-based formula, and that's all you taste is lemons. It was fantastic. Unless I got the really special one because I paid extra. But no, if you get the opportunity to do it, do it. You know, it's much, much easier. One here that says, Steve, Japanese hornet trap here in my garden in Galicia. Full in one day. Good Lord. Scary little buggers. Kill local bee population. Good Lord above. There are loads of them, aren't there? And it's a hornet trap. I didn't know there was such a thing. So what do you put in it to capture? And then do you have to kill them, or do you sort of get rid of them? Or perhaps they just... Did you see the one that was advertised? It's a trap for catching mice. And it's a bucket. Totally. It's a bucket. The lid is hinged and swings. So the mice climb up the ladder, go onto the bucket, then all of a sudden, chip, tips them in. Within an hour or so, they had tons of mice in this thing. And it's totally humane, and then you get rid of them. And You've got mice traps. We've got mice traps here. In any big building, I think you've got. But this bucket is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And they just climb up there, and the lid is hinged. And it was not very expensive, about sort of 15 quid, because if you've got a lot of problem with mice, and what they do is they put food on the top of the bucket lid, and so that's what encourages them to go up there. They step on it, and then woo, into the bucket you go. And they don't do cheese. Chocolate apparently is a big thing. They don't do cheese unless it's got the biscuits and a bit of Branston pickle. Chocolate, I think. Chocolate is the stuff for mine. Whatever it is, this trap is very, very good. Very, very good indeed. I'd recommend it to everybody. Graham says Kenny Everett loved the Corellia suite, used it to preface with a recording of him, starting with a going diddly-dum, and it flowed perfectly into the music. He was a genius. Oh, I've no doubt about it. No doubt about it. He was a genius. Mad, but a genius nevertheless. But that's how the best genius are. Yes, I did meet him. Only the once. I met loads of people only the once. I don't know why, actually. It was just one of those strange things. Steve, I love Suite 6 by Shostakovich, says Sula. I like Dvorak. I think it's Symphony No. 9, which goes do-do-do-do, 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 and there's these students playing it. They're brilliant. Absolutely. And I love it. Type in, there's a very good orchestra on YouTube, and they're kids in, I think, Czechoslovakia or Poland or something like that. And they're brilliant. They're absolutely sensational. Bill Overton popped in to see me earlier on, and he said yesterday he took his car into the garage. He has to. It's the only place that can look after it for him. And the two blokes came out, and they said, "Oh, we thought you'd be wearing shorts today." And so he looked at them and said, "Because we were listening to Steve Allen earlier." So because we talked about Bill Overton shorts. Everybody's wearing shorts. Everybody's wearing shorts. It's cold out there. I had to bring I've lost my jacket. I've left my jacket on the chair again. I do this every day. I'm getting worse. So when I go to my break, I shall run like the wind, pick up my jacket, yes, and then sort of bring it back in again, because you just need it, because it's a bit nippy in the morning. It's not the best, is it? Also, we've got the storm names. They've decided, apparently they think it makes it better if they give you a storm name. And storms are named to help raise awareness when they could cause amber or red warnings. And they've come up with some names like you won't believe. But apparently it makes you feel better if you know about it. So I'm going to tell you about it, because I'm that kind of person. Also, learner drivers are giving up on manual cars, with 4 in 10 taking automatic only tests. See, I learnt on a manual car, but drive an automatic. I remember a policeman saying to me once, Steve, he said, do they make this car with manual? I said, no. I mean, you should do both, really, because if you get caught or nicked, it can invalidate your insurance. And DJ Tony Blackburn says he faced a spy probe after neighbours caught sight of his massive rotating satellite dish during the Cold War. He said he used to live in Kensington. In fact, his Muse house overlooked Freddie Mercury's garden. So you could lean out of his window upstairs, and I did. I went round there. He said, "Come round." He said, "Show you my satellite dish." He could rotate the dish. It was electric, and it was big, and it was on the outside walls, and he could pick up something like 300 television channels from around the world. Seriously, they thought he was a spy. I mean, seriously, you get some really dumb people, don't you? Another one that says, Mark says, regarding colonoscopies, the pain is something to do with the amount of air that gets trapped and pushed along. No, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all, because they give you a little sedative in your arm. It doesn't put you to sleep or anything like that. And the cameras are tiny. They're miniature. Honestly, they make James Bond look archaic. Tiny little things. Tiny little cameras. And the only time is when he went round a corner. I don't know why we were on the bus in the first place, but there you go. That was just one of those things. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5 on this Thursday, September the 1st. And Dawn Neeson says, "So, Steve, what colour jacket does one wear on the first day of September? #September, #nearly Christmas." We thought something autumnal. So we thought orange. We thought, I can't remember whether Dawn has got an orange jacket. I know she's got red, white, green. Has she got an autumnal colour, which would be on? And I think orange would be quite nice with something white underneath it, like a sort of a T-shirt. Or brown jacket. It's a bit sombre brown. It doesn't really come over too well on television, does it? And I think she's doing Jeremy Vine. In fact, I'm pretty certain she's doing Jeremy Vine. Pretty certain. So that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Whether or not it goes, I've got no idea, but orange would be quite nice. The trouble is you end up with all these jackets, you know, and you go through the wardrobe. There must be a bewildering array of all the different colours, which is very nice, actually. Apparently, mice like peanut butter. I'm not wasting peanut butter. Josh says Sibelius, the Swan of Tuonela, an extraordinary piece of music. And did you know they have a Poundland Express at Clapham Junction Station? Do you think Waterloo Station should have one? Well, we've only got one little Marks and Spencer's there, and we're still waiting for. But no, it's only the big one's gone. It's coming back next year apparently, and we're still waiting for Burger King to resurface. But I think it's highly unlikely. And another one, Stig the Trucker has got a favourite piece of classical music, which I've never even heard of. Allegri is the speed of it, isn't it? Why does it take so long? I've got no idea. To refurb. I mean, and also, what are they doing? They're putting in shells which come in one piece. They're not having to build these refrigerated units. And Chris says, Goss, Steve, the tickets went so quickly. The show was great last year, especially seeing Mark Armand, which was a lovely highlight. Yes, so, the tickets for my Magic Circle show on the 30th of December are going very quickly. So you'll have Christmas, then you'll be looking for a bit of light relief and entertainment, and the info for it and the link is on at Steve Allen Show. It's on Twitter, at Steve Allen Show, and there's a link there to take you to my Magic Circle shows. There are 2 shows, but one has gone already, and the other, there's literally just a handful of tickets left. The one at 2:30, I think, sold first, because younger people like to come, and then there's one at 7 p.m, and they're on the Friday. So at least it's Saturday the following day, so that's okay. And last year, Mark Armand came up on stage, and that was lovely. It's only a little theatre. If you go to the Magic Circle website, you can see we've got a museum, we've got a club room, there's a Devant room where you'll watch close-up magic, and then all the money raised goes to charity. Don't get a penny. I think I got expenses last year. I think that was the highlight of it. I think because the petrol was so expensive, they gave me expensive, which was very nice. And Jamie says, on my recent colonoscopy, I had no sedative and also no problems. I didn't think they did it without sedative. I don't think it's a choice. I think they just do it automatically. You think it's a choice? I didn't ask me. They just carried on and did it. Because it's only a little... it doesn't put you out or anything like that. And best to go for everything. And it was clear. They then showed me the photos afterwards and said, and it's clear. And you go, yeah. The trouble is, it's like looking down the mouth of a volcano. It looks like that. I'd never seen the interior of my body. I had no idea. The names of the next storms to batter Britain are chosen by the public have been revealed. They include Betty, which won a vote on Twitter, Daisy, Glenn, Khalid and Owen, which was suggested by email. Storms are named to help raise awareness when they could cause amber or red warnings. Other names they've come up with, Betty, Killian, Daisy, Elliot, Fleur, Glenn, Hendrika, Johanna, Khalid, Mark, Nelly, Mark, Tobias, Val and Wouter. Never a Steve. Typical, isn't it? Never a Steve. Steve says, Ron, can I be bold to advise Dawn that a dark blue jacket would look classy in my opinion? Yes, we're thinking autumnal. I mean, I don't have any objections to dark blue because the set that they've got on the Vine programme is fairly bright, isn't it? So, I mean, I think she could probably get away with that. But I like her in colours. It's a bit mean, isn't it, really, to start suggesting, you know, what she should be wearing on the television. But I think, you know, I mean, she might not have an orange jacket, in which case she might have to resort to blue or something else. Unless they've got any clothes down there. I noticed on this morning they have a dresser. We used to have one on Five's Company, and they had a whole rack of clothes that you could put on. But I saw somebody the other day on a quiz show, and if it's got advertising, it's on the BBC, they put gaffer tape over the logo. It was somebody on an antiques programme, and I thought, how stupid, honestly. The BBC, who've got people advertising stuff left, right and centre, you know, and then they put gaffer tape over it. We can't be seen to be advertising these things. They're very strange, very strange. Robbie Savage says he doesn't know the price of a pint of beer, he said, because I've never bought one. He's not averse to a drop of alcohol, and but he says, I've got no... So he's never bought a pint. Mind you, I've never bought a pint either, actually, when I think about it, but I thought he would have been. A Tory tycoon has been attacked for claiming struggling families use food banks for freebies. He's 71. Graham Hutton, he said that poor white British families do not know how to budget like immigrants and could learn to cook. Yeah, thanks a bunch for that one. Yes, we can all learn to cook, actually. But Samantha Stapley of the Trussell Trust Food Bank charity said hunger in the UK is about not having enough income. Because you remember the other day a food bank was broken into. They nicked the food. They didn't take the money that was in there. They just wanted the food. Gives you a rough idea where we're heading. Men and women are more likely to start an affair in September. Oh, thank God for that. I've waited long enough. And it says than any other month. Spending more time with partners during the summer holidays is being blamed for a 22% leap in infidelity by the illicitencounters.com website. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And Abby Clancy showing off some new wellies. She's married to Peter Crouch. She's like down here and he's like way up there. Absolutely. But it survived, hasn't it? Survived. And we think we found a secret city. A secret city. Because this is in Death Valley, America's Death Valley, one of the hottest and driest places on Earth. They tell a story. The Paiute people tell a story of a chieftain who wanted to be reunited with his dead wife, and they found a secret passage to the underworld. Now, I saw a film about this years and years ago where they were trying to find a valley where the rivers ran gold. Gold. There was gold everywhere. But you could only find this valley or the way into it at a certain time of the year when the sun hit a stone and it then reflected off it. And it was a very, very good film. But they found mummies and ancient writings near a cave, and it's off limits to the general public, but they think that it's got security gates as well in this cave, and they think that it leads to a secret city of Death Valley. They found these strange hieroglyphics and mummified bodies 8 or 9 feet tall, plus I believe there are saber-toothed tiger skeletons which are guarding the entrance as well. They also claim to have skeletons of elephants and other extinct creatures, all covered with inscriptions which were a mixture of Native American and Egyptian iconography. The story of the lost world has been dismissed as a tale, but there are some details bearing closer examination. A gold prospector named White also claimed to have stumbled upon it, the lost kingdom of Shinoav. Interested, aren't you? Yes, watch this space. Yeah, watch this space. I think that's quite a good idea, actually. I like that. I like that idea. Now, Dawn says, orange it is, though, although it does look like red. Don't do navy. Too much like the school uniform. So, hashtag Jacketgate. So, orange, yeah, I think orange is nice because it's autumnal. And if anybody says, on the pad, why are you wearing orange? You go, it's autumn. It's autumn. And in fact, we've got fake autumn at the moment because of the way that the drought has been running and everything else, Dawn, as you know. Producer thinks black shirt underneath or sort of black blouse or something like that. And you just say, it's autumn. It's autumn. That's people do change their clothes and you wear things which are appropriate to the season. They'll all buy into it. All buy into it. So, sorry, Ron, not dark blue. Not dark blue. Pete the Pool Man says, here we go, on the second service already. First one, a hot tub in Weybridge. Second, a vintage pool circa 1960s in Esher. Love these dark mornings. It's dark and it's a bit nippy, isn't it? It is a bit nippy out there. Well, he goes early because presumably he doesn't want to do it, he wants to get it over and done with by sort of lunchtime or something. Because the quicker he actually gets... And he seems to have them on a fairly regular basis. So it's quite a lucrative business. And, the area that he's operating in, Pete the Pool Man, most houses have got pools. And they're not going to be quibbling about how much it costs to put the chemicals in and do different stuff. Weybridge and Esher, yeah. To be honest with you, I'm not a fan of hot tubs at all. I have been in one once. I didn't like it. Yes, it's not my sort of thing at all. Another one here. This is the faces behind the beloved kids show Peppa Pig, and they've got the voice actors who they say are now earning £1,000 an hour to do a career U-turn, and there's all sorts of people who are doing the voices of Peppa Pig. I quite like Peppa Pig. You've never seen it? It's rubbish. Not my sort of thing at all. And a desperate bloke in need of a clairvoyant bought a giant billboard with no contact info as a genuine medium will know where to apply. We used to have a presenter on LBC who used to say that. In fact, I think it used to be Nick Ferrari who used to say, I'm not going to give you the number, you should know what it is by now. He still doesn't give it out. If you want to know what it is, go to the internet, you'll find it on there. It's not difficult. Not difficult at all. It used to make me laugh, actually. It was... I know what our number is. I don't. Because I don't give out the number. So I don't know any of the numbers. If I actually gave out numbers, then I could understand 03456060973. Some people used to come on and go 03456 60 60 973. Go no, it's 6060973. Funny, but I've never had to give it out. There used to be a presenter on LBC called Carol, and she could never remember it. She used to write it down on a piece of paper on the desk so that the number that she had to give out, you know, and then she used to write her name down as well, which I thought was quite a clever thing. Steve, I had a colonoscopy without sedative. No pain apart from the final procedure when they pump air in. I had a small polyp cut out, which was fascinating to watch, says Tony in Pevensey Bay. And Steve, being the generous soul that you are, I'm sure you bought a pint or two for other people, says Roger. No, I don't mix with people who drink pints. I only mix with people who drink shorts and Prosecco, I'm afraid. I've never, ever been out with a group of friends and had to buy a pint. They all drink shorts. And if I'm buying them, it's always doubles. I can't imagine staggering back from... I'd have to say to the bar person, I'd have to say, so do you have a tray? You know, and there again, you know, by that time, I always give the money to other people and get them to go and buy the drinks. I don't. Yeah, can you bring them to the table for me? I don't stand at bars. It's not my sort of thing at all. Makes me sound ghastly, doesn't it? But what do I care? Good Lord above. Actually, buying pints. I wouldn't even know what a pint cost. £2.50 quid? Was it no more? £6 for a pint? Wow. Not surprised I don't drink pints.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice heavy company. So bloke storms into a chip shop and says, "Hey mate, you sure this fish is cooked?" The guy behind the counter says, "Why'd you say that?" And the bloke says, "It's just eaten my chips." Da 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 da. Somebody else telling me I must have bought pints for people. I don't think I've ever bought a pint for anybody. Odd, isn't it, really? I mean, I suppose perhaps I should start thinking about it. Or not, as the case may be. I don't think so. No, I don't. I just can't say. Not if they're £6 a pint. Oh, it's got to be cheaper to drink spirits, hasn't it? They just don't last as long, I'm afraid. Strictly Dancing, very boring. You know, they're sort of drumming up the interest on this bunch of sort of people who are on the television, and they're going to be dancing around, and then it all finishes, and they go, "Oh, no, so what are they going to get next time round?" And we all go, "I couldn't really care less." Also, the Duchess of Cornwall should be applauded for her campaign for more libraries in primary schools. I'm assuming it's down to cost. And what in God's name is Joey Essex doing out on a walk? This must be a posed picture. Because otherwise, Joey Essex is walking with a Doberman in Epping Forest, and somebody takes his picture. And I'm thinking, well, this is a cameraman standing in front of you, mate. So it's a setup. And the difference is that he's with a puppy. It's a Doberman puppy who appears to have had its ears cropped, which is illegal. So his ears are sticking up as opposed to they're supposed to be down. If they're sticking up, they've had them cropped, which is illegal in the UK. The procedure deemed cruel, and in fact, animal rights campaigners have attacked Joey Essex for going out. This is a posed picture. So strangely enough, animal lover Emily Spratt said it should be made very, very clear that having cropped ears is something that's absolutely not right, especially by somebody who's in the public eye. TV vet Sean McCormack agreed and said that Joey Essex is a public figure with lots of influence. He's previously worked with Battersea to highlight the plight of dogs in shelters. Joey Essex claims that, or his agent does, it's not his. It's not his. And therefore, they said, we do not wish to make any comment on the story. Well, your client's out with it. And he's walking it. So who does he know who's got a Doberman with cropped ears? Although all the pictures I'm looking at of Dobermans, they've all got cropped ears. It gives their face a different sort of shape. But Joey Essex was with a photographer. Otherwise, how would you know? He's just going out for a walk in Epping Forest and just happens to encounter a photographer. I don't think so. Also, a thief has pleaded guilty to robbing the cyclist Mark Cavendish and his wife Petter. And I'm trying to find there's a lot of dreary stories this morning. There's not, we're looking for something that's really a little bit more exciting, and so far we haven't found it really, apart from Lake Windy Mire. That's what they're saying. The water is so toxic it could even kill, and they say there are fears that the sewage is poisoning the algae there. And party on, dudes. Music legend Freddie Mercury once joked that the iconic headbanging scene in Wayne's World will help the rock group reconnect with the American fans. And bandmate Brian May has told how he showed Mercury a special preview of the scene from Mike Myers' comedy from 1992, just before he died the previous year. He said the singer found the moment where heroes, Garth and Wayne, rock out to the famous riff, which was very good. Mike Myers phoned me up and sent me the copy and said, will you make sure Freddie hears it? And so he did. So they were all doing, da 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 da. I've never seen the film, no. Is this what the James Corden thing is based on? When he has carpool karaoke, which I've seen a few of those. They're actually very good. I've seen the Paul McCartney one about 5 times, because it's Paul going, oh, you're not bothered, are you? No. You're not a fan of James Corden? No. I think he's a bit Marmite, isn't he? You either like him or you don't like him. I think he's very clever, very, very clever. Oh, you really don't like him, do you? I don't know. Steve, great to hear your voice on the wireless, says Ash in Margate. That would be useful, wouldn't it? It's called the Steve Allen Early Breakfast Show and the Steve Allen voice. It said it's mad that a pint of beer is £6. Well, that's a cheap one, I believe. I believe that's a cheap one. I mean, some places it's an arm and a leg. Jazz in Hounslow. He says, was that the rhubarb and custard theme you were reciting, which was the Dvorak one? No, I didn't know there was a rhubarb and custard theme. No idea. And Michelle in Essex says, Steve, for the last 4 weeks I've been training to become a bus driver, and my test is tomorrow. I'm going to be 55 years young in 2 weeks' time, and decided I want to try something new after beating breast cancer. Anything is possible, and the money's good. A friend of mine did really well with overtime and stuff like that, being a bus driver. And also the good news is, it's like being a train driver, you don't have to talk to anybody. You could be quite solitary in your cab. Quite solitary. You could just sort of la, 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 la. If you're the train driver, they can't even get anywhere near you. You just pull the blind down and they can't even see you. Which is, half a journey, and then you have to sort of, the bus has been ordered to change, where he's changing drivers. Oh, God, why is it always my bus? Halfway through the journey, I know. You'd think that they would change at the other end, but they don't, actually. Steve, you should visit Wetherspoons pub, as they have an app where your drinks get delivered to the table. Saves queuing and carrying a big round to the table, says Hugh. That's from Hugh Jazz. Thank you. Very good and very quick, apparently. The producer is well aware of this. You don't have to mention the word booze, and he's there straight away. South Downs, Nick here. Love your show. Listen every day. I complained twice to the BBC about EastEnders being on 4 nights a week. Very lazy scheduling. Got fobbed off with a fluffy response. Typical BBC nonsense. Actually, if ever you have a complaint about a BBC programme, you phone up the duty officer, and they will write it down in the book. And the next day, all the different programmes that are featured, read that book. So they're aware of, if ever you've got, an issue with something that you've seen on the television you don't like, you phone up, duty officer, please. Duty officer, put them on the phone. And again, hello, duty officer. And then they write it down in the book, and it gets passed around, and all the different programmes see it. So they know if you're not happy with a particular thing. Mind you, it doesn't change anything. They still don't change anything on the programme scheduling. You have to sort of do what you do. Here's Elton John, but it looks like he's wearing bad pyjamas. There's something, only wear shorts if you really can, and you need to be a lot younger to wear shorts. No good being his age, for God's sake. As I say, it just looks like old man pyjamas. I've customers that have Doberman attack dogs, like the Colombo Rosebud one, says Pete the Pool Man. They purchased them pre-trained from Germany, where the clipped ears are legal. He says, by the way, I don't go in early on dark mornings at these properties. Yes, well, there's a company in this country that do trained dogs. They're mainly Alsatians. In fact, they're nearly all Alsatians. And they're about £25,000-30,000. Did you read the other day, Katie Price? I know, I thought she'd left the country as well. We were secretly hoping. But she asked her fan whether she should apply for the job on Love Island. And more than 80% of them came back with no. Can you imagine that whining nasal voice trying to talk through and be as bad as the contestants? I mean, seriously. So she's been a bit disappointed. I think she's off on another holiday. Off on another holiday. Mind you, Nick Clegg's wife has done 12 holidays this year. Nice work if you can get it, isn't it, really? Nice work. And Emma Raducanu, which we mentioned earlier on, but it's an old story, isn't it? She's now out. So, said she was a one-hit wonder. Oh, Emma Raducanu, quickly, throw her loads and loads of money because she's pretty and can do modelling. And so they give her, and then she starts losing. Not very good at all. Yeah, she'll bounce back, says the producer. He's always a very optimistic person. Always wrong, but I mean, he's very optimistic at the same time. It definitely sounded, says Sarah, like you were humming the Rhubarb and Custard tune. I don't even know what Rhubarb and Custard... Oh, it's them. Oh, it's cartoon, Rhubarb and Custard. Do we know what the tune sounds like? Is it like what I sang? Which one? What, the Dvorak or the Corellius mixture? Very economical with that one, aren't you? Putin's state funeral snub for Gorbachev. They'll just pop him out with the rubbish. They don't, the Russia that there is nowadays bears no resemblance to anything, actually, that they're doing at the moment. Also, I love the piece by Peter Knight in the Mail today. How greedy must proud gay icon Beckham be to sell out to homophobic Qatar? Yeah, he's a disgrace and an embarrassment. But there again, he always was. He might have been able to play football. At the moment, I wouldn't mind if they need the money. But as Peter Knight says, how greedy do you have to be to take £10 million from a country that makes homosexuality illegal? And the answer is, he's very greedy. Very, very greedy. It's also, he's got nothing else to do, so he now goes round telling you what a marvellous place, because he spent much of his career cultivating his gay fan base. I should imagine gays will be deserting him in their droves now. He's been bought out by a state of Qatar that means homosexuality is illegal. And Dave Beckham thinks that's okay. Really, what a disgrace. What a disgrace. You think, actually, that might react... Well, actually, it doesn't matter whether it reacts on her business, because, she doesn't have any business, does she, really? Steve, I wonder if EastEnders will reflect real life and close the Queen Vic down. Might boost their viewing numbers to at least double figures, says Ash. Well, that is the problem, isn't it? They've still got the fish and chip shop there. They've got a kebab shop, I believe. Beale's Place, even though he's not in it. And I wonder, really, when the pandemic bites and all these bills start coming in, they're going to be closing these places down, because the amount of booze that they serve at the Queen Vic, that wouldn't keep a hamster in alcohol. It really wouldn't. They don't sell... You don't see much money changing hands over the bar. It's not real booze either. What do you mean it's not real booze? What are you telling me about the Queen Vic? It's a pub. It's in Walford. Get there on the bus, the 176. You get there, you change at Penge, and you go, Walford, please, and they take you there. And it's got a station. They've got an underground. They're on the underground. They've got a garden. And it's loads of other things there as well. I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Come up with stuff like this, trying to upset the good folk of this green and pleasant land of ours. Good Morning Britain portrays a very young Dermot Murnaghan, breaking the news of Diana's death on ITV 25 years ago. And they asked the question, why wasn't he wearing a black tie? There was no public furore, unlike 5 years later when the BBC Peter Sissons was pilloried for announcing the death of the Queen Mother wearing a burgundy necktie. Later he blamed his bosses for urging him not to go overboard. Yes, I don't think they have to wear a black tie. I really don't think they have to wear a black tie. They're newsreaders. They're imparting information to you. They're not doing a fashion parade. As long as they wear a poppy on Poppy Day, we're all okay, small, big or otherwise. It doesn't make any difference to me. But, the wearing of the... Because Peter Sissons was wearing a beige, cream-coloured jacket. And also, we don't have to wear black. Well, you're only saying that because it's the only colour you wear. Honestly, you're trying to inflict your fashion things on us. If the Queen died, I'm not going to be sitting here in anything less than a Hawaiian shirt. Because I'm on the radio. It doesn't make any difference. Honestly. You do your best, don't you? But people were criticising him. But nowadays, everybody gets trolled, don't they? Everybody gets trolled. But it doesn't matter because, trolls eventually sort of lose their impetus and sort of go and find something else to do, like sort of, I don't know, perhaps pick daisy chains or something. Morning, guess what? Guess what has resurfaced after all these years? The Monkees. You remember the Monkees? Here we come, walking down the street. Do you get the funniest looks on? And in fact, I think they've all gone, barring two. In fact, there's only one left, isn't there? And that one left, Mickey Dolenz, is suing the FBI. Why would he be suing the FBI? There's a very interesting story anyway. The Monkees, the assembled group, they thought that they were going to be singing their songs, and they weren't. In fact, they had a hit that they had nothing to do with at all. It was already pre-recorded. They just needed a band to sort of kind of front it. and they were very good. Mickey was the drummer. He was also Metal Mickey. He was also Circus Boy. He was also the lead vocals on quite a few of them. I don't think, actually, I interviewed Peter Tork, and I thought he was great. And Mike Nesmith left the group because he didn't have any artistic control, made a fortune because I think it was his aunt who invented Tipp-Ex or something like that. But whatever it was, he became very rich. And the other one was Davy Jones, who was the cutesy one in the group, and his grandmother, I think, was Ina Sharples in Coronation Street. And I think he did feature in Coronation Street. Or perhaps it was just a storyline. But he was into horses, and they went touring until, you know, it was a few years ago. They weren't touring again. But Mickey Dolenz, because they were one of the most popular bands in America, they were also the subject of an FBI file linked to the Vietnam War. Now, Mickey Dolenz, who's 77, is suing the agency to find out more. Portions of a heavily redacted FBI file released in 2011 included reports of anti-US messages on the war in Vietnam during a 1967 concert. The FBI kept tabs on several famous figures during the war in Vietnam, including John Lennon. And we know that the mid to late 1960s saw the FBI surveil Hollywood anti-war advocates, and the Monkees were in the thick of things. Mr. Dolenz's lawyer told the BBC this lawsuit seeks to expose why the BBC was monitoring the Monkees and its individual members, the FBI. The Monkees, America's response to the Beatles, became widely known for I'm a Believer, Last Train to Clarksville, I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. They had 4 #1 albums, a still unmatched record, and that was in 1967. They broke up in 1970. The made-for-TV band, in fact, there was an advert that ran in Variety, I think, also laced some of those hits with anti-war sentiments, including Ditty Diego War Chant and Last Train to Clarksville, a song about a man headed to an army base, fearing he won't return home to his love. It's unclear so far what it was about the band specifically that caught the attention of the FBI, because the person running it at the time, might have been before that, was J. Edgar Hoover. He was also investigated because he was a secret transvestite. I mean, he was also not deeply unpleasant. And you think to yourself, the Monkees, for goodness sake, but they got paranoid over everything. So I can well imagine that John Lennon, who used to constantly write songs, you know them all, don't you? Give Peace a Chance and all this kind of thing, and they did their Love-ins and everything else. And so that was it. Betty Nesmith Graham was the inventor of liquid paper. So she was the mother of Michael Nesmith and the Monkees. But in fact, he was fuming with the Monkees. He was way above them. He just didn't want to be with them anymore because he wanted to sing his own songs, and in fact went off and did have a few hits. Tell says, Steve, we're going to Qatar for the World Cup this year. I think we should boycott it. I think we should boycott David Beckham. Why would somebody want? Well, apart from the 10 million. But as the papers say, how greedy do you have to be? And the answer is in Dave Beckham's case. Why doesn't somebody just doorstep him and go, why are you supporting a country that makes homosexuality illegal? You've got a lot of gay fans. What would you like to say to them? I haven't got any idea. Of course he wouldn't have any idea, would he? Steve, the Hovis advert music was Dvorak from the New World Symphony. That was the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There was also a big hit single for a group called Dolphin, and they put words to it, and it was called Carry Me Away. And I know that because it came out on Private Stock Records. And the only reason I know that is because I used to play it all the time. Dale would find these records and he'd go, have you heard this? This is really nice. And so Carry Me Away. I can see the label now, and they did the vocal version of the Hovis advert with the words, which was lovely. Happy birthday to Barry Gibb. He is the sole surviving Bee Gees. He sold an estimated 220 million records. He wed Linda Gray, a former Miss Edinburgh, on his 21st birthday. So today marks 52 years of marriage. 52 years of marriage. Of his friendship with Michael Jackson, he said he started to hang out at the house all the time. I politely asked him to leave because I couldn't get anything else done at all. He's 76 today. 76, and I still think one of their best albums was Cucumber Castle, because it was if you listen to early Bee Gees, they were way ahead of their time, but they made all their money by writing a whole album for Barbra Streisand, Saturday Night Fever. They were just very, very prolific. They had a great vocal range, and one by one they died. And so poor Barry, who at one time had 3 other brothers, they've all gone. I mean, there were 8 songs written by, there's more than 8, but written by Gibb and the Bee Gees that you didn't know were written by them. You didn't know. There was the Islands in the stream, that is what we are, no one in between. Also, I'm in the middle of a chain reaction. Diana Ross. Barbara Streisand, I am a woman in love. Da-da-da-da-da. Dionne Warwick, brought her back actually. I wanna be a heartbreaker. Also, Frankie Valli, Grease. Grease is the word. All written by, yeah, I mean, there's loads of them. Yvonne Elliman, If I Can't Have You, which I think was used in Saturday Night Fever. And Samantha sang Destiny's Child. I mean, literally, and this is just the stuff. And also, my favourite, nobody else liked it. I must be the only person. One True Voice's Sacred Trust. It had Bee Gees written all the way through it. Follow my heart, da-da-da-da-da. And they were up against, I think it was Girls Aloud. And One True Voice lost out. Pop Stars, the rivals. And Girls Aloud won, and One True Voice didn't. And yeah, I thought the song was great because I knew it was a Bee Gees song, and I was a bit of a fan already. But the music is it's a great leveller. It's funny, isn't it, really? Plus, what else? Hal Douglas. Was born in 1924, died in 2014. He was the American actor, the voice behind thousands of film trailers, including Philadelphia, Forrest Gump, Lethal Weapon. One Hollywood voice coach said, when you go past superstar status, you reach icon status in this business, where people know you by one name only, and that was Hal. That's all they knew him as. I've never even heard of him. Had you ever heard of him? He just called me Steve. Steve. All right, Steve? That's what it'd be like, wouldn't it, really? Britain's biggest tour operators in 1983 say the trend towards foreign summer holidays has been continuing despite the recession. Thomson Holidays marketing director said, if it continues, by 1987 there will be 21.5 million people taking their holidays abroad and only 16.5 million taking them in Britain, a complete reversal of the present situation. I always say to people, have a holiday in this country. There's so much to see, so much that you can go to some really lovely places. You don't have to go abroad. And just standing at the airport, it's going to be hot, it's going to be miserable. Oh, and then there is the danger that your flight will be cancelled. And then you sort of give up slowly. So, Janet Street Porter says, spare me the soggy bottoms. Bake Off's now more about show-offs than show-stoppers. Well, she'd know, wouldn't she, Marco? Yeah. Good old Janet Street Porter. There's, I can't bear the cooking programmes. I mean, I love Paul Hollywood. I can't bear Noel Fielding. I don't know why he's on there. It's like they're making up numbers or something. He's totally superfluous to the programme. I like Prue and I like Matt. But, you know, Noel Fielding, I just never found funny. It was just one of those things. And if you don't find somebody funny, you don't find them funny. Otherwise, we'd all be liking the sane comedians. But I just don't get it. They sort of put him on there, and I thought, you don't contribute anything. You're neither funny, witty, nor amusing. And that, to me, spells disaster. Did he what? Did he play Sandy? Yes, he's been with... Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, you couldn't beat Sandy Toksvig. She was just very witty. And there's a bloke on Would I Lie to You? He's a comedian, and he's the opposite to David Mitchell. He's on the other team. And he's... Lee Mack. He's very, very funny, but boy, once he starts doing his gags and all the rest of it, it becomes a bit tedious. You think he's just going down this route. He appears to be doing his own comedy show on the programme, isn't he? I mean, you can see it. I was watching him yesterday. He's very good at his quick bits and very funny with David Mitchell. But I get the feeling he's sort of trying to further a career, but he's never gone any further than that. He has had a series on the television, but it was not particularly good. And Kevin the Milkman says, I remember watching the Monkees film Hair. Still can't work out what it was all about to this day. Somebody gave me, I can't remember who it was actually, one of my nice regulars, a DVD of the Monkees show on the television, the documentary, which was going behind the scenes, and basically the people looking after them who created them. It's like Simon Cowell and One Direction. They assembled them. They were an assembled group on the television. They took that person from there, this one from here, and that's how they work it. It's the only way you can do it. But in the Monkees case, they put an advert in Variety looking for wild, wacky people. They all went down there and they showed clips of their audition tapes and what they had to do. And then they were told basically what to wear. They had to learn their scripts, and they churned this stuff out. It was bubblegum music. And every week they would sing another song on the show and it would go into the charts. But they didn't have anything to do with it. They used to take their, guitars along and stuff like that. Davy Jones would take his tambourine. And that was it. They just performed. They didn't have a say in anything. In fact, they brought out Monkees dolls. And they didn't get any money from that whatsoever. Their image was being sold because they didn't own their image. It was owned by the person who'd created them. They didn't do fantastically well. They didn't. It was only when they started doing the concerts. But all the merchandise, they didn't get anything on the merchandise. So they were selling it and they were filling out stadiums, you know, and it was, I mean, I thought they were great. We used to watch the programme because it was just fun and it was wild and wacky and, you know, you quite sort of liked all of it and you waited for the song to come along and then people bought the songs. It was like watching David Cassidy and the Partridge Family. You know, David Cassidy's career took a huge resurgence with the Partridge Family back on the television. So many hit singles, and when he came over to this country to do concerts, there were girls fainting left, right and centre. I get the same when I leave the building. Exactly the same. People, I have to go and pick people up and prop them up against the barriers and stuff like that. It's very embarrassing, but that's what it was like. David Cassidy had basically hero worship like the Osmonds. He was an absolute heartthrob. He was a really, really pretty boy with spots. And they used to cover them up with makeup, orange makeup. And he died way too young. Cassidy, but when you look at the pictures of him, he was typical American teen pin-up. He featured in all the magazines, and the Partridge Family with Shirley Jones and the family were great. They were a family that went round the country in a bus singing their songs. And, of course, he became this huge star. And it was, you know, he had so many hits. If you go through David Cassidy's hit catalogue, you'll realise, could it be forever? It was all very breathy and very sort of, you know, it was absolutely what the teenage girls were looking for. So when he arrived in the country, it was fan mania. As I say, we get it a lot in this building. There's a lot of people who sort of worship me, and I'm trying to live up to their reputation. Steve Allen and fan mania. They don't quite go together, do they, really? So instead, we'll take the news, we'll try and recover, and be back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Well, I thought I'd heard it all. I thought I'd heard every news story, everything to do with the new Conservative government, but now the first official trailer, brace yourselves, of the forthcoming slasher film Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey has been released. Apparently, it's been announced to mixed fan reactions that the beloved childhood character would receive a sinister makeover. In the newest trailer, Christopher Robin can be seen returning to the 100-acre wood to reunite with his friends, Pooh, Piglet and Eeyore. However, after having been abandoned, they've now turned feral, and they're on the prowl. Scenes cut between an eerie message written in blood on a cabin window warning a group of elves to get out, Pooh hitting a girl in the head with a sledgehammer, and blood streaming down another girl's face. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but surely the Winnie the Pooh estate didn't approve this. Winnie the Pooh, a slasher movie? I mean, the 100-acre wood is the favourite place to go to. You know, beloved childhood characters. Now they're turned into a slasher. I mean, did you really think on a Thursday, on the 1st of September, 2022, we're talking about a slasher movie? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a 1st of April story. Having been abandoned by Christopher Robin, they've now turned feral. Winnie the Pooh goes feral. All he did before was eat honey and blow up balloons and put them in jars and stuff like that. And Piglet, what of Piglet? What of Eeyore? What of Tigger and Roo and all the other fabulous people who lived in that piece of tranquility? Mind you, I used to worry about Christopher Robin. Don't show me any more. I don't want to watch any more of these things. It's too frightening for me. I don't like it. Because Christopher Robin went down with an illness, didn't he? He picked up something called Alice. Because I remember the song, it went, they're changing guards at Buckingham Palace. Christopher Robin is down with Alice. And that was, you know, I know it's a slasher movie. And I know it's Winnie the Pooh, but oh, dear me. Why do people, I mean, I can't believe the estate has approved it. What is the world coming to? Thank God Paddington's not got himself involved with things like this. It just doesn't even make sense, does it? I don't like slasher movies. I didn't really know what they were till a few years ago, till I saw Friday the 13th. But it's called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. More blood than honey, I suspect. Yeah, wait for the DVD on that one, everybody. The Bee Gees, How Deep Is Your Love? My favourite song. The intro is fabulous, says Pete the Pool Man. Very good song. Very good. And did you also, says Chris, listen to One True Voice's other song, Shakespeare's Way with Words? And Noel Fielding on Bake Off. Yes, I agree, he's bland and pointless. I don't know why they keep thinking that they have to basically fill a programme up with loads of presenters. There's a certain amount of people that you can concentrate on. And, and on that programme, 4 is just too much. Thank you very much indeed. And it definitely doesn't need 2 presenters and 2 judges. It really doesn't. Mike in Kettering, he says, did you know any one of their songs is played somewhere in the world? This is the Bee Gees every 20 seconds. I think nobody comes close. Oh, the Beatles. The Beatles. I think years ago, I remember reading a story in the paper that Paul McCartney, for overseas sales of Beatles songs played, I think in Africa or something, 26 million he netted. 26 million. Whereas the Bee Gees, because of all those songs that I mentioned and the film soundtracks, the money must keep rolling in. And because all the other boys are dead, it's such a shame, actually. I remember when Robin died and one of them was married to Lulu. Andy Gibb, I think, was the first one. And he had his issues. He was a bit of a heartthrob. But no, Cucumber Castle would be my favourite Bee Gees album. It's just sort of nice. And also, I liked their other stuff. When they featured, the music of them featured in the film Swalk. Sealed with a loving kiss. We used to write that on envelopes. Sealed with a loving, S-W-A-L-K. And the film was the boy Mark Lester, who went on to become Oliver. And I think he was in Oliver, I can't remember before or after. They teamed him up with Jack again. Jack Wilde. Jack Wilde, is it? I can't remember now. Yeah. And they did this film about sort of kids falling in love at a young age. One was the rebel who was sort of Jack. That's right, Jack Wilde. And he died, 2006. 2006. He was the archetypal, bloke as the Artful Dodger in Oliver. He was very good. We used to have people who've written to us, and then if you look at pictures of him later in life, there was drink and all sorts of other little bits and pieces. And I think he got cancer. And his wife at the time finished off his book. He was in Melody was the film, The Swalk, Sealed with a Loving Kiss. And if you get the opportunity of watching it, it's really touching. It's about a little boy and girl. They run away from school because they're in love. And you know what it's like when you're very young and you're in love and stuff like that. He had a long battle with oral cancer. He had been unable to speak for the last 2 years of his life. Part of his tongue were removed and his vocal cords. I had a cousin who had the same. He ended up with throat cancer and they took his tongue out. And at the time of his death, he and his wife Claire had been working on his autobiography, and she said all the material was there when Jack died. It just needed rearranging, editing, and in certain sections, writing out from transcripts that we made with him talking. And the book is called It's a Dodger's Life, published in 2016, with a foreword by H.R. Puffenstuff's Billy Hayes, an afterword by Clive Francis, and an epilogue by Wilde's wife. I thought he was great. But when you saw him on television, in fact, they put them both on Wogan, him and Mark Lester, who's a therapist now, I think, and was very friendly with Michael Jackson. It was a really odd thing because I think Michael Jackson was obsessed with the film Oliver. But, of course, the funny thing was about Oliver, here we go, repeated fact again, Mark Lester couldn't sing. So, in fact, the musical director's daughter sang for Mark. He's an osteopath now, yeah. But so when you hear him sing, "Who will buy?" it was the musical director's daughter who sang. And he couldn't dance either. You could see that in one of the Consider Yourself things. He got a bit lost with it. But still very, very interesting. 20 top tips to cut the cost of your food bills. Do you know if you work for Waitrose? I think it's Waitrose and I think it's another supermarket. They're going to pay for the staff's food from, I think it's October through till January or something like that. Just to make sure people get that. I don't think people have got any idea. John Lewis and Waitrose are offering staff free food from October to January to help with the cost of living. So it's for permanent staff, but I think they're also giving it to temporary staff as well. People will be rushing to go there. Seriously, the chief operations officer at the John Lewis Partnership said the workers make the difference because the workers are partners now, and food, non-alcoholic drinks were the largest contributor to the rising prices. Now, how this works when they said it's free food, I don't know what that means, whether it's everything, whether you can go in there and walk out with a trolley load of whiskey or something like that, putting it down to the fact that you do enjoy a daily bottle of whiskey. You know, bread, cereals, milk, cheese and eggs have risen the fastest. The cost of vegetables, meat and chocolate were also higher. But it's an incentive, isn't it? Because when people get these bills in, and we think it's going to be about an extra £290 to £300 and something per month, about £3,600 in total. And there'll be some people who just will never stand the chance of paying that sort of money. Might as well ask for the moon, I'm afraid. Steve, a slasher movie of Winnie the Pooh. How awful. I don't like slasher movies. I thought they wouldn't be allowed to do it. Well, I'm surprised that the estate of Winnie the Pooh would allow Winnie the Pooh's name to be used. I mean, I really am. What was that I read the other day about somebody using a name? Something was copyrighted. It was a saying, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody had used it in something, and they got a letter from the solicitors going, this is our phrase. What was it? It was something like, I can't remember what it was now. It wasn't the greatest star or the greatest this. I can't remember. It was something bizarre. And they got a legal letter saying, you can't use this. We've copyrighted it. And I remember thinking, you can copyright just about anything now, can't you? Slogans and phrases and sayings and shop names. Queen of Crime, that was it, by a woman who has written, I think this is the crime writer, Val McDermid. She's been threatened with legal action if she uses the phrase Queen of Crime, because the phrase has been trademarked by, wait for this, Agatha Christie's estate, even though Val McDermid has written about 50 crime novels, but she's not allowed to use it. And she said Christie's estate had warned her publisher against using the phrase to describe the writer after she was asked to write a new Miss Marple story for a new authorised book. So she's writing a Miss Marple story, and they said you can't use the phrase. She was talking at the Edinburgh International Book Festival, and she received a cease and desist letter. Basically, we'll see you in court. Honestly, I tell you, everybody goes to court nowadays, don't they? I mean, that's what people do. They never seem to be happy with doing anything else. So she can't call herself the Queen of Crime, even though Agatha Christie, who's been dead for God knows how many years, her estate threatened a legal action. That's what they do. They rush off letters. There used to be a shop in Acton which was painted the same colour as Harrods, that Harrods green, which you see on their vans and all the rest of it. And they got threatened with a legal letter. So they had to change the colour of the shop front because it did look a bit like... I mean, how anybody was going to mistake the two? One a super-duper luxury department store in, you know, top-notch Knightsbridge, and the other somebody in Acton. You know, it was all a little bit ridiculous. They've got a picture of this hailstones in northern Spain, of all places. You know that a little toddler was killed. The hailstones, I mean, people had head bruises, cuts, broken bones. One woman was still being treated yesterday. 4 inches across these things were. 4 inches across. Even when the little ones have come down, you have to duck into buildings because they come down, and the noise I mean, if you've got a conservatory, the noise they make on conservatories are terrible. I mean, the deadliest hailstorm in history hit the Indian city of Moradabad in 1888. Don't laugh. This one killed nearly 250 people. It was that bad. That bad. The largest to hit the region was 4 inches in diameter. Firefighters got calls out, 40 calls from members of the public. And apparently, hailstorms can occur throughout the year, but they're most frequently between March and September. An unusually hot summer has meant the nearby Mediterranean Sea is warmer than usual, making violent tropical storms more likely. I mean, they normally last about 10 minutes. They know everything about the blooming things. It's just that, you know, you've got to be careful because they do kill. Also, they smash car windows, dented cars, everything. Really terrible. Not so good. Here they got pictures of storms. Newhaven Jetty. You always get the people, don't you? There'll be a storm, there'll be a wave crashing over the top, and there's somebody standing there with a pram. And you think to yourself, are you really stupid? There was somebody, was it 2 years ago, somebody was pushing a baby in a pram across a frozen pond at Highgate. And somebody took a picture and thought, are you really the thickest person in the world? And the answer is no, we found loads more. There's loads more dim people.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, relief. Oh, goodness sake, we've sorted out the problem. The reason there's a Winnie the Pooh slasher movie is because Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain earlier this year. There's some other things as well who've entered the public domain. Mickey Mouse and Bambi, for God's sake. I can't imagine what the slasher movies of them are going to look like. Very bizarre. Yeah, there's quite a lot of people. So it's expired. So in other words, anybody can, leave these things. I mean, famous examples for work in the public domain which have been remade and retold on countless occasions are the works of both William Shakespeare and Jane Austen. Their expired copyright is the reason we've witnessed a zombie version of Pride and Prejudice, Star Trek Klingons reciting Hamlet, and an abundance of films based on stories told by these icons of English literature. There's loads of them. So all of these other ones are out. Bambi, there must be a shorter list actually, because there's so much stuff. So that's the reason that you can do a slasher movie with Winnie the Pooh. I mean, it is a bit frightening, I suppose. I don't like those sort of things, but there you go. But now you know that Mickey Mouse is out of copyright, and in 2 years, and they'll be planning things already. And I'm not sure how it works. I don't know whether or not you can then reapply and get an extension. But when you think about these, how long before Mrs. Tiggywinkle is indulged in, let's just call them adult movies? You know, how long does the copyright last? Up to 70 years after the author's death. However, it depends on the type of work and whether it's published or unpublished. And then after copyright expires, the work's in the public domain. So that's it can last up to 70 years. But actually, in this day and age, we seem to whiz through the weeks and the months and the years very, very fast. So, I mean, to hear that they can make a slasher movie of Winnie the Pooh, I mean, in a way, I think it's quite funny. It's only because it's so bizarre. Who came up with that idea, and who would it appeal to? Because the sort of people who would go and see a film like that would certainly not be fans of Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin and the 100 Acre Wood and the stories of Piglet and Roo and Eeyore and Tigger and the things that they got up to. We just thought they were nice, harmless, and now look at them in the year 2022, a slasher movie. I ask you. Mind you, I think it'll have to be sort of relegated to DVD. I just find it very odd. Angela says, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Angela. I love listening to your show. I listen every morning in work. I work in M&S, and we receive free food during our tea or lunch breaks whilst in work. Oh, right. That'll be the sandwiches, won't it? I suspect. Connor from Bracknell says, I work for Waitrose. We did it over the Christmas period. It's free food at work in the canteen, up to about £3 for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It's the first time I've heard we're doing it again. Yes, they're doing it again. October to January. Dave says, tell Steve, hello, I'm here, I'm not invisible. I'm invisible in pubs. On the odd occasion I've been into a pub, you stand at the bar. Hello, anybody noticed me? And so, sometimes you have to hold your money up so they're strangely drawn to the money. Go to a Wetherspoons, use the app, and they bring the drinks to the table. How do you pay for it then? On a card? Oh, God, those blooming cards again. But tell Steve the reason for the horror version is A.A. Milne's books entered the public domain on Jan the 1st, allowing anyone to create the original iterations of Winnie the Pooh. Disney still own the rights to the cartoon characters, the famed characters, but not for much longer, Dave. Not for much longer. 2 years, and then Mickey Mouse is in the public domain. And Glyn says, as per the law, the works of corporate entities or pseudonymous authorship became available in the public domain after 95 years from first publication or 120 years after creation. So the first ever collection of stories about Pooh was released in 1926. Winnie the Pooh. I don't know. I don't really want to see all these things changed, really. I don't like it. I must be getting old. I must be getting really old when I think, no, that was part of our childhood. Why does somebody want to ruin it for you? That's the whole idea of getting a bit old and a bit more mature, apparently, is that you've got your memories. You know, and your memories are the thing that keep you going. I know it bores young people senseless when they go, hello, Grandad. Somebody said to me once, you're really old. And I went, am I? I wasn't too sure, really. Steve, back to work, school, says Sophie for me today. I started a new school. I haven't worked in zone 1 or 2 for a few years, so it's back to that commute, having always worked in local schools, and you keep me going. Like a song title, isn't it? Kevin the Milkman says, since you've mentioned the Bee Gees, I can't get my favourite song of theirs out of my head. So when I get home, I'll have to dig out the picture disc, vinyl copy of Spirits Having Flown. Yes! That's lovely, isn't it? Do you remember picture discs? Picture disc. I've got a picture disc of the Rocky Horror Show, and it was a vinyl 12-inch, only it was the emblazoned advertising was on the album, and it was very good. I used to collect a lot of picture discs, not anymore actually, but he says, I'm so glad I never ditched my singles. There you are, Sgt. Pepper, do a picture disc, Mike Oldfield's Tubular Bells. I mean, there literally tons and tons of them. I thought they were lovely. It's a proper record. It's just got a picture on it, and picture discs became highly collectible. I mean, there's probably people listening. I mean, some people go to markets now and collect vinyl. So Kevin would be one of those. I mean, I wish I'd kept all of my stuff. The only thing I've got of any sort of note... Oh, there you go. George Ezra. I'll be riding shotgun. Green, green grass. Blue, blue sky. Drives people mad around here when I sing that. The only thing I've got, UBN, opened up with The Who, and it was taken from Tommy. That was the opening record. So when UBN closed in 1979, when I came to LBC, we played out with the same record that opened the station all those years before, and I've got that album. I've got that Who album. Perdita says, hello. I'm always interested in watching trailers for new independent films. It gives an idea of emerging talent. I've just watched the one for Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I laughed all the way through and can safely say there's nothing to see here in terms of potential acting brilliance. You see, you put it so much better than me. So much better than my good self. But nice to hear from you this morning. I was only thinking about it the other day, thinking, where's she gone to? And Richard the chauffeur says, a couple of years ago, Steve, didn't Cliff contest the fact that his music was starting to go out of copyright ownership? I don't know, actually, but I think thousands of fans and music performers, from little-known session musicians to Sir Cliff Richard, will get royalties from songs released in the 60s for an extra 20 years. So the legislation became known as Cliff's Law after its most high-profile campaign. It extends copyright on music recordings from 50 years to 70. So that means copyright on many of the most popular 60s tunes, including many Dame Shirley Bassey hits, had been due to expire within 2 years, but will now last until at least 2033. So there you go. So that's good for them because in fact, if you remember, it was George Michael who had such a row with his record label because it sort of was basically stifling his freedom. So 50 years is not very long, actually. Not very long. Ray in Wales, I don't know why I go into that accent. I'm so sorry. Says, I've collected all the Beatles picture disc singles. Wow. The thing you've got to do is not play them. Keep them perfectly. I remember going to a record shop in Soho years ago. It was open. I wish I had the money to buy it. And they did the entire Beatles album collection, all in gold vinyl. Gold vinyl, the whole set of every single Beatle. And I mean, at the time, it didn't seem so expensive. Looking back, it was cheap. And I was also given years ago, because Apple brought out a box set of every Beatles single. And I remember looking at it. They brought them in for us. And we were all given a box set. And I remember, I mean, to be honest, we didn't think that they were really anything to have. They were all in the Apple label, and they were double-backed records, 7-inch records, in a box. And I couldn't tell you what happened to it, because we didn't treat them as anything. We just assumed they were records, and it didn't mean anything. It's like when we first came into this building years and years ago, on all the desks in Capitol and Hart, records, CDs, everything. And then all of a sudden, they sort of vanished overnight. Everything went onto the computer. And yet you still get what they call vinyl junkies. And people will go anywhere. They'll go to markets and they buy vinyl. They look at the condition of it. It's amazing, really. And you just wish that you kept all that stuff, all those things that you had years ago when you were younger, that you went out and bought and you saved your pennies for. And what have you done with them? Nothing. Nothing. You just get rid of that. I wish we kept everything. Be living in an aircraft hangar, I should imagine. I do keep a lot of my stuff, actually, yes, I do. And a lot of my parents' stuff as well. Tam says, missed you on holidays, Steve. Teachers are back at it again today. The longest I've been at a job, starting my 4th year at this school with a promotion. So I wish all new teachers good luck. So teachers are in today, but when do the kiddie winks go back? School kids back on the bus later this week. Well, we've only got one more day. So it'll be next week, won't it? Probably you can't start on the Friday. That would be pointless. I bet they're really thrilled. I'm not. Can't bear them on the trains or on the buses. We have special school buses round our way. It's basically just a load of unruly urchins, hurling abuse out of the bus window. Oi, get off them, ringing the bell, those pesky kids. Honestly, I tell you, drive you mad. But parents be going, thank God for that. Thank God for that. We finally got rid of them. And you start counting the cost. Because what you've got to do now is make sure that you start looking after the pennies. You really are going to need to start looking after the pennies. If they've got lights on in their room and they've got the telly on and they're on their computer, go around and turn it all off, unplug things, take the fuses out, make sure they can't use anything at all. Much easier. Pakistan, lots of stories in the papers, and you've seen the television coverage. I mean, really quite dreadful. Some of these floods, I mean, the force of the water, you don't even want to go into it because you'd be swept away. Now they're bracing themselves for disastrous waterborne diseases. A third of the country is underwater. And if you'd seen the pictures, we were looking at some earlier on Sky. It was just unreal. It was like watching whitewater rafting. So far, over 1,000 people have been killed, including more than 300 children, millions displaced. I think animals as well. I think something like 500,000 animals have lost their lives. And families have lost their houses, they've lost their estates, they've lost the hotels, they've lost everything. They've lost absolutely everything. But it's something that needs looking at very quickly. There is a UK Disaster Emergency Committee. They're urging everybody to donate what they can. And it's got to get over there quickly. I mean, this year they got the highest rainfall in Pakistan that they've had for 30 years. Rain is running at more than 780% above average levels. It's that bad. It's that bad.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Carol says, Steve, couldn't a family member or descendant of Walt Disney take over the copyright of Mickey Mouse? No, you can't. It doesn't work like that, sadly. It expires. And then they become open to I mean, it's just because it's such a long period of time, it's something that we don't sort of think about very often. It's odd, though, isn't it, really? You would think that somebody could go, let's pass it on, and then you could keep it going for another 70 years and then another 70 years. But it doesn't work like that. It'll be interesting to see what they actually do, Carol, with Mickey Mouse and Bambi and probably all the rest of them, I should imagine. There must be loads of things. It's not just that. It's books and everything that you can play around with. I didn't know that on Star Trek they were reciting bits from Shakespeare. How does that fit into it? So I never quite got into Star Trek. I did buy it because a friend of mine, Jimmy, liked Star Trek, and sort of Sunday I would cook lunch. We'd sit down and watch Star Trek, or failing that, if we were really feeling depressed, Little House on the Prairie. Little House on the Prairie with Michael Landon and the family living in this Spring Grove or wherever they were. Yeah, simpler times. And there would always be a bit that made you cry in it. And we would have a competition to see, no, not Star Trek, Little House on the Prairie. It was lovely. It was really great. And then one of the children went blind. And so Walnut Grove they lived. That's what I've just remembered. Walnut Grove. And the stories were there. It was fantastic. And that was the Waltons, where they all said, good night, John boy, good night, Mum, good night, Pup. That was the Waltons. I saw the place where they filmed the Waltons. We went onto the set to have a look, because they lived up Walton's Mountain. Again, they were good programmes. I mean, if they're now saying Heidi High, it carries a warning that you might be offended by some of the things said in it. You need to get yourself a life, for God's sake. They don't look naff at all. I interviewed John Boy Walton. I can't remember what his name is, but I mean, he came in town. He was doing a show called Art, where they didn't have to learn the script. They just had to read it. And it was very good, actually, but he was deaf. And his glasses had the hearing aid. Richard Thomas. His glasses had the hearing aids built in, which was he was quite charming. Actually, quite charming. I just liked all of them. And then I think Grandpa Walton died, and then his wife died in real life. We used to watch all of those things. You can go. A funny thing is, you can go and buy the box sets of all of these TV shows just to really depress yourself and realise how old you are when you look at these things and you look at the characters that were in these shows, and they did have good characters, whichever way you look at it. And for some reason, there was a link in one of the papers, and I can't find it at the moment, between Mikhail Gorbachev and Timmy Mallet. And I can't remember what it was. The producer will now find it. And also, there you go. Thank you for your part in bringing down the Iron Curtain. Social media users react with shock as Timmy Mallet recalls a 1990 whack-a-day trip to Moscow to entertain the Russians with Mallet's Mallet in Red Square. I mean, you couldn't make this one up, could you, really? And so he paid tribute to Mikhail Gorbachev. He called him brave, referred to Gorbachev's landmark reforms of perestroika and glasnost. And he's remembered. I mean, interestingly enough, Timmy Mallet is now 66. Very good painter, I'm told. That's what he does now. He does painting. And he says, thinking about brave Mikhail Gorbachev, because they went over there. He was touring outside the Kremlin and Red Square, and he would go with these mallets which were made out of rubber, I think, and he'd hit people over the head. People used to go on the show in the morning when it was Whackaday, and they wanted to be hit over the head with. They thought it was hilarious for some reason. Kids liked being hit over the head, and so Mallet's mallet went all over the place. He used to get booked for everything. Seriously, I mean, you know, he would be booked for corporates, and he'd just come in and whack people over the head. And I think he gave Chris Evans his first job. Did he really? Oh, wow. Oh, well, there you go. There's a link to everybody, isn't there? What a legacy. But they also did him as a gotcha. I think he got picked up by a taxi, and it was a setup. And he gets in the car with his mallet in this bag that he carried around with him. And the car broke down, and the bloke said, well, you have to get out and walk, mate. And he said, I can't. I'm too famous to walk. I'm Timmy Mallet. He said, I've never heard of you. It was one of those things where, you know, the bloke wasn't totally impressed at all. It was very clever, and he sort of got a bit, you know, a little bit stroppy. But that's what they were looking for. That's what they were looking for in the programme. They were looking to sort of upset various people. But he's on YouTube. Whackaday from 30 years ago, says Tim, where Timmy Mallet explains the Kremlin. You imagine what they must have thought. Who is he? He's Timmy Mallet. He does Whackaday. And because of his clothes, they must have thought he was part of a circus. Everybody's looking at him as he's just walking there with his sort of shorts and his bright Larry shirt. And he always used to wear a baseball cap. Always had a baseball cap on. And 30 years ago, he was explaining Russian politics to children in this country. To children in this country. You can imagine they go, get him arrested. Get him arrested. Those were the days. I nearly got a free holiday, actually, to Russia. Years and years ago, we had a holiday programme on LBC, and the holiday companies used to offer holidays to our programme, and then the programme would put a list up on the wall saying there's a holiday to here, who wants to go for it. The idea, you went on the holiday, then you had to come back and do a piece. So you take a recorder with you and record a piece and do basically a travel programme. They were looking for 15, 20 minutes. You know, and you say, well, here I am in Sardinia, and this is Splash. Oh, it's me jumping in the pool. Oh, just electrocuted myself. And I got offer of a cruise from Russia. And I remember thinking, this is going to be fantastic. And then blow me down, 2 weeks before it was due to take place, the cruise ship went bust. So it never happened. But I was all ready to go and meet, you know, the good folks of Russia. Never got there, which was a bit of a shame. I did get other holidays, but they were good fun. Michael Landon, says Ash. What a blast from the past. A real weepy was Highway to Heaven. Yeah, he played an angel in Highway to Heaven. You know that his will was contested by his children. He left, I think, about 60 million. He was very good, Michael Landon. He died of cancer, and he left money to his wife and to his 3 children or something, and they contested it later. They didn't think he left them enough. I think he left them, 10 million each or something like that. But it's interesting. I mean, his son is dead as well. But Johnny Carson interviewed him. He was really popular. And it was during Landon's final Tonight Show appearance. And they dined at this restaurant, which they'd been to before. Carson had been led to believe he accidentally ran over the owner's cat. And then when sitting down to eat, Carson discovered that Landon had helped create a fake menu of dinner items featuring cat metaphors. He has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But no, I always remember his children contested the will. They didn't think 10 million each was enough. I don't know why. I've always said to you before, you know, that you have a will and you think that people are going to adhere to it. Not always. Not always. Thomas in Harrow, Thomas, says, my parents gave me a picture disc as a present when I was a kid. I thought the picture was a sticker on the vinyl that you peeled off, so I peeled it off and ruined the record. Yeah. And Catherine says, did you ever watch Bonanza? Certainly did. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yes. Hoss and all that. Yeah, I loved Bonanza. I thought it was great. And one here, can I request a birthday wish? What do you think this programme is? Honestly, I think it's BBC Radio Shropshire. My husband, Mark Hitchens, from me, Ella, and his daughter, Jessica. He listens to Steve Allen on LBC every morning. Oh, well, there you go, then. Sealed that one perfectly. They said, fair enough. Listen, we get everybody from bus drivers to motor mechanics to lorry drivers, teachers, milkmen. We get everything. Everybody, come one, come all. Somebody said the other day, and I can't remember who it was, they said the one thing about radio is it's so personal. It doesn't matter whether you're listening early in the morning or late at night. It's a great comforter, especially if you live by yourself. Great comforter. You can shout at the radio. You can disagree with the presenters. On some programmes, you can even phone up and shout at them. You know, it depends on whether you actually get through. Not on this programme, I think. Not on this programme. What else we got? The Queen to make history with the new PM at Balmoral is because of her walking problems. But we knew about this days and days ago. And here we go. These are new guide dogs being trained at Redbridge in North East London with the start of a 25 weeks it takes to train a guide dog. There's a place around Chiswick where I see people who are learning to use a guide dog going out with their trainers or walkers. And really, I think it's amazing. I think it's absolutely amazing that you rely on these dogs. Are guide dogs happy? I don't know. I think they're trained dogs. They are trained to be with their owners and they stay with them for ages. Do you remember there used to be a guy on television and he was raising money and he was blind, and I always remember it because I used to feel really sorry for him, and he'd say, so-and-so, get a guide dog, you know, and so-and-so. And then at the end he'd sort of look towards the camera and he'd go, thank you. And I remember being quite emotional about the whole thing, thinking he's blind, he just wants a guide dog. And I remember checking with somebody and somebody said he got his guide dog. I said, thank the Lord for that. Thank the Lord for that. Because, you know, you've got to raise money. We did it on LBC years ago, I told you. Somewhere, years ago, there was a guide dog called Steve Allen I and Steve Allen II. And, because people, we were talking and you called... a premium rate line, and the longer you listened, the more money we raised. And I raised enough to get 2 guide dogs, which was very nice indeed. So my brother's still following up on various things. Honestly, it's so complicated at the moment. It's not looking as promising as I thought it was going to be. But never mind, we live in hope. We live in hope. And here's the Wildlife Photographer of the Year. It must have been taken a while ago. It's a picture of a stag in Richmond Park in the snow. When was the last time we had snow at Christmas? We didn't get it last year, did we? I don't think. Did we get a bit? I can't remember. I remember one year, it might have been the year before or the year before that, we had loads of snow. I remember standing outside Paul Cooper's shop and he went, is that snow? And he went, looks like snow. Within an hour, we were knee-deep in the stuff. Knee-deep in it. Yeah, should have gone inside, but we like standing outside. That's what we do, isn't it, really? Morning, 12 minutes to 7. It's cold, isn't it? I feel it's cold. Perhaps it's just in here because I'm sitting in air conditioning, but I do feel that the mornings are boiling the other side. Thank you. Brian in Bromley says, did you know, Steve, Timmy has recently completed, this is Timmy Mallet, a round Britain tour on his e-bike. He also did watercolour paintings along the way. He started his tour in March. Yes, he does paint. I know I think he sells his pictures as well. I can't paint for toffee. I've tried over the years, and to be honest with you, it's a complete and utter waste of time. Did you know that despite being caught red-handed on CCTV stealing hundreds of pounds worth of goods, shoplifters are being let off by the police? It's no wonder there's a crime wave epidemic. Stores have been forced to recruit a private police service to catch and prosecute thieves because they say officers fail to charge the shoplifters even when they turn up at the crime scene. I've seen it on the television where they've had people caught prolific shoplifters. They're known as shoplifters because that's what they do. They shoplift, mainly to feed drug habits, or they sell the stuff on in pubs and things like that. And police aren't interested. They can't be bothered to do the paperwork. It's not worth it. If somebody nicks something, if they nick 50 quid's worth of stuff, what's the point of prosecuting? It's going to cost you a fortune. You know, especially if you put them in court, somebody's got to take a day off court, you've got to do this, you've got to write it all up. And what do they get at the end? A slap on the wrist. It's hardly worth bothering. Apparently a private company set up by a former senior Metropolitan Police detective has successfully prosecuted 130 shoplifters so far. Another 10,000 went free. You know, it's like sending people to Rwanda. How many have gone? I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody at the moment. We're still waiting. The place over there where people were due to be going is lovely. But to be honest with you, they're fed up with cleaning it because nobody's arrived. The plane was costing a fortune. Another disaster. It'll happen at some point, but sorry. A bit amateurish, isn't it? Don't normally expect a presenter to hit the microphone. But no, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. I think eventually they might get something done, but I love the way Priti Patel goes, we are doing so. They're having to employ private firms to deter people, but it's not working. It's not working. It really is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Cost of living crisis. Workers fed up. There's a protest here staged in Belfast. There was another protest the other day. What was that? Oh, it's Post People who were out there. Well, I don't know. I thought they were protesting. I'm sure this morning as I was coming in, I'm sure that there were people sitting outside somewhere. Perhaps they were queuing for the December sales. People hoping to make a bargain, which we hope. The Duchess of Cornwall has heralded the power of books and implored people to join her crusade to get millions of children reading. I quite like that, but I think Dolly Parton did it as well years ago. She used to talk about her reading thing. She wanted every child to have a book so that they would learn to read books. But the trouble is, books are so expensive. And parents who are going to have the toss-up very shortly of either putting the washing machine on or buying a book are going to go for the washing machine. You know, would you like to buy food or buy some murderously expensive books? Food. It's as simple as that. Phil in Streatham says, I listen to your show most mornings, and you're a great comfort. Oh, God. What do you mean you listen to the show most mornings? What's the matter with every morning? Goodness sake. And Stella says, next week I'm going to see the play To Kill a Mockingbird. Very much looking forward to it. Oh, excellent. Well done. Good choice. And Phil says, I've had 3 guide dogs. My old girl is 10 now. She'll be retiring soon. And I'm on the list for my 4th. It's the best thing I've ever done. Oh, absolutely. They're working dogs. They're dogs who assist. I think they call them assist dogs now, don't they? They don't call them guide dogs for the blind. They're assist dogs. And I think they're amazing. They've got a harness on and they've got a little coat which says that they're a dog that looks after the person with them. I think they're very good. I've seen this advert on the television with that girl. I've seen her there. And so, you know, for children with sight loss, guide dogs make every day count for them. And this is a little girl at school and she's learning to walk with the white stick. You know, this is the door, the handle would be a little bit up to the right. And she opens the door and the teacher goes, well done, because it's good. You've got to learn from an early age. It's like kids diabetic and they have to teach them from an early age. I mean, sometimes they're really young. If they've got type 1 diabetes, they have to sort of train them how to inject and they have to learn how to do all these different bits and pieces. I don't know, honestly. There's something to worry about, isn't there? And then we've got the murderous bills coming in. As I say, you're going to see the high street, I think, if not decimated, not far off it. Independent coffee shops, takeaways, pizza, how will they afford it? Pubs are looking at bills of £72,000 a year. One bloke, he was making £30,000 a year profit running a pub. He said, I can't make anything like that now. How do you exist? And he was working 7 days a week by himself because he couldn't find anybody who wanted to work. I don't know why. It's not like there aren't any jobs out there. There are loads of jobs out there. And still we find people sitting on the pavement looking for handouts. Why can't they offer these people work? You know, that would be better than standing there going, I've got spare change. Nobody's got spare change. In fact, come October, there won't be any spare change at all. The flag at the family home of Diana, Princess of Wales, was lowered to half-mast in tribute. I don't know whether that's the first time or they've done it in previous years. I can't remember. Diana's buried on an island at the centre of an ornamental lake known as the Oval. And the Queen later relented to fly, because if you remember, she hadn't flown the flag at half-mast at Buckingham Palace. And they did it for the first time on the day of her funeral, but not when her death was announced. They didn't do that at all. And somebody was saying, I think it was Tony Blair, said, you know, the flag should be flying. It should be flying. And apparently it's only usually half-mast, I think, when the Queen is in residence. Well, I think they have to make an exception. This is a woman killed in a car crash. You know, you'd think that they could actually sort of do something and sort of some sort of tribute. But still there on the gates of Kensington Palace, people have pinned up stuff because... and also there's a memorial at the crash site in Paris, and people have left flowers there. Veteran royal watcher handed out slices of cake to well-wishers. It featured a picture of Diana, which he was careful not to cut into. A friend of mine's got a... sounds ridiculous. A Diana, Princess of Wales, ashtray. Her image is in the bottom of this ashtray, which was sold, obviously, as a souvenir. I mean, I've got a Diana and Charles coffee mug, which I picked up I've got 2. I picked them up at a car boot sale for about £1 each or something. And just in case I had people round who wanted a cup of coffee with a picture of Diana and Charles on the front of it. And of course, when the marriage fizzled out, I thought, I wonder if they're going to be worth more money. I don't think so, because they produce millions of these sort of things. Absolutely millions. Here we go. The couple finding these gold coins under the kitchen. I think they're going to go for a lot more than 250,000, but they don't want to be identified. But they've told you the village they live in. They've told you it's an old house and they've lived there for 10 years. How long do you reckon before they start identifying this couple? I do like the Lake District. It does look terribly, terribly pretty. Strange enough, I've never been. Perhaps I should sort of make a journey to go to the Lake District before the lakes all become polluted. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? You know, and you know when you look at the skies, I mean, it just looks absolutely amazing. And there's people paddling in Lake Windermere, one of the most famous, I think. It does look nice though, doesn't it? Really, of course, it looks lovely because there's nobody there. Steve, what I want to know is how do the staff at all these money-grabbing energy giants feel about working for these companies, says Alex. Surely a lot of them will be struggling too. They will. I don't think you get a discount if you work for them. I think you just sort of work for them. Dolly Parton, Steve, does the free book scheme. Families with children under 5 can register with their local authority if they run the scheme. There you go. Nell, says Gary, is the little girl's name. She's also in an Amazon ad. She's great. She is good. She is good. I like her a lot. You know, it's a lot to contend with. A lot to contend with. You know, some of these kids, they have adversity and everything else. I like my favourite are the kids who've had cancer and then they're cured or they've sort of taken the cancer away and they ring the bell. They're allowed to go and ring the bell. And I think that is fantastic. Graham the chauffeur says the Royal Standard is never lowered to half-mast, not even for the Queen. Well, we're going to make sure they do. We're going to push them for it. I mean, we were taking odds on the other day of sort of, you know, why they can't just adapt a little bit more, just be a little bit more giving, just a fraction. Right, said Fred, were once so broke they almost did a porn film with twins, apparently. In their new memoirs, Fred Fairbrass said they were offered $3,000 between them to shoot a video. He said, we did think about it. He said, we were skint. We thought about it for a second. It was a lot of money in 1987, but we just couldn't face it. So there you go. I mean, to be honest with you, it's I'd rather watch Winnie the Pooh, the slasher movie. But I still can't believe it. I think that's the oddest thing ever, isn't it? I think that's about one of the most weird stories that I've ever mentioned on the... Well, it's not actually the weirdest. We've had some very weird stories. And swamped animal charities are struggling in the worst pet dumping crisis in history. So already people are, you know, having pets and then dumping them because they can't afford to feed them. I mean, couldn't they share the meals that you cook? Huge royal fan, Steve, says Jack in Brixton. If the Queen's in residence, the Royal Standard flies. The flag never flies at half-mast, even when the previous monarch dies. Well, they do the Diana flag on her family home, her childhood home, and that's good enough for me. Good enough for me. Thank you for your company this morning. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Bet you thought we'd never get there. I at one point this week thought we weren't going to get anywhere at all, but here we are at Friday, September the 2nd. It's lovely to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I am Steve Allen, the aforementioned spinster of this parish and all the rest of it. What have we got? The beer drinker sitting on the roof of a pub. A 2-hour standoff. Why? The pub had put the price of his pint up. How sitting on a roof helps you, I've got no idea, but obviously buffoon number one. The Titanic rusts in peace, some new pictures, although it looks like the old pictures to me. I didn't really see anything different about it. It's the anchor, and it's all rusted up. Well, it's 2 miles down in the ocean. It's pitch black. What do you expect? Hardly going to be floating to the surface anytime soon. I believe that, was it Lou Grade who made a film about Raise the Titanic? Somebody said it was such a flop, the film, and they wasted so much money, it would have been cheaper to raise the Titanic. Of course, there's no chance of that happening. The pound shops are raising their prices. And how much? Laughing gas at Notting Hill Carnival? 3.5 tons of it. 3.5 tons. They found all these little metal things which get to little canisters. You find them all over the place, actually. On a Saturday night, people squirt them into balloons. And they have little motorcycle couriers who come around and deliver them to you. You order them, apparently. And people... And there we are. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. We get loads around our neck of the woods because I've seen people walking down the road with balloons. And so what they do, they do it out here. You put it into the balloon and then you inhale the balloon. And I've got no idea what the effect is because I don't do stuff like I did Halib Orange once with a glass of Coca-Cola. Sends you right round the bend, that one, I tell you. So do you just inhale it? And what happens? Do things melt or does the tree go all, ooh, makes you a bit dizzy? Well, I get roughly the same effect on about 3 bottles of Prosecco. Which is, I don't know how much these things are. They're very expensive. Is it? Well, I don't know. Well, you seem to be in touch with sort of the youth people out there, and you buy. What do you do? You buy one little thing of one little canister. Well, the amount there are out there, they must be buying them in bulk. £5 each. I think, God blimey, somebody's making a lot of money, aren't they? Very much so. Certainly not me. Tom Jones says Shirley Bassey refused to duet with him at the Jubilee concert because she wanted to do it by herself. Because she's Shirley Bassey and she's fabulous. Adrian Child slams the Brits who say amazing rather than thank you. And the tributes pour in to lovely Bill Turnbull. Fun and brave to the end, his wife said. Always put a smile on your face. And he was in this building, of course, up until 12 days ago. Did his last programme 12 days ago on Classic FM. And he was lovely. That's all you could say. And the tributes have echoed exactly that. Anybody who met him, he loved his beekeeping, and he'd had the prostate cancer for 5 years. I forget how long Bowel Babe had hers. She'd certainly had it for a time as well. And as I'll say, and you've probably heard it a million times before, get checked. You know, the hard and fast rule is, you know, if you go wee, I don't know if this applies to women as well, actually, or whether it's just blokes. If you wee and you can't hit the back of the toilet and it dribbles, you know, out, then go to your doctor. They do a simple little test, and at least they can put you right on something. You don't want to sort of leave it. Oh, women don't have a prostate, so it wouldn't make any difference. But you don't want to leave it. And don't think you're being all big and clever by saying, oh, I don't need the tests, I know what's going on. If you're dribbling when you wee, you need to get checked out. You know, it's as simple as that. I mean, you might have it and not know about it. But at least if you go and get it checked, there is a fighting chance that they can do something about it. You know, we've all been there. We've all been there. He passed away peacefully at his home in Suffolk. And I think 2016 he joined Classic FM. He was nice. Just a nice person. And it was interesting to see Charlie State and Nagaman Chetty tearing up the other day because people liked him. People liked him. You always want to know what people say about you after you've gone. And I think he'd be pretty pleased by the amount of support that he got from friends, colleagues, and messages from people wishing him luck and everything else. He was a devoted Wycombe Wanderers fan, so you can't have everything. You know, you have to just put up with that. But he was this beekeeper, and I think I spoke to him about beekeeping on a few occasions because he was such a fan. But it was, you know, a nice man and too young. But they can catch it early. They can catch it early and do things. You know, they can help you out. You don't want to go through this thinking of being all clever because, you know, somebody puts on the rubber gloves and you go, I don't think so. We're not doing that. I've heard more people talking about that kind of side of it. But as I say, what would you rather do? Live or not live? There is the option there. You know, it's no good thinking of being all big and brave and very clever by sort of denying somebody giving you a colonoscopy and all these other kind of things that go on. And I've had I had big prostate problems, but luckily I'm completely clear of anything. Completely clear. I've had all my scans. I've had the endoscopy and the colonoscopy. Fine. Absolutely fine. You know, and apparently in males in the UK, prostate cancer is the most common I don't want to bore you with it because you've been hearing it for the last God knows how long. But how many new cases every year? About 53,000. 53,000. Do you want to be a statistic? No. Go get checked. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't do anything at all. You just but it will give them an indication. 52,300 new cases every year. I wouldn't like to think that anybody listening to this programme, I would like to think that somebody listening to LBC you know, would be taking the advice that all the presenters are offering, which is go get yourself checked. Go get yourself checked. Nick's had it done. Loads of people have had it done. I've spoken to loads of people in the building. It's just something that needs doing. And if it's going to save your life and you're going to live longer, you know, some of these people who get it, you know, they're actually way too young to get it. But as I say, lovely tributes to Bill. And if he's sitting on that cloud looking down now, they did you proud, Bill. Everybody was really nice about you. Susanna Reid's done a couple of pages on him because they worked together for ages and ages. And it's just nice. I was reminded of Estelle Getty in Golden Girls. She just had to tell all her friends that she'd died just so she could have a wake and to see what they were saying about her. She was more worried about what they were saying about her. And I suppose she was a bitter old bag and she deserved to die, you know, the kind of thing. And they were all really nice about her. And then she walked in. And of course, they all fell apart. All fell apart. Sort of thing I'll do. You know, I'm terribly sorry Steve can't be with you today. He's gone to that great magic circle in the sky, which is lovely. Did you read that story about the top Russian oil tycoon? He fell out of a 6th floor hospital window. Well, quelle surprise. Quelle surprise. Look at that, eh? They've got no idea how he fell out the window. He's not the first. He's in a hospital that caters for VIPs. And he plunged from a 6th floor hospital window. It was very mysterious. His name was Ravil Maganov. And he's the latest in a number of top Russian officials who've fallen from windows, coincidentally. It's funny that, isn't it? They go into a hospital. The hospital I was in for the prostate, you couldn't open the windows. The windows were unopenable. I presume to stop people throwing themselves out of it. But he just fell out. What was he doing? Sitting on it and then went, oh, looky here. You know, there's a whole raft of these people. There's a picture of Gorbachev in his coffin. They have open coffins over there. And Putin with him. Putin has no intention of going to the funeral, probably because it'll be a sort of a mirror image of his own funeral in hopefully a short time. Ewan McGregor was revealed in the papers he wanted to do heroin to prepare for Trainspotting. He wanted to do it with the Boyle character who produced it, so that they could sort of get the whole feeling of it. I never saw Trainspotting. I never saw it. Did you see it? Dale had a cameo in it. He had a cameo. He was a game show host, I think called Dale, but I'm not too sure, actually. And another one here. Oh, there's 4 episodes of Till Death Us Do Part, which are going to be broadcast. They'll probably have to issue a warning, because the programme mainly sort of catered... There you go, there's Dale. He was in Trainspotting. Look at that. It looks like he's wearing one of my jackets, actually. Although that's sort of, yes, it does. I don't think I had a jacket in that colour. Every other colour but. The movie raised the Titanic, says Suki. Lou Grade, after seeing the spiralling cost, reputedly said it would have been cheaper to lower the Atlantic. Yeah. I'd love it. I wish they could do that. Didn't they do that on a television programme once? They took away all the water from the Titanic on a film thing, and then there it was, and they could sort of see among all the debris and all the other bits and pieces. I think that's quite clever. Don't you? I like stuff like that. Waste crews, 3.5 tons of laughing gas cylinders. 3.5 tons of them. Very popular, obviously. Can't enjoy themselves without a little bit of extra help, you know. And you have to sort of, you have to admire them, I suppose. Is it still legal? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know these things. And Ian, my friend over in I Like to Be in America, says, love the Golden Girls episode where Estelle Getty shows up to her own wake. My favourite is the episode where they're mistaken for hookers. Do you remember that one? They're in a hotel and they get locked up for the night when they're meant to be going to a show starring Burt Reynolds. I remember that one very well indeed, because they were sort of, they're all dead now, aren't they? Yes, they're all dead, I think. I don't think last one to survive was Betty White, I think, that who went sort of recently. Lovely. We've got a big birthday to celebrate later on. Somebody who's 104. 104. We're getting really good with these ages and still going. Mind you, me, I mentioned somebody the next minute. I have to start talking about, they died suddenly and things like that. I got my indicator today. I'm very psychic, as you know, and I get a thing from the car company and they show you a map, your driver estimated time of arrival, whatever it is, tells you how many minutes it is, and you can see the car on the map. So if they park up for a quick cigarette, I can see them on the map. It's a moving map. And this morning it sort of said, this is your car. They tell you the car number and they tell you the driver's name and his phone number. And I always play a game with myself. I always go, how many minutes is he going to be away? And I said 13. Pushed on the little button. Up comes 13. Nearly fell off my seat. Couldn't believe it. Psychic Steve. Because sometimes, I mean, on a few occasions, I've gone, I wonder how many minutes it is, and it's got 0 just as they turn the corner, which is quite nice, isn't it? Michael Flatley, brilliant at dancing, but was turned down for Bond. It was no, I'm afraid. Love Michael Flatley. I could watch Riverdance for ages. I remember the first time we saw it at Eurovision, and he wanted to play Bond, yes. Well, they all do that, don't they? They all go, I think I'll be actor. And it never works up, does it? A nurse claims the valet parking firm put 600 miles on her BMW. We've heard this before. If you don't go to somebody who's approved, there's a chance they'll take it and they'll drive it for as long as they want to. They're basically crooks. You must check very much with the airport on who are the approved people, because sometimes they're parked on housing estates, industrial estates, middle of fields, things like that, and you're paying for it. But if they like the car, they'll take it off for a spin. They're not bothered. Why should they worry? Another boy has died in this Archie copycat stunt where they get asked to do certain things and they pass away. This was a 14-year-old boy the other day. You would think that in the light of all the stuff that had been on the news about Archie and how he'd been in a coma since April, that this would be a salutary warning to people who are still indulging in this kind of practice, something on the internet. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about it to talk about it, but I just sort of think if it's something on the internet and they say, why don't you do this, try that, you think, I don't think so. It's a TikTok challenge, isn't it? Why? I mean, you must be absolutely mad to do it. There are dangers, as in Archie. Eventually, they switch him off because he's dead. You know, it's terrible. An animal charity, very quickly, are looking for a new home. They've got a crab, and he's got no shell. Makes me feel a bit queasy, actually. I don't like the idea of things like that. A crab without its shell, and they're looking for a shell so the crab can go. Because hermit crabs find other shells, and they've been known to turf other people out, and then they just ease themselves into a little conch-type shell. Have you ever seen that on the television? Oh, it's amazing. Watch hermit crab changing houses, as it's put. Oh, we shall watch it after break. I'm so excited. Morning, nice to be company. Paul in Trelawis in South Wales. It all sounds very exciting. You know, my pronunciation of Welsh places is absolutely abysmal. And a year ago had this surgery. All clear now, robotic surgery, home next day after surgery. I was home same day. Same day. I was an hour after I'd done it, and then they have to make sure that somebody comes and collects you. So my Lynn came out and picked me up. And the nurse went with me downstairs just to make sure I wasn't going to be wandering off by myself. I mean, unless there were any sort of repercussions of wandering into the traffic or something. And they do that. But I was after they'd finished, and it only took about, I mean, it was really quick. Really, really, I said to you before, when they did the camera down the throat, the endoscopy, I didn't even know the camera was in. Is that endoscopy? Yes, colonoscopy is the other end, and endoscopy is the one down the throat, and I didn't even know it was in. I mean, which was really bizarre. And because I thought I'd gag, but I worked out why you don't gag. Because otherwise you have people being sick all over the place, because, I wasn't very good at the dentist where they put a piece of cardboard in your mouth to do an x-ray. He'd go out the room, I'd take the cardboard out. It was as simple as that. And this one is because you think you can't breathe. So if I've been in the dentist doing some bits and pieces, you go, just to keep you calm. Well, when you have the endoscopy, they've got a little tube going into your nose with a bit of sponge, which is pushing oxygen in. So, of course, you're getting all the oxygen, so there's no gag reflex. That was the only thing that worried me. I thought, anything down your throat is going to make me want to throw up. But they're so clever. So clever. Mark and Lucia, we're enjoying gin listening but today we're listening after coming home from A&E. Oh, apparently you've had a bit of a bruising for Lucia. Yeah, that's the effects of drink. That's the trouble. You fall over on drink. I'm known for falling over on drink. And off it as well. Jenny says, great to be able to tune in. No work tomorrow. Ooh, which is good. And Andy, the answer is yes. Yes. Ages ago. We'll take more of your texts and emails. If you live in a period property, apparently energy bills could rocket to over 6,000 quid. 6,000 quid. But there's one thing I do like period property. There was a house that came up, and I think it's in Country Life this week. And it's a church. It's cavernous. How you change light bulbs, I have no idea. And how you get rid of cobwebs that might be at the top. It's enormous, this church. And I looked at it and I thought, God, that looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I think the price wasn't so prohibitive. Well, it was for me. And have I seen Tom Kerridge's energy bills? No. Has he printed them? Oh, dear. So his pub, the energy bill at the pub, 60,000 quid. At the moment, rising to, better brace yourself, 420,000. And he said, we may close over Christmas. It's a terrifying... And this is coming as a quarter of pub and hotel owners consider closing over the Christmas period. He says that one of his pubs has a monthly electricity bill of 5,000. That's set to go to 35,000. Well, 5,000 would be pushing it. 35,000, too prohibitive. And it'll be proven, which we said first of all, that 7 in 10 pubs will close by Christmas of this year. And that's just not the start of it. There's going to be a load of little businesses that are going to go under. People who at the moment, the producer said to me a short while ago, he said, I think I'm going to take this seriously. I thought, you should. You should. I mean, it's, your bills are going to go through the blooming roof. And there's nothing we can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. It's absolutely terrible. But to go from, 60,000 up to 420,000 is prohibitive. Nobody, like that bloke sitting on the roof of the pub, admittedly a bit of a dipstick, But he's complaining about the price of a pint going up. As some bloke said, I'll need to charge £14 for a pint just to break even. And they're not in the business of just breaking even. You know, it was interesting. I was looking at the rail workers, the RMT or whoever it is that's going on strike again. They've got some more dates coming in September. And they've been offered 8% for the next 2 years, plus subsidised travel. Which, of course, to give somebody subsidised travel doesn't cost you diddly squat, because it's just a seat that's sitting there. Whether somebody's bum is on it makes no difference. But I thought 8%, you know, you might be wise to take it before they start closing the railways down. There's not going to be much left, is there really? When you actually look, you go, households facing the highest energy prices. So, August announcement, 3,549. 2 years ago, it was 1,126. I'm telling you, brace yourself. They also reckon it's now going to climb next time round, probably January 23 to £5,386, and April 6,616. Well, should we just close the place down and sort of go home now? We won't have street lights on. There won't be anything. Crime rates will rise. People will be stealing food left, right and centre. I reckon the supermarkets will cut down how many days they open. You thought it was bad during lockdown. Going to get worse. Going to get worse. And then Kate Moss brings out a beauty range. If you want to buy it, it's going to cost you 400 quid. So she's really on top of it. Really, really on top of it. And David Beckham still trousering 10 million from a homophobic country. And so far, no word from Dave. Probably doesn't understand what it means. So they're homophobic, Dave, over there. I don't know what that is. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because we've told you before. The last time we heard that you'd trousered 10 million quid from this particular country. They don't have women's rights. They don't have anything at all. And you're taking that money. Shame on you. Shame on you. What was the other one I quite liked? Oh, it's happy birthday to Sir Keir Starmer. He's 60 today. I think he's kind of fallen out with the unions as well at the moment. There appears to be everybody's falling out with everybody. Honestly, we've got to hold hands and sort of, do kiss chase and everything else and try and pretend we're all friends. You can't even do kiss chase anymore, can you? You remember when you could do that in the playground? Not now. I was like, what did you just do there? Alan, come here. Don't touch them. It's just one of that. You can't do that either. Can't hit people. Can at the Notting Hill Carnival, though, as we saw on the YouTube. Dr. David Starkey has bounced back. Do you know, I know people don't like him. I think he used to do a phone-in on a radio station. Not our radio station, but on another one. And some woman phoned up one time. I don't think they were in delay or perhaps he sort of didn't bother about things like that, which you have to have by law now, in case somebody says something that is so grossly offensive. And she said to him, I think it was along the lines of, you sound just like a homosexual. And he said, Madam, I am a homosexual. And kind of it went quiet at the other end of the telephone, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. So I always liked him for that. And then he came out with a few odd things. And then he kind of went out of favour again. He's back in again, I think, because he's just been interviewed by Ian Dale. So no doubt Ian Dale mentioned that bit. On the other end, I reckon he probably didn't. And do you know that Alfie Moon, who they've just brought back into EastEnders, producers not holding out too much hope on this one, originally brought in for a romance with Peggy Mitchell. That would have been slightly bizarre. I'm quite sure that Barbara would have gone for that in a big way. Sorry, Scott. Sorry. And also further doubt cast on Meghan's Mandela claim. The bloke who she's alleging it came from said, I don't know what she's talking about. A little bit economical. The trouble is she's still trying to bring down the royal family because basically her film career had sort of disappeared completely. And she's only famous now, but it's rapidly going off the boil in America. People realise what she is. And all this trying to take down the royal family and the mistruths she's been putting out make her a very bitter person. And, of course, you would think that her husband would be strong, but he's weak. Weak as whipped cream, I'm afraid, because he'd have said to her, excuse me, would you mind not dissing my family? I appreciate the fact that, maybe you don't like certain members of them, but don't diss them. He said nothing. He said absolutely nothing at all. It's like somebody's put Velcro over his mouth. And got, he's obviously not very strong in the marriage at all. Sure sign who wears the trousers. She's got the podcast. The last time he did anything, it was just playing polo again. That's all he can do. And he's having to do DIY. What he knows about DIY, he could write on a grain of sand, I should imagine. What sort of DIY in a £10 million house would need to be done? What's he doing? Building furniture or a tree house or something? Of course he's not. They're just, yeah, I mean, it's just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Paul McCartney said John Lennon really could twist and shout, although we think it was Ferris Bueller. Oh, shake it up, baby, now. And what was the other one that I like? Oh, yes, a mum and her son living at home. He's been living there for ages, great relationship. And he then finds a girlfriend. Ooh, scary. And he decides to move out of house. Mum goes berserk, attacks him. She can't get used to it. She's very jealous of this other woman. Anyway, she gets taken to court. She's now banned from seeing him for 18 months. 18 months, and she had to pay, a charge and all the rest of it. I mean, I don't know what something like this must be like, but I gather that some parents become a bit clingy with their children if they've empty nest syndrome, I think. And so it's a case of when we had it the other day, didn't we? Ruth Langsford. She said when her son left home to go to university, she had to come to, she used to go sit on his bed and put her head on the pillow. It was slightly bizarre. Lots of marriages end when the kids leave home. We used to do a marriage guidance program on LBC a long time ago. And this woman phoned up, and her husband, they'd been married for something like 35, 40 years, and her husband had decided the marriage had finished and moved his girlfriend into the house. So all three of them were living there, and she phoned up anonymously to sort of, ask for advice on what should she do. And I think the advice was you should really leave the home or get them to leave the home. And she said, I can't. She was frightened of being by herself. She'd been with somebody for such a long time without realising that the dirty old man she was married to was having a fling with somebody else who he'd then torture on a daily basis. Absolutely terrible. And I can't remember what the end result was. I think the end result was, she just was resigned to her fate. Still to come, I was on the bus yesterday. Not unusual for me. I like going on the buses. There was only two of us on it. But one of our two, got very cross.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So here's an odd one. Because it never crossed my mind that bus stops used to have a sign on it saying request. And that meant that if you saw the bus coming along, you put your arm out and the bus stopped for you. If it doesn't say request stop, the bus will go straight past. Because you're supposed to put your arm out to stop the bus. In the same, if you're on the bus and you want to get off at the next bus stop, you push the bell. The bus will not stop just by itself. You have to push the bell. So I'm on the bus yesterday, and there's only two of us, the driver and me, and this bloke sitting at the back of the bus. And it stops outside the station, and I get on, decide which seat I'm going to get on, and sit on and make myself comfy. And then as we get to Waitrose, the bus is doing, 20 miles an hour, whatever it is, and we get level with the bus stop, just go past it a bit, and he pushes the bell, by which time he's gone past the bus stop. It's as simple as that. So he goes to the front of the bus. We're still driving, go past the police station, get to the traffic lights. He said, you're supposed to stop at the bus stop. He said, it's not a request stop. And I thought, well, but they don't stop at a bus stop. There was nobody at the bus stop. But he pushed the bell too late. And he said, can you let me off the bus here? And, of course, they're not allowed to let you off the bus just where you feel like getting off. I have seen that happen before, and I've seen kids pushing the emergency button to open the doors and just get off. But, of course, there is a danger that somebody on a bicycle is going to take your legs off as they go past the door. And so he's not happy about this at all. You're supposed to stop at every bus stop. No, only if somebody puts their hand out and stops the bus and all the rest of it. Because I did look at the bus stops. None of them say request stop. They don't say anything at all now. But I do know that the procedure is if I want that bus to stop, you push the bus. I mean, they do have to stop if there's people waiting. But people put their hand out, don't they? I mean, I've seen people standing at the bus stop and they don't put their hand out at all. And in which case, he doesn't stop. You can't then go running after it going, well, stop, stop. Doesn't work like that. They work on a bell system. So anyway, this bloke then goes to the transport thing and finds out. He said, you're supposed to stop. And he waves this thing at the bus driver, who then gets really irate. I thought it was going to become fisticuffs. Fisticuffs. I said nothing. Carried on swigging the Prosecco and then sort of calmly got off the bus. Yeah, don't bother me, pal. But I do know that if I want the bus to stop at a bus stop, I push the bell. That's what it's there for. What do you think it's there for? Sort of Christmas time? Ding dong merrily on high in heaven, ding dong merrily. Because they push it about 3 or 4 times, don't they? I'm in my 30s, says Ashley. And I've had 3 sets of friends' parents all get divorced. When the kids left, it's very common. Also, people downsize. If you've had a 5-bedroom house and the 2 kids have left to go to uni and something like that, you don't need a 5-bedroom house. Basically, they want to come back, tell them you've moved. You know, let them try and find you. I mean, I used to come home from school and discover that my parents had moved really quickly abroad. And, all the locks have been changed, different family living in the house. And I go, excuse me, I think I live here. And they go, who are you? And I go, I'm Stephen. And they go, no. Did your parents used to live here? Oh, yes. They moved abroad. They're in Germany. That's a place you don't want to go to at the moment. Germany, they've got really bad economic problems. Really bad economic problems. It's not, mind you, it's nothing to what we're going to end up with. Kim says, beautiful starry sky this morning, Steve. At the moment, the old weather is temperate. Mornings and pleasant days. Very nice. Thought to be rainy over the weekend, so the boys and I will be out doing our catalogue impersonation with our raincoats on. Yeah, when I went out to water the baskets this morning, it was raining. I went, oh, good. Hope we have a bit more over the weekend. It doesn't bother me. Really doesn't bother me, about how much water that there is out there. It's just water. For God's sake, it's just water. There was a woman on YouTube standing there shouting at somebody going, and I walked through the rain to get here today, like it was the person behind the counter's fault. And of course, in America, they go, give me the corporate number. Give me the corporate number, which is headquarters, basically. And the person goes, well, you'll find it on the internet. I don't have write it down. There was one bloke being abusive to police officers in America, which seems to be an occupational hazard, and said, what's your badge number? So the bloke goes, it's 349. And he says, write it down for me. He said, no, you've got it on your little phone. You've got it on there. I want it written down. Well, we're not writing it down for you. OK, grow up. Grow up. But Kim, she's being very positive. A beautiful starry sky this morning. It was beautiful. I love it. Love it. Cara in Michigan says, how often do you get energy bills in the UK? We're billed monthly. And I do wonder why your energy companies don't do the same. Surely it'd be more manageable. We get them every 3 months, I think. I think it's every 3 months. Whether it would make any difference if they did monthly. Although, actually, we're going to see the increase coming in monthly. About 290 quid at the moment, extra on top of. But most of our energy companies are not owned by English companies, British companies. They're owned by overseas, which is interesting. Connie says, Hugh Bonneville is a fantastic, amazingly talented and terrific actor and person. I came by on Netflix, and Hugh Bonneville is awesome. Joy to see him in October. I love him. He's great. He came to, with his son, one of my Magic Circle Christmas shows a few years back. He came to that because somebody said, yeah, what? This film? Yes. I came by. This is a graffiti artist who targets homes of the elite, who uncovers a twisted secret in a hidden basement, triggering events that put his loved ones in danger. Ooh. That sounds like a good thing, doesn't it, really? I quite like. I shall have to get that, I think, on DVD. I know it's the other actor. There's an actor as well who's got another film out. I think it was shown at the Venice Film Festival, and that sounded brilliant as well. It's based on a Japanese book, and what's it called? There was a translation of it, and I read the review. It's got a 5-star review. 5-star review, very rare in this day and age. Shane says, Steve, it's the same down here. Nobody puts their hand out at the bus stop. Everyone's glued to their mobile phones. Years ago, you put your hand out. Yeah, you put your hand out here. I do it all the time. All the time. Because if you don't put your hand out, how does the driver know you want to get on the bus? So as I'm waiting for the bus in the morning, you've got to put your hand out, and then he pulls in. Although actually a couple of them know that me because I'm there every day. And they're really good, actually. Ash says, why is it that bus travel brings out the worst in most people? I used to love getting the bus when I was a nipper. It was a treat, an adventure, almost. Well, any trip from Shepperton to Staines needs to be sprinkled with some excitement. People need to be nicer on buses. Bring back Stan and Jack. Oh, God, no, you'd never get them back again, would you? Never in a million years. Never in a million years. I don't mind, actually. There was a woman getting off the bus the other day. 2 of them. They both had prams. kids sitting in the prams, and they both had these little scooters as well, which the kids were hanging on to, and the woman had a fire engine, plastic as well. Why is it you take half the toy cupboard with you when you take the kids out shopping? Listen, just don't bother. Give them one of those little dummy things, and that's it. Quite happy. James says, I have an interview today, but baby Noah woke up screaming, and I can't go back to sleep now. That's the trouble. They do scream, don't they? But you have to ask yourself the question, James, why was baby Noah screaming? There's always a reason for it. They don't just scream for something. I tend to find sticking your finger in their mouth helps, because I think it's a dummy. Yeah, if you haven't got any dummies, they just like something to suck on. Deborah in Sheffield says, I really do think buses should have to stop at every bus stop, and that every bus should have audio announcing the stops on it. Oh, we have that on all our buses. It's written up. It comes up on the screen. It says, not over the country. You're obviously, Deborah, you're in the poor end. In the poor end. Down here in London, all our buses have that. And we have bus stops which tell you how long for the next number bus. They're not always working, but we do have them. She says, I'm blind, and if I'm not sure of a bus route, it's a nightmare when you haven't got a clue where you are. But great programme as always. Yeah, we have things like that. And people, we're always very helpful. If somebody's blind at the bus stop, we don't get that many blind people, but we do get blind people. Yeah, we do have announcements. On our bus, well, my buses around my area, we do. Robin says, I'm pretty sure my parents had a huge party when I left. Couldn't wait for me to go. I know. They can't wait. And the worst thing is when you decide to come back again. They don't want things like that, do they? Definitely not. I can remember leaving home for the first time. I loved it. No, I don't know. I think my mother was upset. But there again, when I used to come home from school for the school holidays, because I'd be away for weeks at school, at prep school, and then go back for the school holidays, I went home, so my mother was very happy. But when I left for the long drive back, 400 miles back, my father had to drive, so 800 as a round trip, poor soul. And my mother always used to stand at the door crying. I didn't kind of see it, actually, but, oh, James says he wanted his milk. Well, there you go. But, of course, the trouble is with kids, they wake up at odd hours. So, as Charlie Girling will tell you, that when you have children, when they wake up, they want a feed. You're feeding God knows how many times a day. Ridiculous. Ron says, any hint of if the Just Stop Oil activists will be out vandalising petrol stations this weekend? I don't know. I'm assuming it's going to be the people on the milk. They don't want you to have milk. They want it to be plant-based. I think we should put them all in prison. Nick them. Start emptying milk all over the place. What a stupid bunch of non-entities. Silly little people. Very silly. Other stories which are running in the papers. Brittany's kids and a group of pen pushers used the Prime Minister's official jet for a shameless £50,000 boozy jolly over Britain. Yeah, oh well, there you go. Yeah, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? And also, jellyfish, the cure. You know what they say about jellyfish? If you get stung by a jellyfish, what do they say you have to do? Wee on it. Apparently not. Apparently not. Made up. Made up. They've been fooled by the 1990 sitcom Friends, in which Chandler wheezes on Monica's leg when she's stung. 3 in 10 in the UK would urinate on themselves, but of course it does nothing. Nothing at all. It's just made up. What was the other one that was made up as well? I can't remember. They were doing it on... It was on QI. It was another one of these things. And I was watching and thinking, I must remember that. I shall try and remember it for later in the programme. It'll probably just pop into my mind. But the civil servants' £50,000 jaunt, and here they are pictured having a nice time. Well, a drinks trolley was on the plane, which went to the lakes and back. That must have cost a bit, 50 grand. And the Osbournes returning to the screen with their wild reality show. There was nothing wild about Ozzy sitting there not knowing where he was. Sean! He didn't know. Not a clue. Off with the fairies. And you'll have a little bit of Kelly and a little bit of Jack and loads of their dogs. I seem to remember, actually, they were throwing stuff into a neighbour's garden. I remember that Jack was up a ladder chucking stuff in there. They were just obnoxious. And now they've come back here to bore the pants off us again. I don't know why. Perhaps it's all finished in America. I mean, Ozzy, when they brought him out for those games, was it in Manchester or something like that? The Birmingham, the Prince of Darkness, and on he stumbled. And it was just pitiful to watch, I'm afraid. Very pitiful. Formula One's Lando Norris has announced he's split from his model girlfriend after being caught inviting another model on a McDonald's date. Oh, he doesn't mind pushing the boat out, does he, really? How romantic. But again, it's all these, bloke with loads of money goes out with girl who's desperate to further a career. Then they finish. Who cares? Maya Jama apparently is finished with her boyfriend. Not that I ever believed it was a relationship. And the biggest OLED TV they found here. How big is it? I'll tell you in a moment. Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 5. Are you well? Are you good? I'll take an umbrella with you just in case today, because we had some in London. Some of the little sort of droplets fell down. Actually, it wasn't sort of really bad or anything like that, but it's enough to make you get your umbrella out. Kim says, with all due respect to my mum and dad, they couldn't wait to get shot of us out of the nest, Steve. They had the opinion, we've done our bit, now go and get on with it. They had a ball. Yes. And the tease before the break was how big is this latest television. This one here, it's the world's biggest OLED TV, has been unveiled at a massive... Has Desmond had a guess already? Wait a minute. Who says 88 inches? Oh, Desmond, really? I can add another 10 to that. Well, 9. It's 97 inches. And it comes with a price tag of about £20,000. Mine's not very big at all. I tell everybody that. It's always a big surprise. And it's going to be unveiled, I think, just before the end of the year in time for the World Cup. The Korean firm says of the television it will deliver immersive viewing experiences on a grand scale when it's released. It uses self-lit pixels that can be turned on and off individually to reproduce perfect blacks and incredible natural colours. 97 inches. Look at the size of the blooming thing. I have to be honest. I mean, it's like a cinema screen, isn't it? Because you know that whenever you go into all these places like Costco and things like that, and they're showing pictures on their TVs, you know they're all taken from DVDs. You're not watching a television picture, because people are a bit disappointed sometimes when they get home and they plug it in on the air and they go, oh, it doesn't look as good as it did in the shop. No, because you're watching a DVD in the shop. That's how it works. It's good, though, isn't it? So Desmond's 88 inches. Nah, 97, mate. 97. But the price tag of £20,000 might put you off a little bit, unless, of course, you win the lottery tonight. £109 million is what's on offer. And we sort of hope. Pete the pool man said, had a call from a new customer saying he needed a new pump. I turned up and discovered it wasn't the £2,000 pump. It was a simple electrical fix. He was stunned when I told him the news, and even more shocked when I said no charge, it's a free call-out. Sometimes, he says, you have to give a bit back. I felt great. When you give it back, it comes back threefold. House was absolutely stunning, by the way. Hope he tipped you. There was a bloke who did that. Didn't he win money, or he'd earned enough money, and he used to go around repairing things for pensioners for free? And you're right. When you do something, it gets repaid back to you tenfold sometimes. Tenfold. I mean, I told you there was that girl years ago. I came out of here and it was drizzling, and she's walking barefoot through Leicester Square and she's picking up dog ends. And she was wet and her hair was bedraggled and everything else. And I looked at her and she's literally scrabbling around in the flower boxes. And I'm thinking, my God, how low does your life have to be to scrabble around looking for dog ends? And I walked past her, and then, unfortunately, I kind of cracked under the strain, and I went back, opened my wallet and gave her 20 quid. Because I thought 20 quid to her is a lot. She couldn't get into a hostel, the reason being that people nicked all her bedding and everything else. And if you're not in by a certain time, they don't let you in at all. But I thought 20 quid can go and get her some hot food or whatever it is she wants. I didn't really care, actually. I didn't need the 20 quid. She needed the 20 quid a darn sight more than I needed it. And you're quite right, Pete. You feel good about it. You feel good about doing something. You can't do it for all of them. Can't do it for everybody, because otherwise you'd be absolutely flat broke. The producer saw a guy looking through a bin for food yesterday. We have a couple. They throw away in, I think, Marks and Spencer's, all the sandwiches at the end of the day. And there's a family who sit in a car and go and retrieve them all. Well, some of them, Pret a Manger, have a special van that takes it to these drop-in shelters and things like that. That was what I thought. I thought they should do it. But this was some time ago. Somebody said they used to watch this family taking all the sandwiches and stuff. Because nowadays, if it's got a yellow sticker on, it's past its sell-by or coming up to its sell-by, and then you can go and buy things cheaper. I'm like, oh, I knew I'd bought something the other day. I went and found, in Iceland, the hash browns with the baked beans in. Well, anything more misleading, you'd be hard pushed to find, because I did them. I deep fried them in a little well, not deep fried. They were shallow fried, about a quarter of an inch worth of oil, and I sort of ate them. You get a packet of them. I don't know how many's in the packet, 12 or something. I don't know. I can't remember. 4, 8, might be 10. And I thought that maybe the baked beans would ooze out. Not a bit of it. Not a bit of it. It was like some mush inside. I was very disappointed. It certainly didn't look like the picture on the front. No, I didn't see anything at all. I should have actually cooked them and brought some in for you so you could have seen what they were like. We could have opened it up and gone, it's mush inside. It was, I don't know. I didn't deep fry, shallow fried. It was only quarter of an inch. But you've got to fry the blooming things because they're hash browns. But I was a bit disappointed, actually. A bit disappointed. Lisa and Martin were in Copenhagen, visited the Tivoli Gardens, went on the roller coaster. It's one of the oldest running in the world. I like the Tivoli Gardens, actually. It's wooden. Built in 1914, hair-raising for 260-somethings, spikers from Guildford. Yeah, the Tivoli Gardens is like stepping back in time. A wooden roller coaster. Who'd have ever thought it? But they have all sorts of things. It was directly over the road from a hotel we stayed at. Frightened the life out of me, because the windows in the hotel opened. We were quite high up, and they opened. You could have literally fallen out. Especially if you're Russian and you're in a hospital and you're one of the elite and somebody wants you dead. They sort of come into your room and go, so, comrade, not too well today. Open your window, take you to the window, out you go. Otherwise, how would you just fall out of a window? It's more stupid the more you think about it. But the Tivoli Gardens is lovely. But it is like, if you live in Copenhagen, most people go to the canals and all the restaurants along the side of the canal. And it was I always thought that they were very much ahead of everything in Copenhagen. On the day that we arrived, they were having a gay pride meeting. Families, I don't see anything like it. Unbelievable. Waj says, locked into the spike after watching Insidious, The Last Key. Can't wait for the next one next year. It's a long wait, isn't it? It is a long wait. We have to wait all these different things. I don't really know what smart motorways are. I really haven't fathomed this out. Is it ones without the hard shoulder? So that seems a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Why would you have the whole idea of the hard shoulder is that, you can pull off if you get a flat tire. What are you supposed to do? Just stop in the middle of the bloody motorway? Sorry, I do beg your pardon. That was dreadful French. Co-stars paying tribute to the TV favourite Bill Turnbull, who has died at the age of just 66. Susanna Reid's done a lovely thing. Nice pictures of her and Steph McGovern and Louise Minchin, Nagaman Chetty, Sian Williams and Sally Nugent. And it was lovely. It was lovely. He always looked eternally young to me. I don't know why, he just looked young. But he often raised awareness actively of prostate cancer, a disease that affects 1 in 8 men, mainly those over 50. Between 2017 and 2019, 12,000 men died of prostate cancer. You don't want to be a statistic. It's as simple as that. And what else do we have? Oh, yes, Ali Ross. Talking about great TV lies and delusions. Sport Relief, All-Star Games. Fern McCann. My middle name should be competitive. I'm sticking with Ruddy, says Ali Ross. And Celebrity MasterChef, Kitty Scott Claus. I'm a very charismatic, sexy, effervescent young woman. Ali Ross writes, none of the above. I mean, really, it's getting so desperate on television. Anybody who slings women's clothing on now gets put up as a celebrity on a cooking programme. He doesn't actually have an act. He just dresses up as a woman and sort of, I don't know. He couldn't cook lamb for toffee. But I like that. I'm a very charismatic, sexy, effervescent young woman. None of these people appear on... They seem to be popping up on all sorts of programmes. It's very odd, very odd. Another one here. This morning's Ruth Langsford. What was your worst I'm a celebrity moment generally, Matthew? Right. Finishing 9th and not being even popular enough to scrounge a daytime quiz show in the aftermath. That's Ali Ross. How cruel. How cruel. He was on LBC only the other day. What else? National League. Unexpected morons in the bagging area. We like this one. This is always very funny. Trying to find the intelligentsia. Ben Shepherd in an opera by Richard Strauss. Which biblical figure performs the dance of the 7 veils? Robbie. Jesus? I mean... You have to wonder whether these people actually did go through the education system. Fastest finger first, Anita Rani. In the UK, a general election typically takes place on what day of the week? Kai. May? And Ben Shepherd, in the UK honours system, what's the male equivalent of a dame? Andrea, a duchess? I mean, this is how stupid some people are. Yes, it's all Tipping Point, actually, mainly. And ITV's Tipping Point with the dreadful millionaire promo show, Fastest Finger, and Naked Attraction, contestants announcing, my name is Zeus, and I actually identify as a trans man. But it's all over the place at the moment. And the BBC offering up warnings, helplines and disclaimers for everything except the one show that really needed it. Blackpool Dance Fever, featuring facelifts that some viewers may find distressing. Always liked him. But you're right, Tipping Point produces some of the dumbest people you've ever seen in your entire life. Can't believe that they actually made it through life to that particular age, can you? It's very odd. Steve, the bus dilemma. There are two types of bus stop. Red background white logo is a request stop. You have to signal you're required to board the bus for travel. White background red logo, compulsory stop. It used to be the driver had to stop even if nobody's alighting at the stop. But you have to ring the bell as the bus approaches the bus stop, not when you get level with the stop. That would be a health and safety issue for other passengers if the driver's emergency braked when idiots ring the bell too late. That's what he did. He rang it too late and then expected the bus driver to let him off. The bus driver was having none of it. Seriously, it was one of those things. Sue says, and I had a spicy burger today and I can't sleep. Oh, no, not a spicy burger. Oh, no. No, definitely not. She says, on the bright side, I am sleeping more often generally, so that's good, but then I don't get to listen to you. Well, you'll have to sort things out. Otherwise, it gets to be an absolute disaster, doesn't it? So the Sun a little bit late with Britain's smallest off-licence opening next week in an old phone box. I don't know why it's taken Julia Atherley so long to get round to this story. We did it last week. Catching up on the shows. Now she's listening to Catch Up, which is good. The world exclusive, Britney's kids on the toxic family, the split, the reunion, and Ryan Giggs has sold his mansion where he's accused of headbutting his former girlfriend. Case coming up again in about another year, I think, for a retrial. 1.7 million. Don't get cheap homes in certain parts of the country. 1.7 million. They had a woman on the television the other day. She lived in a water tower. A water tower. It was beautiful. It took 6 people to bring the bath in.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Friday, it's start of the weekend, unless, of course, you are a weekend worker, in which case you're getting ready to go to work because you've got the 3 days and we get sort of the... I always look at it as 3 days. I look at it as Friday, Saturday and Sunday and enjoy every minute of it. Barry reckons his local charity shop turned his kids away when they were donating children's books. They said, we don't have the space. I thought books would have been absolutely ideal. They don't take up much room at all, do they? They said they're sort of big children's books. Pete, the patron saint of swimming pools, says on another subject, I've been on Amazon and purchased motion detection battery floor lights. £8 for 2. He said, I've got loads all around the skirting boards. No more expensive halogen downlighters on all night. My tip to beat the energy crisis. It seems a good idea, doesn't it? Seems a good idea. And Susie says, very sad about Bill Turnbull's death. I heard his last programme on Classic. Will really miss his soft voice and delightful presentation. Yes, I mean, he knew that he was dying. That was the thing, that he knew. And I've said to you before, if somebody says to you, you know, they give you that prognosis and they say, listen, I mean, he had it all over the place. And it's a case of they can pinpoint almost down to the day. I mean, he knew it was terminal. There wasn't any chance that it wasn't going to be terminal. And that's why I say, if you get the opportunity to be tested, go get tested, for God's sake. Why would you want to discover in a year or two's time that you've got advanced prostate cancer and it's terminal? You don't want that. They can help. They can do things. You just got to sort of bite the bullet, as they say, and go in there and get tested. It's the best thing to do. I mean, I can't think of anything else. Steve, Costco, quite a bit of their Christmas decorations in store. Oh, Mary, they've had them there for a month. Where have you been? A month, dear. My much-loved aunties Rose and Ruby are travelling back from Japan, where they've listened to you daily, and especially when they were struggling with jet lag. Oh, God. Jet lag's very odd, isn't it? You don't know what to do with jet lag. I don't really get it. I don't suffer with it at all. I just get it. Yes, it's worth coming back as opposed to going out, I always think. But they've got the podcasts, and, that's good news. Apparently bus drivers are not allowed to open the doors between stops. It's health and safety, said Alison, which is what we said. Perdita says, very kind of you to think of me. We're in pre-production for Magnum PI Season 5. At the moment, excuse me, always an exciting and crazily busy time. Hope you're keeping well. Yes, I'm sort of mixed at the moment, but generally keeping well, which is good news, isn't it? But good luck to you. Thank you very much indeed. By the way, I didn't tell you, did I? You know the poor Russian, Ravil Maganov, who fell out the window? Did you know that he was an enemy of Putin? Did you know that 10 other enemies of Putin are now dead? Spotting a pattern here? Spotting a pattern. Mysteriously fell from a 6th-floor hospital window. He was chairman of Russia's biggest private company, Lukoil. It's the 10th Putin crony to have died under suspicious circumstances. He had been admitted for a checkup on a long-standing heart problem. A packet of cigarettes was said to have been found close to the window of his room, which luckily was out of sight of CCTV cameras. Phew! Won't see the people pushing him out, would you, or sort of dragging him to the window. His wife is understood to have been in the next room at the heavily guarded hospital when he fell. But that's 10 Putin enemies are now dead. They don't really have a good sort of human rights issue here, do they? I don't get this at all. Putin, who has denied Gorbachev a full state funeral and will not attend, laid flowers and gazed at a portrait of the great peacemaker nearby. Lukoil has confirmed the chairman's death, but made no mention of his fall and said he died as a result of a serious illness. Yes, pushed out of a window, love. Pushed out of a window, together with 10 other people who mysteriously died. I mean, is Putin... I mean, surely he's not that insecure that he won't have people who criticise him. Surely not. What do you think? I mean, I don't see why he'd want to do that. He's got everything he wants. He's got the house apparently is in a bit of a state, we hear. But, this is the 10th Putin crony to die in recent months, amid suspicion that a purge of the tyrant's enemies is underway. There was one found with slit wrists in January. 3 weeks later, in the same gated estate, a financial official, Alexander Tikhonov, was discovered with his neck in a noose. Mikhail Watford in February was found hanged at his Surrey home. The next month, Vasily Menenkov, boss of a medical firm, was found dead with his wife and sons in a Russian city. A banker was said to have taken his own life after killing his wife and daughter in Moscow. Then another multimillionaire found hanged in Spain after apparently killing his wife and daughters. This is all sounding a bit peculiar, don't you think so? And another one, a mobile phone tycoon, Yevgeny Palant, and the transport tycoon, Yuri Voronov, were all found dead in Russia. All critics of Putin. It just looks a bit suspicious, doesn't it? It's like the Chinese. They've been criticised over human rights issues on many an occasion, and they had a press conference, and they started denying it. This is propaganda. There's none of this at all, and they've been found to be lying through their teeth, which is not very good, is it? Not very good. You can just see it all descending into sort of, absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Steve, did you like the TV series A Fine Romance, says Shane, with Judi Dench? I bought the whole series for $1 at a charity shop. What a bargain. I think they made a mistake with the price. I think they did. I think it was very good, actually. And Ron says, could it be you don't suffer jet lag because you nod off as soon as the plane is airborne? Actually, sometimes I nod off before the plane's airborne. I'm very good at going to sleep on planes. I'm very good at going to sleep anywhere. It does sound odd, doesn't it? Yeah, but you're right. Most people find jet lag, Ron, is worse when travelling east than it is when travelling west. Jet lag differs based on the direction of travel because it's generally easier to delay your internal clock than advance it. But as I say, and you said as well, I fall asleep. I get on planes, I make myself comfy. I don't have a book or anything like that. I'm not interested in that. I generally will watch the television or whatever comes up. And as long as I've got the bottle of water, that's all I care about. I have a couple of swigs of cold water. And if necessary, when I wake up, I have to ask for a cup full of ice. because I like mine. I'm a bit of a diva. I do like the cold water, and then I'm quite happy. And if they've got a toasted sandwich going, I'll have that or an ice cream. Doesn't really bother me, actually. Sitting in seat 1A like Scylla. Well, as somebody said once, you know, when they said, "Oh, do you fly first class on the plane?" I said, "Well, I don't fly first class. I fly business." You know, which means you still turn left. Who the hell wants to turn right? You know, you can see the cattle and hearing them mooing and all the rest of it from the moment you get on the plane. But and it's not that much. Not that much money, but it's the falling asleep bit that I have no trouble with. And I think it stems back to early days where I could sleep in the back of the car. My dad used to pick me up from school when we had a long drive running, and I would just sit in the back of the car and I'd nod off. And if we were coming back from relatives, and I always remember I'd sleep in the back of the car, out for the count. You'd wake up, your head would be pressed against the window, and you'd have dribbled. Used to do it on trains as well. You'd wake up and you'd dribble. You had to try and pretend you weren't really asleep at all, but you knew damn well that you were. And we used to have a big drive that went up these. Oh, definitely window. Oh, yeah, definitely. So I could turn away from them. And also, never sit in a 3-gang seat. Only in a 2-gang seat. I don't want 3. I don't want 3 strangers sitting next to me. Thank you. Or 2 strangers. And we used to go up the drive, and I remember that's what I used to wake up. And we'd wake up, go up the drive, and Dad would bring the car around the back of the house. So everybody used our back door. They didn't use the front door for some reason. And then my mum would go in. She'd switch on the sleeping blankets, not the electric blankets, just to take the chill off the bed, because we didn't have central heating. So we had an electric blanket, which took the chill off the bed, and then she'd say, "Does anybody want a hot drink or something like that?" And we didn't, for some reason those days, we didn't seem to drink anything at all. But at the moment I climbed into bed, I was absolutely out for the count. Nothing wakes me up. I told you, even in the morning, my dad would wake me up for school with a cup of tea. And he'd say, "Stephen, cup of tea." You go, "Thanks." The moment he walked out of the room, gone again. You know, and then eventually, by that time, the tea had a skin on the top of it. I think it's harder to wake up when you're a teenager. I don't know. I seem to need less sleep now. Harry says, today we've got our Nan's funeral. She was an avid LBC listener for many years, always listened to you live or on catch-up. Always enjoyed the shows. She is and will continue to be deeply missed. I'm sure she'll continue to listen in the life above. Good Lord, what you think they've actually got podcasts up in heaven? You think? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to check those clouds out. I want to make sure we can add the figures in. Imagine, I'm on the tannoy, you know, you can imagine. By the time you've gone through the pearly gates, and they go, "Oh, not Steve Allen's show again." Yep, you've only got 7,000 shows to listen to. Are you sure? I've passed on. Could you send me back? Please send me back. I'll do anything I can. There's also a ship. It's been scrapped before its maiden voyage. Built by a Chinese billionaire. This is £1.4 billion, a super ship. It was going to be called Global Dream 2, 20-deck vessel, 9,000 passengers, and the German Hong Kong shipbuilding firm had nearly completed construction when the company filed for bankruptcy. So they're 200 million short of the budget, so the ship's going to be scrapped. There is a place in India, isn't there, where you take ships to and an army of people climb all over them and dismantle them, because they're sort of good for scrap and stuff like that. But that's an awful lot of money to lose. So even before its maiden voyage, it's been scrapped. This year's 5th accepted sighting of the Loch Ness Monster has been recorded. Just days after they put in those webcams, a resident on the hill above Loch End in the northeast saw a wake moving southwest against the current in the direction of a village. There was no visible sighting of wake, said the official Loch Ness Monster sightings register. It lasted 7 minutes and then took some video footage. That'll be the usual blurry stuff. It'll be nothing at all, as you can imagine, just be a log floating on the loch, and they'll be saying, you know, here it is. Oh, look, who's here? Stephen says, the family and I are travelling back to Bangkok from a long weekend trip on the River Kwai. We took the train over the river, very sobering. Thank you for keeping us laughing, as we've got a 5-hour trip back. Oh, God. 5 hours. Oh, actually, I'd just go to sleep. And here it is, Float House on the River Kwai. The River Kwai. My God, honestly. That's a good thing, isn't it? One of my friends, Paul Cooper, he's going off to Vietnam. He's doing a 4-week tour with his girlfriend of Vietnam. So, and it's all been booked separately, as opposed to a package holiday. They've booked the hotels and everything else. And that sounds like a holiday and a half, doesn't it? But look at Vietnam. That looks nice, doesn't it? Very nice. You can do it with Lonely Planet, can't you? It is very... I like the idea of this sort of railway here in Hanoi going through the middle of the houses. You imagine? That seems really nice. I like that. I like that very much indeed. I like the railway, though. I think it's a real... Oh, it is. There's a train on it. Of course there is. It's going past people's houses. They're very inventive. What came first? What, the houses or the rail? I don't know. That's very clean railway, though, isn't it? You look at that track. That's very clean. Very nice. But the River Kwai, bridge over the River Kwai. My goodness me. Morning. Nice to be coming. We're looking at this train. Somebody's filmed this train in Hanoi Street. And it's a very long train. And it's literally, it takes up the road. There's houses either side and cafes and restaurants, and people film the train at quite a speed, I have to tell you. And it's very... I mean, literally, the people are just 3 feet away from it. Very fast, but very interesting. Very interesting. Lothario, Pete Wicks, that's that boring one from Towie, who's also turned up and everything. What he contributes, I've got no idea. But anyway, he's revealed there was a lot of sexual tension during the filming of Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. And he had to be reminded by one fellow contestant they weren't filming Love Island. Pete said he grew close to that well-known has-been, Callum Best. What does he do now? God knows. He says... we're probably the strongest group of people who've done in terms of our relationships together. Fellow contestant boxer Shannon Courtney tells a different story. She said, every night Pete was trying to get in my bed and I was saying, we're not on Love Island, OK? Yes, I mean, really tacky. Very tacky person. He's had to go on that dating programme because he can't find anybody. I should imagine, really, because where can you take him? Where can you take him? He apparently had a 2-year relationship with Chloe Sims. I mean, really... But, you know, imagine trying to sort of get into somebody's bed every night. She says, it's not Love Island, OK? But the trouble is, he's just one of those sort of people. They sort of stick them out there in there. I think he's doing the dating programme. I think the second time he's done it. Obviously not very successful first time. And I doubt any more successful second time. Here we go. This is how to look classy on the school run. Don't do it. I should imagine that would be the safest bet. People turn... Well, it's basically telling you what clothes to wear, because some people turn up in their pyjamas. I mean, that's about as naff as it gets, isn't it, really? Pisces today from Mystic Meg, who's not the original Mystic Meg, because she must be practically an embalmed situation by now, says, clinging to a travel dream that deep down you know is big is not good for you. As soon as you scale down your plans, they get moving again. Passion links a sports team's new face. Wow. A golden prize on a starry stage lies in your future. Woo! Oh, lottery. Do you think lottery? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I must remember to buy a ticket. 109 million. I was working it out, actually. 109 million. You would have to give some away, wouldn't you? But, of course, the people you give it away to, they have to pay tax. So you're going to have to... No, you don't. The producer doesn't mind. Don't worry, 25 quid, you're on for it. Don't thank me. Don't thank me. It's you're just going to get it and enjoy it. David Bowie, the lyrics to I'm a starman waiting in the sky. 40,000 quid, they reckon they're worth. That's an awful lot of money. The two brothers, separated as toddlers, reunite after 77 years. You can imagine. You wouldn't know who it was. He goes, look, you know, this is it. And the NHS have got a record number of job vacancies. They really have got a record number. I was watching, was it A&E, What's Your Emergency, or 24 Hours in A&E or something. There's so many of these different programmes, I kind of lose track of them. And you think to yourself, you know, how many, are A&E still struggling? And the answer is, yep, still struggling. 1 in 10 NHS jobs are vacant. 1 in 10. So there you go. Steve, says Lee, we are the only shop in Hounslow that have a Christmas tree every year. We have for the past 20 years, but this year we were looking to have the tree without lights on due to rising costs. Is that OK, or should we remove the tree? I don't think that the lights you put on trees use very much electricity. They're only little LEDs now. Gone are the days of bulbs. They're little LEDs. I'm still having lights. I'm certainly not going to not have lights. Christmas is still a magical time as far as I'm concerned. And also, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the little people. You know, the people who don't have. You can keep the tree, though, can't you? Keep the tree. Perhaps just spray it. Get some of that snow spray and spray the trees. That makes it look a bit more interesting. But just do it outside. It's very messy inside. Steve, cabin crew on standby at the Heathrow Airport. Did you discover what the Mars bar firm was in the end? No, we decided not to bother. My 6-year-old granddaughter, Steve, is a great believer in magic. She's come back from a super family in Cornwall and is entranced by the live mermaids in the shallows. What a wonderful tourist attraction. So there you go. There are ladies who dress up to delight the children as mermaids. Or should they not be mer people or mer persons? But you have to buy the film then, Splash, with Tom Hanks and Daryl Hannah. That's a very good one. And Ron says, when I went to Spain a few years ago, the passenger next to me was Glyn Edwards, who was the barman in Minder. We chatted the whole way. Yeah, I went to see something at the Playhouse Theatre years ago, and I got sat next to the bloke from Heartbeat, the old policeman, the old one. No, not Blaketon. No, the other one who was in the police Ventris. That's right. I was sat next to him and his wife, which is quite. You tend to find people in the business talk to you. I don't know why. He did talk to me, yes. I think he said, "Can you move?" And just to make it interesting. My mum would tell me to go to sleep when we were going on holiday. She'd say, "When you wake up, we'll be nearly there." And she was nearly always right. All I did when we went down to Cornwall, I'd been promised yellow ice cream, and I remember all the way down I was saying to my mum, "Oh, they've really got yellow ice cream. That's all we wanted. Didn't want anything else." Yellow ice cream and 12 pennies to go and play in the amusement arcade, hoping you were going to seek your fortune. Wayne the Trolley Dolly. He says, loving the fact it's still pitch black outside at 5 a.m. I enjoy summer. I can't stand it when it starts getting bright at 3:15 in the morning and the birds start singing. Oh, round our way, it's like the dawn chorus. It really, you say, shut up. And then I think, actually, it's not too bad at all, is it? Not too bad. I can cope with things like that. I need to sleep with noise. I know it sounds a little bit bizarre. Hope you're well, Wayne. Hope life is good to you. Mike says, did Mystic Meg ever win the lottery? Of course she didn't. Can't predict lottery numbers. You know, she used to say, and the winner of the jackpot tonight was behind a green door. And you go, no, they aren't. No, they aren't, dear. You're mad as a broomstick. Steve says, Susie, 99% of our drivers are great. Wait for us oldies to sit down before moving off, and we usually greet you with a smile. Yes. Yes. They do. I mean, although yesterday he did start moving, but I was limp on the buses because I'm limping a bit at the moment. But, Steve, the last thing I'd cut back on Christmas tree lights. We all need Christmas. I agree. And Maggie says, I use battery lights for my Christmas tree. I've got battery lights. I think 100. Little tiny LEDs. You just put some batteries in there. Drape them. No, they're not rechargeable. You just put new batteries in when you need them. And that's fine. I've got the solar lights outside. Loads of those. And you need lots of sunshine to actually get them going. I mean, they do go on, but they don't last as long as they used to. Excuse me. How delicious. How delicious. So battery lights for the Christmas tree. And you can get solar lights. You can get all sorts of things. And well worth getting. Well worth getting. And so I'm not going to have Christmas destroyed. I'm really not, even though we're probably going to get electricity bills in that are going to completely blow our minds. Not so good, is it? They've got tributes to Bill Turnbull, of course. He was funny and brave to the end because, he was just a nice man. He was a nice man. It'll be a shame. The world would be a poorer place without Bill Turnbull. Plus, on the run, this is the CCTV image, but it's you couldn't identify anybody from this. Showing the man who killed Olivia Pratt-Corbell fleeing the scene. And Detective Chief Superintendent Mark Kameen says, I want to know where those guns are. Oh, listen, there's more gun crime going the rounds at the moment because people are bigger with guns. And that's in. Kathy says, been awake since 3 because of stuff, so ended up watching one of my favourite black and white films, Woman in a Dressing Gown with Yvonne Mitchell. Have you seen it? No. Woman in a Dressing Gown. I've never heard of such a stupid title. Woman in a Dressing Gown. And, it's got Sylvia Sims in it, Yvonne Mitchell, Anthony Quinn, and Andrew Ray. How interesting. Who had a crush on Andrew Ray? Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams had a crush because he featured in a couple of early pre-Carry On films, Andrew Ray, and also featured in... Wait a minute. Was he the one who was the little boy who broke into Windsor Castle? He wanted to meet the Queen. He was in a film called Mudlarks, something like that. Wait a minute. Cherry, Taste of Honey. No. Get his films up. I'm pretty certain. There you are, The Mudlark, 1950. And he was the boy who had seen Queen Victoria's image on something he found in the Thames. You used to get the mudlarks on the Thames, real little boys, and they would scramble around to find stuff and then go and sell it. And he found this coin, and he looked at this picture, and it was Queen Victoria because he didn't have a mummy. and he made it his duty in the film The Mudlark. He played Wheeler, who is the Mudlark. He wanted to meet this lady, so he breaks into Windsor Castle. And he hides there, and Queen Victoria comes in for dinner with all her friends and all the rest of it, and they sort of... Anyway, to cut a long story short, she says, bring him to me. Bring him to me. And she looks at him, and he was brilliant at doing this pathos kind of thing. And she says, what did you do it for? What did you do? Why did you break in? He said, I just wanted to see you, Mum. And that was, it was so sad. I wept buckets. I wept. And she said to one of her men, take him away, give him some clothes and all the rest of it, and we'll make sure that we look after him. And he met Queen Victoria, and the man who was taking him out said he just wanted to see you, Mum. He just wanted, because you reminded him of the mother that he never knew, and he thought you looked kindly. And I think at the time she was going through this sort of phase of not going down to London. I think it was after Albert died, and she'd become reclusive. And so they were sort of saying, you should go down, and he was the one who sort of persuaded her. But The Mudlark, it's a good film, and he was under the table and everything. And then they give him a bath, and he was really good. He was like a young Macaulay Culkin. He'd never seen such wealth in Windsor Castle. He'd never seen such food before. They give him a bath, and of course he hates having a bath. He's a mudlark. They don't do baths. He sits in the River Thames. But Queen Victoria... it's when she sort of brings him in and says, why did you do it? He says, I just wanted to see you, Mum. And that was it. It was so sweet. It was so sweet. And he was so good. And then he grew up and he sort of popped up in various films. He died, I think, in about 1964 was it later than 64? I know he had a heart attack. And, but I remember Kenneth Williams, who liked him very much indeed. There you go. He died in 2003. Wow. But he did loads of films. Loads and loads of films. Committed member of Equity, served as a councillor. He was 64 when he died. His brother, Robin Ray, was a very well-known television and radio personality who died at the age of 64 as well. Interesting, isn't it? But it was only because he's sort of popped up. And he's also in Woman in a Dressing Gown. So now you know. From Mickey, who says, you've just triggered a great memory about falling asleep in the car as a kid. Like you, I used to do that on the way home from anywhere. When my father used to wake me up in the morning, he'd make me stand up by my bed to try and wake me up. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, I'd drop off again, flop on the bed. Dad would then shout, get to the bathroom, get ready for school. Good old days. I know. We never appreciated it, did we? We never, ever appreciated it. All the things, and it isn't until your parents go that you suddenly think that part of your life you never get back again. The only thing you've got are photographs, and we didn't have any photographs of me fast asleep in the bedroom. We had the usual sort of things. My dad would take cine film and stuff like that. But you never get it back after you've lost your parents. That's the thing that becomes your sort of memory. And that's why all the people who worked with Bill Turnbull have such great memories, because he was a nice person to work with. We always think, I bet they actually told him while he was alive, you're a really nice person. When he left the Breakfast Time programme, it was they were all very sad, because I think they liked working with him. He was a genuine person. And you don't find too many genuine people in the business. But then it only goes to prove that cancer, no matter whether it's bowel, testicular cancer, throat cancer, anything like that, can strike anybody. It's totally indiscriminate. And that's why if you get the opportunity to test, go see the doctor. Go see the doctor. It's simple. Seriously, and at least you'll be reassured, and then you'll bounce back into life going, I feel good. I feel good. So remember the hard and fast rule, gentlemen. If you're only weeing dribbles, go see the doctor. OK? You're looking to basically take cement out of walls. OK? That's what it should be like.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Jane says, I love the saying, mad as a broomstick. Wherever you say it, I can picture a broomstick swishing around and around. I always remember broomsticks from The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Dum, 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 dum. And they had all these dancing broomsticks. And that's where it comes from, as far as I'm concerned. It might have come from somewhere else. I always say mad as a barrel load of frogs. Used to be box of frogs. And then people sort of change. It just basically means somebody who's completely off the scale. Completely off the scale. There's another new Bake Off, the 13th series of the Great British Bake Off. And you think to yourself, not another blooming Bake Off programme. Can't we have something that isn't a Bake Off programme? That'd be quite nice. I quite fancy the idea of not having another cooking programme. It's a bit dreary, but they managed to find some people who are desperate to be attention seekers, and here they all are. They're all everything from a Greater Manchester student to a nuclear scientist, so they say. At 25, I hardly think nuclear scientist, an electrical engineer, a Sussex head teacher, a Dorset shop cashier. She looks mad as a barrel load of frogs, completely. William is a London ex-charity director. They're all sort of people who want to be on the television. And you'll have to put up with that one. One's a medical research assistant, architectural assistant, a London nanny. That's a bloke. Because we did a programme years and years ago on jobs that were traditionally women's, but men have started doing them, like being a nanny, like being a personal assistant and stuff like that. Nothing to stop it. It's like, women driving trains, women driving buses, women driving planes. Sandra, he's a big bloke. Well, he looks big here. Also, Bill, as I say, there's pages and pages on Bill Turnbull, people leaving lovely things. It's such a shame that he can't see them, unless you want to believe in the fact that he can, because people said such nice things about him, which I think was really excellent, actually. And the iconic Rolls-Royce, driven by Robert Redford in the 1974 movie The Great Gatsby, has emerged for sale. And it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 Ascot Sport Phaeton. And it's lovely. They think it could fetch up to $1 million. It's quite something. Quite something. Scarlett Moffat seems to have more issues than you can shake a stick at. This latest one is she fears she'd be kidnapped. Somebody approached her at a station, and so she said, I stupidly posted in Instagram saying, off to London on the train. When I got to King's Cross, there was a guy there. You see, surely you've learnt by now, dear, don't start posting things like, this is where I'm going to be at this time, or this is where I'm going to be at that time, because, it's a bit... And also, what are we doing? Don't you have a driver? I thought you must be making so much money you'd have a driver by now. Yesterday, Steve, I met Tom Swarbrick, says Andy Peters. What a nice man. He's very tall. He's very tall. Yes. Where did you meet him? Where did Andy Peters meet Tom Swarbrick? This I need to know. I'll have to check with Swarbs on this one. Where on earth would you have met? Where on earth would you have met? Did he turn... Oh, wait a minute. He might have gone on to the programme. Did he do This Morning or something like that? Might have been This Morning, I think. He is very tall. But I'm delighted to say he's going a bit grey. His hair is quite... he's salt and pepper now, whereas I knew him when he wasn't. Well, he's not quite salt and pepper, but it's certainly coming through, because people who've got black hair, they tend to go grey quicker than other people. You wouldn't notice gingers go white. Odd, isn't it? Isn't it odd? So if you're ginger, you're going to go white, but it's okay. Me, I'm sort of... I don't know what colour hair I'm supposed to have, actually. I've got really no idea and care precious little. And I remember finding one or two white hairs, and you go, oh, look, white hairs. How exciting. The cost of filling... That's nice, Andy. I like that, but we do need to know where you met Swarbs. Was it on the... He is tall. Very good-looking boy, isn't he? Very good-looking. So the differences between grey, white and silver hair colours, you can morph. Hair never turns the colour grey. However... a person whose natural hair colour is a light drab brown can appear to have drab greyish hair. Hair appears to be the very shade of silver when natural cool coloured dark hair becomes predominantly white. White hair colour is seen when the entire head of hair has lost all the pigment that gives hair its colour. And then you can go out there and buy this stuff that you comb through and it gives you back your natural colour. What colour's mine? I don't know. When I was born, I was blonde. Bright blonde, a real platinum blonde. And then it just went down. I don't know what colour it went to. To be honest with you, I've got no idea. Peroxide, yes. I did used to have highlights. Should go in there and get my highlights done, which I quite liked, actually. Because only after Rod Stewart brought out the album and said, blondes have more fun. What a load of rubbish. Not true at all. I never had any more fun. Although they did prove it on a television programme. They did an experiment at Stringfellows where they brought a girl in and they put her in a blonde wig and she sat at the bar and they recorded her to see how many men went up and talked to her. And they logged how many men went up and sort of started chatting casually. Then they put a dark-haired girl in there, and she sat on the stool as well, and only half the amount of men went up to her and spoke to her. Blondes had more fun. Blondes had more fun. It was said that, Yeah, men like blondes. Mind you, you don't like it when they've tried to dye it themselves and it looks a bit cheap. Yeah, it comes over. People go, oh, and they've taken the colour and they've taken it off too early, which means you can sort of always get it done professionally. It makes so much more difference, And Andy says yes, he was doing this morning. Yeah, look at that. We remember all these things. Very nice man. So he was doing this morning yesterday. I love things like that. I love it. It's like having a two-way conversation with people. I can see Andy Peters sitting there typing out and doing his bits and pieces. Yes, he was on this morning. So he must have been in there to talk about something. Obviously, unless he just went in there to sort of, be a Christmas tree. Steve, I think you're thinking of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks with Angela Lansbury. No, wasn't thinking of that at all. Never think of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That was a song Under the Beautiful Briny Sea, wasn't it, I believe. And Steve says, Thomas, you've got to love a Freudian slip. Don't worry, nobody noticed. I know. It could almost be deliberate, couldn't it? And Duncan says, Bill converted to me becoming a beekeeper. He was a true gent, had a very witty, dry sense of humour. Are we allowed to say that nowadays? When I heard of his passing in Menorca, the hairs on my arm stood up. Yeah, he knew that he was dying, and I think that's the brave thing, because I don't know, what do you do if somebody says to you, listen, it's terminal, and we've heard people on LBC over the years saying, I've been diagnosed with cancer or with this or whatever, and it's terminal. You have to live with it. You have to get on with it. What are you going to do? You can't sit there and just burst into tears, then go, what am I going to do? You make the best of it. It's as good as that. Ben Kentish sounds like Tom Swarbrick. I know, he could almost be his doppelganger, Chris. Are they friendly? I've got no idea. No idea. I should imagine. I mean, I don't know if they're bosom buddies and they go out boozing together. I've got no idea. I don't worry about those things. I heard a great joke the other day. Where did I hear it? It was somebody was on one of those programs, 8 out of 10 Cats, and he said, my mate Brian is an expat. He said, now he's a man, and he seemed quite happy. I thought it was quite good, actually. Made me laugh anyway. That's why. So the way I tell him. Who was it used to say that one? Who was the comedian? It's the way I tell him. Because he died years ago. He used to do Wheel. Who? Frank Carson, that's right. It's the way I tell him. And he used to make himself laugh, and I thought that then encouraged everybody else to laugh. I love comedians like that. Comedians who sort of laughed at themselves, and sometimes you weren't sure if it was part of the act. Or I tell you what I was watching the other day, Heidi High, and Ted Bovis, who was, the camp comic and all the rest of it, he had a really good singing voice, not unsimilar to my good self. And he had a very good singing voice. He could hit some notes. Let me tell you. Apparently, all hair colour loss actually goes white gradually because hydrogen peroxide is released into the hairs themselves with age, and that degrades the pigment. Oh, it's far too complicated. We can't do things like that. That's why people have their hair dyed. Have you noticed, though, the favourite thing to do now is dye your hair different colours? You see people walking around with purple hair and green hair and red hair. I mean, I look ridiculous. A friend of mine, years ago, had 27 colours put in his hair. 27 colours. He went into the hairdressers as a photo opportunity, and they sort of cut it. It was a wedgie kind of cut. And a wedgie cut, the sides. It was even long before people were doing hair. And he had 27 different colours put in his hair, and it looked amazing. Everybody noticed, as indeed you would. And it was very shiny. But then, after a while, the colours dulled down and then didn't look so great, and his hair went a bit straw-like. But when he had all the colours done, it was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I thought, perhaps I could have it done. And I thought, no, you don't want to look ridiculous, do you? No. What do you mean, not now? What are you saying? Not now. Does that mean there's not much hair there, so we have to sort of, struggle with it? As far as I'm concerned, there's a full head of hair. Might not look like it to you, mate. Yes, each individual hair could be a different colour, he says. Funny way to resign, but there you go. Still to come, the cost of filling this year's official World Cup sticker album. It's going to cost you a fair bit, actually. Because people have been doing these collecting things, because people get quite into collecting cards and everything else. I'll tell you how much in a moment. It has gone up, as you can well imagine. I didn't have that. So my mother didn't encourage those sort of things. No, we didn't have comics either. My cousins, Stephen and Martin, had comics, so that was the only time we ever got to read them. No, we didn't have comics. No, I don't think it was a case of weren't allowed them. They just didn't come into our life. Well, we didn't have it delivered by the postman. We had a copy of the Daily Telegraph delivered daily, and that was it. We never had comics. In fact, I don't think I'd even read a comic till I went to my cousin's and had a look at theirs. And I only looked at it because you could get the X-ray specs and stuff like that. They would sell all these kooky things. They don't work, apparently. But and we used to have Bazooka Joe bubble gum. That was quite good. We liked that. Pink. And you could go and blow a bubble, and that was all. And then occasionally it will go all over your face. And that was all good. But no, comics were a no-no in our household. Obviously, my parents wanted to educate us a little bit better.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So let me just tell you about the cost of filling this year's official World Cup sticker album. It's claimed collecting every player in the Panini collection has rocketed by almost 13%. So it will now set you back almost £900. £900. Maths expert Professor Paul Harper said the cost would be $870, up from $770. So you need to buy 967 90p packs of 5 or 4,832 stickers to fill 670 players. Chris Clover of Panini, UK and Ireland, says we've created an innovative collection which promises to bring people of all ages together to swap and stick their way to completion. And also make ourselves a tiny bit of money. 900 quid. 900 quid. Makes my next item for you an absolute bargain. An absolute bargain, because we're giving you the chance to win a brand new Ford Kuga ST Line Edition plug-in hybrid car, thanks to our friends at Auto Trader. This is a brand new 5-door family-size car in agate black. It's worth over £34,000. The ST Line Edition features a 2.5-litre engine and accelerates from 0 to 60 in just 8.6 seconds. It includes sports suspension, built-in touchscreen navigation, and a 10-speaker sound system. Now, for your chance to win this fabulous car, worth over £34,000, text the word car and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 7th of October to enter. Keep the phone handy. Could be you that gets the call, and then you'll be going, way, and making yourself go completely round the bend. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating Global radio stations, and full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. So to win the 5-door family-size car in agate black, worth over £34,000, the ST Line Edition, because it's a plug-in hybrid, features a 2.5-litre engine, accelerates from 0 to 60 in 8.6 seconds, built-in touchscreen, sports suspension, navigation, and a 10-speaker sound system. And all you have to do is text the word CAR, C-A-R, and send it to 84850. Just think, a £5. You don't need to put in credit cards or anything else like that. We just get a £5 from each one. So for a £5, you could have a £34,000 car. That's what I call the bargain of the day. I'm not really sure about Panini World Cup stickers at £900. Car, C-A-R, C-A-R. And just send it to 84850. And as I say on all the best programmes, of which you are listening to one, congratulations. Because you've helped a very, very good charity out, and you stand a chance of winning this fabulous car. Lovely. Steve, you're so right. I'm texting whilst listening as I get ready for the shows today, says Andy Peters, because today he's got win a motorhome in cash. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. But I'm surprised, actually, Andy. I thought you would be preparing yourself for the return of Gladiators, because that's back today on the television. Yes, they've resurrected the programme from the depths. And now the Osbournes as well, says Clive in Devon. Seems they've completely run out of ideas, but at least we have the talking Steve Allen teddy bear to look forward to. Have to wait and see what is going to be the Steve Allen collectible item this year for Make Some Noise. You'll have to wait a few more weeks, I think, for that. A few more weeks. But I can assure you there will be the Steve Allen show. And I think it's going to be at the Leicester Square Theatre. We don't have a date yet. Well, as far as I know, we don't have a date. Although I discovered, actually, because I hadn't mentioned anything last year, people had bought loads of tickets even before I got round to mentioning it, because people were keeping an eye on different agencies and checking on the venues. So, in other words, no, I don't think it's not. Well, as far as I know, it's not. As far as I know, it's not. I mean, it's like the Magic Circle, and the ticket's there. A friend of mine phoned me up and he said, you haven't mentioned it, have you? I said, no, not yet. He said, you've sold nearly 100 tickets already. I said, oh, right. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm all in favour of things like that. But we love Andy Peters. There's a man who's sort of... I could see him on Gladiators, couldn't you? I could see him on Gladiators. Yeah, I could see him presenting on Gladiators, definitely. Alison says the film may have been Fantasia when Mickey Mouse played the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Yeah, we didn't have Fantasia. Yeah, the dancing things, the dancing elephants, wasn't it, and things. I remember, I told you, sitting on a beach in Cannes, and there were two girls, American girls, sitting on the public beach in Cannes, and one said to the other one, have you seen Fantasia? And the other one went, no. And she went, you have to be stoned to watch it. All those colours. And in fact, it was like that. It was, I haven't watched it for years. Years and years and years. I think there was a box set that came out of Fantasia. And Mickey Mouse was the Sorcerer's Apprentice. But we had the album. In fact, it was a single, I seem to remember. A single, which was good. 75% of Brits fear the wave of violent crime. It's all over the place, isn't it now? Knife crime and stuff like that, which is really awful. Really, really awful. And 4 rediscovered episodes of Till Death Us Do Part will be shown for the first time in over 50 years. In one, the Liverpool footballer Ian St John and Willie Stevenson pitch up. In another, Alf is Furious. The Russian Premier has been invited by Number 10 by Harold Wilson. Prince Philip described the sitcom, which ran for 7 series, as the Queen's favourite show, whereas Margaret Thatcher's favourite show was Yes, Prime Minister. She said it was so accurate. She loved it. Everybody loved it, didn't they? I bought the box set, which has got Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. Nessie causes disturbance in 5th sighting of the year. No, it hasn't. And do you know why they won't tell you that it's a whole lie? That, you know, the whole thing is just made up. There never was any Nessie. There never was any monster. There never has been for the past God knows how many hundreds of years. I'm sorry to break it to you. The only reason they keep it going is because the mystery is worth 30 million a year to the region. That's how much the idiots spend to go and look at a piece of water. I'll fill the bath up. You can give me £1 every time I want to come and have a look at my bath water. That's what they do. £30 million a year. Irish missionary St Columba is first said to have encountered a beast in the River Ness in 565 AD. Another liar. Honestly, these people, they're dreadful, aren't they? They just come out there and they go, oh, sorry, St Columba, what have you seen? Sorry, nearly did a Scottish accent for some reason. Oh, it is Scottish, isn't it? I saw the monster. It came out of the... no, it didn't, dear. No, it didn't. You've been drinking again. That's the big problem with the Loch Ness Monster. Most people see it when they've had a few sherbets. Mainly about... I told you, there's a little bloke been living in a caravan on the shores of Loch Ness for donkeys. He's never seen anything. Never seen anything at all. What a waste of a life. What a waste of a life. But now they put these cameras up there, and some residents said they saw something moving against prevailing... No, you didn't. You absolutely didn't. You're a liar. And in fact, the official Loch Ness Monster Sighting Register said there was no visible cause of the disturbance in the water. In other words, it didn't exist. Nobody who sees it has ever got a camera phone. It's just something that's taken on a box brownie, and it's just basically something you could have coloured in yourself. It's like, you know, all those sort of things which are flying saucers. They're on fishing line. They sort of hold them in front of the camera and go, oh, look, it's a flying saucer. You go, you're mad, aren't you? Absolutely stark, staring bonkers. But it's like the Osbournes. I should imagine the amount of substances that are passed through that household. You'd probably believe in anything, wouldn't you? The dogs probably talk. I like the idea, though, of a bloke here. He's called Adam Isaac. Adam Isaac is no stranger to the spotlight. He's on The Voice as a finalist in 2012. He sang to millions of people. But for the past 2 years, he's battled kidney failure. So every time he does a gig, he then goes back and at the gig, he does his dialysis backstage. Every time. Amazing, isn't it? Which is where they have to cleanse your blood and all the rest of it. And it's quite a thing. He said, I lay on the grass verge for 2 hours. The pain was horrendous. This after returning from a gig. And he's still doing now. He has dialysis after a gig. So fair play to him. They've done a big thing. Can affect a lot of people. What's this one? Clash at the Castle. Oh, is this the film? This Clash at the Castle, is it? I don't know, actually. It's, I don't know what it is. Clash at the Castle, Saturday, 3rd of September, Principality Stadium in Cardiff. And I don't know what it is. Do you think it's people with sort of unusually long hair who go around... Oh, it's wrestling, is it? Oh, dear, how boring. I always thought that was the biggest fiddle on the television, didn't you? Where they sort of go, like that, and the crowd get behind a certain person, And then all of a sudden it turns round and then I always thought there used to be an old woman, not an old woman, a young woman dressed up as a princess. She would beat them if ever they came near her. She was sitting to the side of the ring. She was a well-known fixture at boxing matches, and she would go up there and hit them with her handbag as they fell to the side. Because we used to have Big Daddy, Kendo Nagasaki, Giant Haystacks, yeah, Big Daddy, even Big Bloke. All the kids loved him. He had a big fan club of kids. There was Giant Haystacks, and they would just basically push into each other and then lie on the floor, and then somebody would bend their leg backwards. They go, oh! We used to watch it on the telly all the time. It was the biggest pile of garbage I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Did you do the PR for W? Yeah. It was, but in the early days, it was very odd, but they were characters. They were characters. Kendo Nagasaki used to wear a mask, so you never knew what he looked like. But for some reason, all the men in it, as opposed to being sort of, quite well turned out, they all have to grow very long hair, which looks, it's like Wolf in Gladiator. I mean, how peculiar do you want to look? Nothing worse than a balding man. Has he cut it? Think so too. EastEnders, oh, look at this, oh, blimey, that's very nice, isn't it? Caftans, half price, £10 in the papers. It's easy wear design, zip front fastening, handy deep side pockets, and 4 colours to choose from. And it goes up to 5XL. Oh, how lovely, and only £10. What a bargain. They must be looking to sell a lot because they've got a whole page out in the Daily Mirror today. Alfie Moon was originally brought into EastEnders to form a romance with Peggy Mitchell. And he left Walford in January 2019, will return to the soap later this year. He'll try to rekindle his romance with Kat, even though she's now with Phil Mitchell. Steve McFadden, who must be one of the longest-running soap stars in the country, I would have thought, actually. What else have we got here? An interview with the new General Secretary of the TUC. It's all adverts, isn't it, now? Pages and pages and pages of adverts for either the lottery or holidays, but also how to grow your own citrus trees in the UK. What do you want to do that for? You just want to go to the supermarket, go and buy an orange, go and buy an apple, go and buy lemons. Do whatever you want. Some bloke picked up a lemon the other day. No, he didn't. He picked up a lime. And he said to Paul Cooper, he said, is this lemon? He went, no, it's a lime. It was green. It was green. And he said, because lemons are yellow. And, they do look somewhat different. And he said, no, that's a lime. He said, not lemon? He went, no, they're lemons above them. Yellow. Marked lemon. Some people, honestly, you'd think they'd actually get together, actually. Steve, could you do a Q&A for your live theatre show this year? No. We've tried it before in the past. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to do it. I always say to somebody, if you've got a question for me, send it in, and if it's reasonable and decent, I'll give you an answer, or not.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, my goodness me, the weather's going to be a bit of a mixture, isn't it, today? Or is it tomorrow? Or is it the next day? I know next week they've been saying, it's going to be a bit wet. And I'm thinking, I don't care. I'm really not bothered about it being a bit wet. I'm sick to death of the sunshine. I've had quite enough this year. Thank you very much indeed. So, excuse me, a little bit of rain could do the gardens some good. Steve, you are correct. Re the Loch Ness. I was there recently, and the amount of American tourists, no wonder they keep the monster theory going. Well, it's worth $30 million a year. You're not going to kick that one into touch, are you? You're going to go for it. But, I mean, this thing must be so ancient by now. The infamous hoax picture that kick-started it, says Stan. Yeah, I mean, look how bad it is. And also, anybody who's taken anything, they go, oh, look, something moving in the lock. Doesn't it breathe? How does it breathe? I mean, every time it breathes in, it must breathe in water. And it's fairly ancient as well. But it's a £30 million industry. I mean, it doesn't seem a huge amount, does it really? But £30 million is one of those things that they're determined to hang on to it. So, of course, there are shops there. The first sighting was in the year 564. So work it out for yourself how old you think this. I'm surprised it's got the energy to even swim. I mean, perhaps it's probably dead. It's probably dead. It's probably just floating around there, but it only pops up every so often when sort of everything fills with sort of water, I suppose. I don't know. Steve, watched a Judy Garland film the other day along with listening to the programme by Michael Friedland, who'd interviewed her. Some of the people who pass for celebrities these days should take a look at themselves in the mirror. What a legend she was. Oh, Judy, good God, yes. I mean, she had a life. I don't think Michael Friedland met her. I don't think so. Michael Friedland used to work at LBC. I don't think he met her. I think he wrote the book. And was it written after she died? Because Judy Garland died in London. She was over here. She just married another husband. And she was the book came much, much later. I don't think he ever interviewed her. I don't think so. I'm pretty certain on that one. But which one did I read about Judy Garland? There was one written by a guy who used to work for the Mirror, and he'd written a book saying basically it was drugs, drugs, drugs all the way through. And that's why she became a bit erratic. They had to keep her going with the drugs. So the studio would provide the drugs because they couldn't afford to have her falling ill or doing tantrums, because the whole studio would have to be laid off. Or from an early age, she was kept going. But I know that was quite common in Hollywood, because some of these kids, you know, the actual routines that they had to put themselves through. And in fact, this other book that was written about her, which his name, I can't remember this guy's name, but Donald Zeck. Does that ring a bell? Donald Zeck? I'm pretty certain Donald Zeck wrote this book about Judy Garland. And he basically went through all her films and said this was the state she was in at the time. She had no money. When she died, she was broke. She didn't even own the name. She was Frances Gumm. The studio called her Judy Garland. But, I mean, a fascinating person when you watch, you know, all of these things. I mean, I think they were reported as saying that they didn't want her to gain any weight. And in fact, I think they used to refer to her, Louis B. Mayer and MGM bosses, they referred to her as the fat little pig with pigtails. Based on, you know, her look, her food intake was restricted. She was monitored. This is basically, you are creating something to maintain her weight. She was told by Louis B. Mayer, only consume chicken soup, black coffee and cigarettes along with pills. She was on appetite suppressants. She was probably on things like tenuate dospan or ionomin, which was an appetite suppressant. They kept her working to keep her thin. The moment she put on weight, it would have been an absolute disaster. I was watching her a few weeks back in Meet Me in St. Louis, and you could see, I mean, they were working day and night. They give you pills to keep you on your feet, take you to the studio hospital and knock them out with sleeping pills. Elvis Presley was the same. He would literally have pills to wake up, pills to go to sleep, pills to keep him buoyant, because a lot hinged on it. But in the case of Judy Garland, and she certainly wasn't the only one, there were loads and loads of people who were going through the studio system, and they had to keep you working. There would be thousands of people involved, from the scenery makers to the cameramen to the makeup artists, everybody. I mean, it was just amazing how many people. And if the star decided to fall ill, God knows they didn't want them falling ill. I remember Michael Crawford, when he was in Phantom of the Opera, you know, they always said if you were Michael Crawford's understudy, there was no chance you were going on stage. He would literally go on if he was so ill. He was such a trooper, and they'd be there feeding him vitamin shots to keep him going, to get him onto stage. You know, it's one of those things, you know, and I mean, I think a year prior to The Wizard of Oz, studio managers were sending memos to each other detailing her food intake. By the time the cameras began rolling on the film, she was already in an upper and downer drug cycle. That's why they were called the, what do they call them? The dolls. There's a very good book by Jacqueline Suzanne called Valley of the Dolls, and it was about Neely O'Hara. And Neely O'Hara was sort of somebody who went into the studio system. It was all fictitious, but she was kept alive and kept going on these dolls. Dolls to go to sleep, dolls to keep you awake, dolls to give you loads and loads of energy. You know, that's what people did in those days. They couldn't afford to have people go sick. They really couldn't. But as I say, it was the general business assumption that if you were Michael Crawford's understudy, you never got to go on stage. Michael would do anything to get on stage because he didn't want to disappoint the fans. You know, people would queue outside Her Majesty's Theatre to get tickets to see Michael Crawford. You know, they were the people, little realising that as they queued all the way round by the stage door, directly above the stage door was the window of Michael's dressing room. He could look down on them as they were queuing. for returns whilst he was having his makeup done. And it took ages because it was all prosthetics. So there was the prosthetics that were put on, all the bits of the skin. I think there were about 8 or 10 pieces. And then there was the mask, which went on one side, covering it. So you couldn't see it until eventually they ripped the mask off, and there he was, revealed with no hair and everything else. It was all terribly clever. And if he had a matinee show, Paul Soul, he had to keep the makeup on. So he couldn't exactly go out for a shop or something like that. He had to sit there in his dressing room. So there you go. Warren says, no wonder Judy Garland's daughter grew up like she did. Yes, I mean, a lot of water flowed under the bridge, I think. Also, Warren said, have you noticed the very damp, wet, dewy mornings are creeping in? The annuals in the baskets are beginning to sag, and the spiders' webs are beginning to be formed. Oh, loads of spiders. Loads of spiders. Real change in the weather this week. He said every time you walk through, the garden or something like that, you get caught with spiders. They're all over the place. All over the place. He says, yippee, it's Christmas soon. Winter is on the way. It is, isn't it? I always think that. I always think winter's on the way. And people say, no, it's not. You go, no, it is. I promise you. It is. Winter is on the way. And as long as you get a bit of water, I don't really mind, actually. Well, did we find out what colour Dawn wore yesterday? I think it was autumnal. Yeah, we hope so. We are the fashion advisors for Dawn Neeson. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, so somebody else told me about the Nessie thing and that photograph. It was so sort of dull, and it wasn't, and yet we've got phones now that take perfect pictures, and yet still they don't have a picture of it. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. It's a lie. It's a blatant lie. Wayne the Trolley Dolly again. On the subject of favourite TV shows, the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret reportedly used to love Dad's Army. Margaret would smoke and drink whiskey, and the Queen Mother would drink gin and Dubonnet whilst laughing their socks off. Yes, the Queen Mother's gin and Dubonnet was legendary. Big Daddy's real name, says Stu. I know. Do you know what it is? Shirley Crabtree. He was called Shirley, and there was a song by Johnny Cash, and it was a boy named Sue. And the reason his father named him Sue was to make him tough. He said, because if you call a boy Sue, he's going to have to fight his way through everything. So from an early age, so you want to make something of it? Don't ever pick on me, pal. And so that's what it was. So Shirley Crabtree. Giant Haystacks was his best man. They were both big. Giant Haystacks was giant. He was giant. And here we go now. Kim says, I'm off out earlier than usual this morning, collecting the boys from their daddy. These are the pets, who is on nights and needs his kip. He's doing us a bacon and egg roll. Woo, I haven't had a bacon and egg roll for years, actually. Enjoy your weekend, son. Thank you for a smashing week. Yeah, he's big, isn't he? I mean, but that was part of the thing. He would literally bang into somebody. They both used to, actually. But 2 kisses from the Muckleys as well. Thank you very much indeed. And you have a good weekend too. Suki says, ITV Sports, Saturdays, 4 p.m. wrestling. Jackie Pallo came out with a tell-all book. You grunt, I'll groan. But it was the getting the crowd to sort of, boo and cheer and clap. And when Big Daddy came out, people used to clap and all the kids loved him, and it was great. Wrestling was a big thing on television. I just thought it was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But you could go to seaside resorts, Blackpool, Bournemouth, everywhere, and they would have wrestling. People would go and they'd boo and cheer. It was like sort of nights at the Coliseum. There was an awful lot of it. I don't think it's the best thing ever, but that's just me. Ken Barlow in Corrie, Steve, is the longest playing soap actor. He was in the first episode in December 1960 and still there 62 years later. I was working for Granada's office in Regent Street that night. Woo! He did take a break, didn't he? He never aged. What is he now? I can't remember how old he is. 90. Wow. And all the bus drivers in Camberwell, Donna, says, morning sunshine, I have a day off. Oh, lovely. How nice, a day off. I don't do days off. I think I might take tomorrow off. What the hell? Why not? And Sunday. I think I'll take Sunday off tomorrow and, yes. There's no point getting the car washed, is there? Because it's going to rain, so it's going to wash it by itself. A bit of a pain, isn't it, really? I quite like taking the car in for a car wash. There's something very satisfying about being jet washed. I just quite like it, OK, it's my world. I can be in it as long as I want. Mind your own business. Morning, nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 6. Are you well? Maya Jama and her basketball star fiancé called Ben Simmons have split. 8 months after getting engaged. I mean, really, it's just pathetic, isn't it? What's the point? Do these people just do it to get publicity? It can't be for any other reason. Because either you're suitable or you're not suitable. But these sort of people in the business, they sort of go, oh, we're engaged now. So they get all the coverage about being engaged. Then the next minute, oh, we've split up again. And you think, I'm not really that interested. The telly tributes to lovely Bill Turnbull and with his wife, Ceci. He began his career at Radio Clyde in 1978. Blimey, even beat me. And away from work, he was a keen beekeeper. Talking about his cancer diagnosis, he said, I've developed quite a healthy relationship with death. I feel very, very calm about it because I've given it a lot of thought. Which is exactly the same as Bowel Babe. She said she'd given it a lot of thought. And so, you get to that stage where you have to accept it, and you've got to... My mother accepted it. Became quite sort of methodical in the way she was doing things. So she decided she was giving her jewellery away to her godchildren. See, I didn't even know she had godchildren. It goes to prove, doesn't it? We don't know anything about sort of people's lives. And so she did that. She'd also decided on her funeral... She knew exactly what she wanted. She knew that she didn't want loads of flowers. She thought that because you only see them for a short while. And she'd picked the restaurant out that we were going back to afterwards. She'd paid them and she'd put money aside to pay for the funeral. She was very, very methodical about it. She said, the only flowers I want, she said, is just a coffin spray. And so I knew a florist at the time who was literally down the bottom of the road. I said, can you do that? She said, absolutely. And so they just did red roses on the coffin spray, sort of on Oasis in the middle, and it stretched out. And that was the only thing she wanted. Although, actually, the one nice touch was that when you go to a funeral, as you know, most funeral directors will take a picture of the flowers afterwards and then give them to you in an album. So you've got a record of who's bought flowers and things like that. But my mum didn't really want any flowers, but LBC bought a wreath for her. It was so sweet. It was so sweet. I said to them afterwards, I said, we weren't expecting it. I said, but it was very nice to actually get it. And so under my mum's little thing, they put the card and the flowers. There was just one wreath there, the coffin spray. But it was our logo. It was very good, actually. We're the only ones that had an LBC card on it, which was good. So Bill had accepted the fact. It didn't come as any surprise. And he was ready for it. Bowel Babe, look at that money she raised. And people now, because Bill has died, people are saying he was nice. It was an honour to sit next to him on the sofa. He was a cheerful little soul. He just wanted to work. He just enjoyed his work. He loved his work here at Global for Classic. And as I say, he did his last show, I think, about 12 days ago. And he'll always be remembered fondly. If I used to walk past the studio and he was on, we'd wave. But there again, I think he probably waved to a lot of people. I waved to anybody. I couldn't care less. I just, hi, waved to people. He was basically shooing me away. Go away. I'm doing a show, Steve. Go away. Leave me alone. Rock star Gene Simmons revealed he did badly at school. His mum, after he did badly at school, his mum threw out his priceless first issue Marvel Comics. He's 73 now, Gene Simmons. 73, and his mum threw out his comics. To say we didn't have comics. We weren't. It's not the case we weren't allowed. I just don't think my mother knew what they were. So there you go. Adam in Leicester says, I'm going to see the WWE in Cardiff tomorrow. Taking my 13-year-old for his birthday. There might be a bit of youthful nostalgia for me to... Oh, there will be. But the 13-year-old will love it. It's obviously not for people my age at all. He said it's only the second time the WWE have done a show in the UK, so it should be great. He said, although I had to wince at 3 tickets costing over £1,000. Really? 3 tickets was over £1,000. Good grief. Wow. So there you go. The Wrestling Organisation has announced it will fund all 12 UK childline centres on the day at a cost of £30,000. Well, if 3 tickets are £1,000, I think they can afford to do it, don't you? That's an awful lot of money. They've arrived in Cardiff. More than 30 years we waited. More than 30 years. It will attract about 70,000 fans. That's a lot of money coming in. A lot of money. And all they have to do is grunt and groan. And there'll be some... I mean, I won't know who any of them are. I really won't know who any of these people are because I don't watch WWE. So what is WWE? Is that Worldwide Entertainment or something? Worldwide Wrestling Entertainment. Blimey, very complicated, isn't it, really? Steve, says Alistair in Edinburgh. Nerdy fact. Here we go. Loch Ness holds... Sorry. Blimey. excited. More fresh water than the entirety of lakes and reservoirs in England and Wales. And Scotland has another 30,000 locks and reservoirs on top of that. No hosepipe ban for us. Well, there's nobody living there. There's nobody in Scotland. They've all moved down here. That's all you hear. That's why you've got all that water. We do it. Chris says you can have one of your delicious bacon baps. No. Strangely enough, no chance today. The producer said to me before we started the programme, he always comes up with some sort of snidey thing to say, you know. And today it was, oh, you've really lost weight. I nearly hit him. Seriously, I thought to myself, you know, yeah, compliment. He said, that shirt fits you. I said, it's extra, extra large. Okay, that's why I look as I've lost weight. What a thing to say before the programme. Just trying deliberately to upset me. Deliberately to make me antagonistic. Yeah, and then the next thing he goes, oh, actually, I was lying. You put weight on. And you think, do you know, I hope you blow up like a barrage balloon. You know, I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. People taking the mickey, honestly. Just because I'm an ancient diabetic, you can't have everything in this world. I knew I'd forgotten to do something. Sorry, I forgot to do my injection. Taffy Nige says, warm here in Pontyclean. He has to write it down as Pontyclean because he knows I get it wrong. The window's open, making the most of it all. Those wrestlers, did Kendo Nagasaki ever get his head mask ripped off? My nana used to love it. Have you got a picture of Kendo Nagasaki? You must put it up there. I can't remember what his real name was, but he was sort of, people used to boo him when he came on stage. And I just used to, and he was good because he never spoke. Have you found him? Kendo, Kendo, I have to spell everything for him. Nagasaki, N-A-G-A, you know, that bit. In fact, you probably put in Kendo, N-A-G, and it'll find it, I should imagine. But he didn't... Oh, he's taken the mask off. There we go. He revealed... Oh, he's bisexual as well now, he's revealed. Good Lord above. And but he used to wear this mask. And I don't think he was ever interviewed with him talking. I don't think so. But he used to keep the mask on. He used to look quite frightening. Oh, he's died. God, honestly. I get them all on this programme, honestly. 1 minute they're alive, the next minute they've gone. Do you know what I watched the other day and I found it really good? It was... Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi in that... what was the film? It was... they made about 3 or 4 films. Karate Kid. But it was the one with the girl in it. And so she was very good. And Mr. Miyagi was in it as well. I liked him a lot. Oh, Julie-san. Never fight. Never. And he was brilliant. He was absolutely... I saw him in a couple of other films, and I remember thinking, I like you a lot. And then he passed on. But I like Karate Kid. I thought they were very good. Steve, the longest-serving soap actor was June Spencer, who played Peggy Archer. I know. Retired at the age of 103. And Saturday afternoon, says Kevin the Milkman, it was wrestling at 4 p.m. That was followed by the nation's dads checking the football pools coupons. They used to put up all the results. You know, Brighton Hove and Wanderers 3, Leicester City 2. Oh, he's not dead. He's come back to life again. Oh, it's unbelievable, honestly, these people on this programme. It's like Lazarus. He's come back. They started a thing the other day. Was it the other week, about a well-known actor? And they said, oh, it's so sad he's passed away. And I suddenly realised people put these things on the internet. And then before you know where you are, it's sort of spread. And his name's Peter Thornley. Is it? Sorry, Peter. He's 80. Bless your heart. But it's a shock if you're listening. I'm saying, wait a minute, somebody's just told me I'm dead. I did that once, actually, on air. Not dead, but I announced that a stage show in London was closing because I'd heard that it was closing. And so I mentioned it on air. And somebody from the cast phoned up and said, no, we're not. Unfortunately, they were, but they hadn't been told, which was even more embarrassing. So, Kevin the Milkman, yeah, obviously you never won the football pools. When you think the football pools, if you got a little 300,000 on that, you thought you'd arrived. Goodness gracious me. And Johnny in Brighton says, I remember owning the first 20 issues of the comic 2000 AD. I wish I still had them. Yes. And Mickey says, Kendo Nagasaki was Peter Thornley. Johnny Quango was a hilarious wrestler. They were all characters, weren't they? That's what I liked about them. They were all characters. Another picture of James Arge. He's in Marbella. And he's off running again, but he swings some roundabouts. I don't know what he does for a living. No idea. And Gary Neville, apparently he's a footballer. could face up to 2 years in prison over an Instagram message he posted during Ryan Giggs's trial. The case was halted for 50 minutes while lawyers discussed the potential impact of the post with the judge. Because you can't do things like that. But anyway, it's contempt. Contempt. Interestingly enough, that trial's coming back again, but they don't know when, because the jury couldn't reach a verdict, so they were dismissed, even though they lost one and it came down to 11, and they were going for a majority and they couldn't even manage that. So they think it could be another year, so he's got to go back through that in a year. If you're going to Poundland and the pound shops, most of the food and drink over £1 is going up 40%. 40%. And you heard earlier on, or you might not have heard earlier on, how much was that chef's lecky bills going up to? It was some horrendous amount of money. This is just to put it in context to you. This is Tom Kerridge. Tom Kerridge is very famous as a chef. He was the one who came up with the very expensive fish and chips. And he's warned that hospitality is in for a bit of a shock. The energy bill at his pub has leapt from £60,000 a year to £420,000 for the year. Nearly £500,000. This is Tom Kerridge. He thinks, and in fact I've said it before, that loads of places are going to be closing. They can't afford to keep going. I mean, I found it expensive enough. If you go out for Christmas dinner in a place now, you're paying, on average, £60 for Christmas dinner, which is, and you have to order it so far in advance. You have to decide back in sort of April what you want to be eating. And I think most of those places won't be able to manage it because they're going to have to make it over £150 to, if you want to go out for Christmas. For some people, this will not be a problem. But for a lot of people, it's going to be a huge, huge problem.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, former Tory Minister Edwina Currie. Remember Edwina Currie, for goodness sake. She blasted Martin Lewis, the money guru. I wonder why. Because he called the cost of living crisis a catastrophe. Well, it is. I mean, we're not going to disagree with him at all. She said the finance expert should be advising people how to reduce the impact on their families. But Martin Lewis says it's a catastrophe, Edwina. And a supporter tweeted, he's been advising people for years, you daft old bat. I love that expression. But, I mean, that's what he's been saying. It's a catastrophe. He's been saying, brace yourself. You won't have seen bills like this. If Tom Kerridge has gone from 60,000 to 420,000, you're going to see the high streets, shops closing left, right and centre. Those bills are going to come in. They go, close, get the heck out as quick as possible. And it's going to be, I don't know what's going to be left on the high street, to be honest. If there's pubs on the high street, they can't be surviving. They'll never afford to pay it. We have a number of pubs, whether or not you sort of close it and then it bounces back some years later, I've got no idea. I've really got no idea. I mean, people are going to be looking at all sorts of things. I think people are going, let's go and have a spend up before we actually get these bills in. And I'm thinking, no, don't. Wait till you paid the bills, then have the spend up. He says, this is what Martin Lewis says, with bills going up so much, there's only so much people can do without. They can do without more help. They don't need more help. They need, somebody telling them how they can bring these bills down. And that's what he does. That's what he does. He says, this is the... If you choose not to follow his advice, then that's your business. You can't make somebody do something. Pablo says, will you be watching The Masked Dancer? No, really, I'm fed up with this rubbish on the television, honestly. They've got it on, it's on American television, isn't it? Yeah, I should be the wrestling fan banging the top of the television going, get off! I'm getting very, very sort of angry about the whole thing. So here's a beer drinker. And sitting on the roof of his local pub in a 2-hour standoff over the hike in the price of his pint. Now, this is in Lincolnshire. Now, Lincolnshire is cheap. Property in Lincolnshire is cheap. You can, if you were spending 500,000 in Lincolnshire, you get a super-duper property. Really, it's cheap. But anyway, he was sent over the edge. I mean, I couldn't believe this one either. I mean, perhaps he's missing something like a brain cell. So they had to close all the roads off for 2 hours. How much is his pint going up for next week? 20 pence. It's going up 20 pence, so it will be £3.40 for a pint. Listen, pal, you want to come and live in London? £3.40. You can't get a packet of nuts for £3.40. We're charging £6 a pint down here, mate. And you're complaining about that as you sit on the roof. Pub owner said he just had a meltdown over the possibility of the prices going up. That's just the start of it. You wait till they actually close the pub. That'll be the next thing. You're complaining about 20 pence? Blimey. I'd start worrying. I would start worrying major times. So these 4 lost episodes of Till Death Us Do Part, I wonder whether or not they're going to be sort of issued with a warning. It starts Till Death Us Do Part. This was with Alf Garnett, Warren Mitchell, who was the bigoted racist. Yeah, there's bound to be a warning. He was a staunch Conservative, and he supported West Ham, and he made his politically incorrect catchphrase, "You silly moo," which was to his wife, who was played by Dandy Nichols, and then one of the children was Eunice Stubbs, and then there was another bloke, and I can't remember what his name was now, but he became fairly famous, Anthony Booth. Anthony Booth. He was a social layabout who frequently locked horns with him. And Anthony Booth, Sherry Blair's dad, went on to marry a woman out of Coronation Street, Pat Phoenix. There were 7 series, and they're bringing it back, and it's got all sorts of people in it as well. They will include 4 stories which were believed to have been lost since the 1960s. So there you go. The channel has snapped them up and been broadcasting more than 80 episodes of these things. You've been able to buy them for ages. They've been on DVD. I can't remember watching it. I interviewed him once, and he was very, very anti-smoking. Very, very. I don't think it will have aged very well, that one, because it was all set in his sitting room. There weren't really any sort of outdoor shots, and it was always... He would talk like that. It was very sort of... There was no hiding it, no hiding anything at all. He was supposed to epitomise, what the other side of the coin would be, which was interesting. Another one here. Oh, I love orangutans. I don't think I'd want one, but they do look very cute when they're photographed. Yeah, they're very... They've got a zoo in Jakarta in Indonesia. They were playing sunbathing and eating, and so somebody waited for this right moment when the little baby orangutan, very cheeky, sort of, pressed up against its mum, and sort of... It was very cute. They look very... They get abandoned, don't they? They get really abandoned. Oh, my God, this is rubbish, isn't it? This is the giant toilet brush. It's 82 foot tall. It's near Dundas Castle in Edinburgh. It's been dubbed, this erection, God's lavvy brush. It's supposed to look like a tree to hide the fact that it's a phone company trying to disguise it as a tree and failing miserably. Well, if they hadn't told us, I wouldn't know. But on the other hand, what's the matter with a phone mast? We've got everything else. Makes perfect sense. Just show him it's a phone mast. It doesn't make any difference whether it's disguised as a tree. Paint it different colours. Camouflage it. Make it look a little bit better. And at least 24 videos of UFOs are being secretly held by the US government. They relate to 19 separate sightings in the last 6 months. The Pentagon has refused to release the material. So, of course, all those Looney Tunes people absolutely love it. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that UFOs have visited our country. The former US governor analyst Marek von Rennenkampf said the Pentagon must abide by its emphatic commitments to transparency and release all such UFO footage. It doesn't exist, lovey. It doesn't. I don't want to break your little heart this morning and make you burst into tears, but they don't exist, OK? There's no little spaceships that are round and come down with flashing light and pick up 2 old biddies in Arkansas and take them off to another planet and experiment on them. It doesn't happen, OK? It was only at the cinema. OK, so try not to get too overexcited by it. Steve, I'm still in Corfu, says Sidcup Julie, and it's been glorious weather for the last 9 days, except today. Pouring with rain, so I've stuck you under the umbrella. Thank you very much indeed. I don't mind an umbrella, actually. I'm quite happy with an umbrella. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, we never did win the pools. Dad would take himself off to the pub for the rest of Saturday evening to drown his sorrows. Well, that was his excuse. Yes, people sat down and they would pick up and do the pools. And check it out. I mean, you could win. I forget what the maximum was on the pools, but I mean, if you won 50,000 in those days, you were set up for life. So when Viv Nicholson won 152,000, I think, it was a case of she was able to buy houses, cars, husbands. Lot died mysteriously. You could almost believe they were Russian. But it's interesting. We were thinking about that Russian thing. This person who was anti-Putin he fell out of a hospital window and died. He's the 10th anti-Putin person. But ironically, in a lot of the cases, the families of these people seem to have been killed as well. It's all very odd. There you go. The National Lottery's launch killed the football pools. A syndicate won in 94 £2,924, 622 pence. 2,920. Was it two? It's not 2 million, is it? 2,900,000. I thought it was hardly worth doing. 2,924,000. That was a syndicate, but the lottery was offering 5 million. So of course, gradually the pools, Vernon's, and Littlewoods and things like that just disappeared. The lottery was easier to understand. I never understood the pools. And Spot the Ball defeated me completely. Not only was the prize bigger on the National Lottery and the lottery easier to understand, it wasn't actually linked to football in any way, so more people played it without worrying about a sport they didn't understand. Amazing. In 91, there had been a double million winner. But I think it was Viv Nicholson, the woman who said, I'm going to spend, who won about £152,000. She'd never actually stayed in a London hotel before. They didn't have the money. She was just working class woman. Didn't have the money. I don't know whether Maxwell faked a Spot the Ball competition. All you had to do was put a cross there, but it had to be that the middle of your cross was exactly the position of spotting the ball. It was a bit complicated. We all had to go at it, but you knew damn well that there was precious little chance of actually doing it. You had to identify where the football was in the picture. It was an actual action shot of a game. This is Maxwell, and if they got it right, they'd win £1 million. But Mr. Greenslade, is this Roy Greenslade? Yeah. He took aside the promotions manager and myself, and he said, between you, I want you to make sure nobody can win £1 million. And I thought, look, no one believes they're going to win these games anyway, and I agreed to do it. So for weeks, we put the ball in such a place that nobody could stand a chance of winning. Because it was always a goal or something like that, and you go, well, it's obviously going to be heading in this direction, and it turned out it was somewhere completely different. So Maxwell tried to rig it, not Roy Greenslade. But didn't they do as well? Wasn't the bingo game, one of them was fixed? They were controlled bingo games. Bingo cards were everywhere. We used to have a security man. He used to have 20 of them lined up. You used to get them free in the papers, and they would print the bingo numbers, but it was a controlled game. They decided when they were going to release the numbers that you needed to win. And I think, I might be wrong, but I'm sure the Daily Mail had a bingo game. Everybody did it. Everybody was playing bingo. We went bingo mad. And I think they had 60,000 winners because they printed the winning numbers too early. They should have done it much later, but they didn't. They did it too early. So consequently, everybody won. And people were going, I think I've won. The Sun accidentally printed the wrong numbers. It was all over the place. It really was. But we became bingo mad. And I forget who it was who introduced bingo. I think he's a former editor in Fleet Street. He used to do they mean me? They surely do, Derek Jameson. I remember Derek Jameson, him and his wife. He turned up on radio and television. And he was a bit like that. He introduced us to bingo in this country. Not that we didn't know what bingo was, but we'd never done it in the papers. And people were collecting the bingo cards. So they thought the more you had, and every time you saw the number coming, you'd cross it off. Cross it off. Fabulous stuff. Fabulous times. Very exciting. Not the same now, is it really? Not the same at all. Morning, Winnie the Pooh. This was our shock story yesterday on LBC, that Winnie the Pooh, who's out of copyright apparently, is being made into a slasher movie. And unfortunately, it took me quite a while to recover yesterday. And Tony says they're going to cut bits out of Alf Garnett and show them on iPlayer, I imagine, with a warning, same as they did with Little Britain recently. Everything comes with a warning. Hi-de-Hi comes with a warning. Hi-de-Hi. They say maybe times of a change. I couldn't imagine what Little Britain is very shocking. There's loads of woke things on there just in case people get all upset. They go, what's it? And they get very worried about things. Nicola from Whetstone says no more American candy shops on Oxford Street. Every time a store closes, another one opens. Not even in America. No, you really don't. You really shouldn't go in there because they don't have prices on things. And also, they're also selling vapes and stuff like that. Very odd. But there's something odd about it. I don't know what it is, but Westminster Council don't like them. Steve went to Joe Allen's on your recommendation. Loved it. Didn't think much of The Lion King, though. Oh, I like The Lion King. I like The Lion King. I think it's nice. I'm glad you like Joe Allen's, of course. Mickey says, my lovely mum, Patsy, 87 years old, has done the same numbers on the lottery for years. And she's won a few smaller prizes, but recently she won 1,750 quid. She was over the moon. So now we're going to have double it so she can pay her gas bill. That's what's going to be, isn't it? People are going to be saying, oh, should we play the lottery? And they're going, oh, sorry, there's a bill to pay. There's a bill to pay. That's the problem, isn't it? All these things. So I know where you're coming from. Steve, the first time I've listened to you, I'm travelling from Bury in Lancashire to Workington in Cumbria. Oh, there you go. Padge, his name is. I've listened to it. First time I've listened to it. Fancy just discovering the programme after 43 years. Good God, you've got a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of podcasting. And to get hold of it, and it's free. I wouldn't like to think. I was reading something the other day. Who was it I was reading? Somebody was saying, God, was it a reality star or something like that? That they have a job on a radio station. I remember thinking, oh, that's interesting. They don't have any experience. And they said, if you'd like to subscribe. I think it was somebody from Love Island. I think, why on earth would we want to subscribe to listening to a radio station? Couldn't get that one at all. But anyway, it's all free on LBC, which is very good. You don't have to buy a licence or anything like that. I mean, this was not a podcast. This was a radio programme. And they say he's sort of following in the way of... I'm thinking, what, making people pay by subscription? I don't think so. I don't think so. We're not that desperate, thank you very much. Anybody from Love Island goes in the sin bin and we get rid of them very quickly. And they generally disappear quite fast. But, yes, if you want to download, please download. Go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Download the Global Player app. You get the radio station up there. It'll say LBC. It's very quick, very, very quick. And then you can go into the archives and download everything. I think nearly every single presenter, if not every single presenter, has a podcast. Which you can, nearly every single presenter has a podcast which you can download for free. And you get to keep them. They don't sort of expire in sort of like some magical Disney film. You go, and it just disappears. They're there forever and ever. And you go back about 6 years. 6 years. Excellent. So do it. Please do it. The more you do, we have 1 million downloads a month of this programme. Only because people can't believe it, I think. The BBC blasted for ordering a senior newsman to apologise to Gary Lineker. What for? Who wants to apologise to Gary Lineker? They're such mamby-pambies at the BBC. What is the matter with them? Can't have an opinion, can't do this, can't do anything at all. Steve, I'm waiting for heart surgery in Hungary. Taken ill whilst visiting, says Alan. Oh, good luck with that one. Can't imagine something like that. Hungary. Do people go to Hungary for heart surgery? But if you need it, you need it. Simple as that. Joe in Welling says, I remember back in the 70s, my aunt asked me to post her football pools. She'd watch out the window. I had to kiss the envelope and then touch it on my bottom for luck. Never won a thing. People did that. I remember seeing people playing fruit machines years and years ago, and they would put their hand over the dials of the reels as they were going round, and then it would go click, 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 and then they take that. There's still nothing. Sometimes they used to bring lucky mascots with them. Used to be a lucky rabbit's foot. Not particularly lucky for the rabbit, but... people used to do things like that. Catherine says, I never forgot when a well-known newspaper had a competition to win a dream country house. And my late Nan thought she'd won. But being a wise lady, she didn't believe it until she rang through to them. Turns out thousands thought they'd won. Just an apology. I love things. They used to have all sorts of competitions in the papers. I entered one with Sugar Puffs to win a pony. We lived in a flat. What on earth I thought I was going to be doing with this blasted thing if a pony turned up on the doorstep. Win a pony, yes. I didn't even get a badge because I didn't put an SAE in the entry form. I didn't know what an SAE was. Yeah, and so I didn't get the Pony Club badge, but it was a pony you could win. I never found out who won the thing, actually. Steve, in 1978, says Karen... My mum won £500 on Spot the Ball. I remember we went on a week's caravan holiday. Mum, Dad, my sister and I. £500 was a lot of money. It certainly was. It certainly was. I told you my very first wage at LBC, come closer, £8,960. That was my first yearly salary from LBC, £8,900. It was a long time ago. Couldn't even pay the blooming gas bill at the moment. Kevin says, when I worked for Express Dairies in the 1980s, one of the milkmen was a pools agent for Littlewoods. He collected the pool entries from the customers every week, collecting the milk bill and their pool stakes. The dairies wouldn't allow that sort of thing. Oh, no, you couldn't trust people. Couldn't trust people. Pete the pool man is out running in Windsor Great Park. Oh, why is that? Why is the fencing all round? Is that because the grass has sort of dried up? But it looks quite nice. I like the sun coming up in the background. Very nice. And the road looks nicely tarmacked. But it is Windsor Great Park. You know, if anybody's going to have nice roads, they would have nice roads. So hope you have a good day today. Winnie says, this year, Steve, is the 40th anniversary of E.T. I'm taking my goddaughter to see it today at Leicester Square. They're showing E.T. at Leicester Square. Are they? Wow. I mean, everybody's got it on DVD, haven't they? I mean, it's not showing. Don't bring her up to Leicester Square. We've not discovered E.T. at all. Boys having a look. They have access. This is a nice thing nowadays. You can just check things really, really quickly. And he's not looking promising on this one. He's not looking promising. Perhaps you might... Oh, he thinks you might know more. But why would they show E.T. when you can buy it on DVD? What would be the point of spending a lot of money to sit in it? Is it because it's on a bigger screen? I suppose. I mean, can't get the teeth right now. Some cinemas show classic films. The Prince Charles Cinema does. Yeah, that's near the Leicester Square Theatre. Very near. Because if you're going to see it, though, you've got to see it on a big screen. I could still watch it now. I think it's great, actually. 40th anniversary. Is it really 40 years? God, I feel very depressed. Very depressed. So here's the pictures of the 15-ton anchor of the doomed Titanic appearing through the murky depths in never-before-seen video. The hull and bow are also visible on the liner. I thought we'd seen that before, actually. More than 1,500 people lost their lives in 1912. Exploration firm Ocean Gate said archaeologists will now be able to document elements of the wreck and debris field in much greater detail. I've seen the front of the ship, though. I've seen it before. I'm not seeing anything here that I've not seen before. Much of the wreck has decayed. I told you it's falling apart. Because these insects, or whatever they are, these things that eat metal, I mean, out of all the things to eat, for goodness sake, a bit of metal and wood and all the rest of it. And it is falling apart, and probably in about another... I mean, it sank 110 years ago. I would think in another 10 years it might just fall in on itself. But the front of the ship I've seen in that great film Into the Abyss, which is just fantastic. And they take Disney, made by Disney, and they go down there with their little submersibles and they send them off to go onto the ship. And I've seen the front of the ship before. And the anchor, not really that interested in seeing an anchor before, but interesting. Electric cars could soon be powered by a sustainable battery made from shellfish. Interesting, isn't it? Scientists have created the device out of chitin, which is the outer casings of crabs and shrimps. The world has gone completely mad, completely mad. And drinking lots of tea might help you live longer, but it will turn your teeth yellow. A study found people who drink 10 cups a day may live longer than those, but unfortunately it wreaks havoc on your pearly whites. Oh, there you go. But, I mean, if you're drinking 10 cups of tea, that's a lot of tea. A lot of tea. I've got to go. It's a weekend to look forward to, and £109 million on the lottery. I mean, goodness sake. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to... Good grief, was that really thunder, and was it really lightning, and was it really a downpour in certain areas? Yep, it was. Is it enough to save us? No, it isn't. We need a lot more of that. But it's amazing, isn't it, when you get the temperature floating around all over the place. And what have we got in the papers today? Well, apart from that breaking news in Canada, we can't work out the two people they're looking for appear to have the same surname. I'm only guessing that they're brothers. 10 people dead, 15 others injured. This is in Saskatchewan, which is one of the provinces of Canada. They're believed to be travelling in a black Nissan Rogue. No logical explanation as to why they would go and kill 10 people. They look slightly deranged, but there again, because they've got their pictures, which means they must have history. Otherwise, why would the police have pictures of them? But I think they're brothers. Obviously, if we hear anything, you'll hear it first. So they go around, and there's 13 crime scenes. 13 crime scenes. They're obviously sick people, actually. Some of the victims appear to have been targeted, while others were attacked randomly. And there may be additional injured victims who transported themselves to various hospitals. Either way, it's frightening, isn't it, when somebody produces a knife. Funnily, you don't hear this sort of thing from Canada very often. You really don't. But you look at these two evil, whatever they're called, and you suddenly think, well, I'm sure that the police will work they'll find them very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Some of the other stories today, we find out who the new Prime Minister is going to be. Ooh, that's a difficult one. Let's try and work that out. Is it going to be Rishi? No. I don't think it's going to be Rishi Sunak at all. I think it's going to be Liz Truss. That's why all the papers have gone with it. They always get a bit sort of... I mean, they've dragged it out since God created the Garden of Gethsemane. I mean, it's only been 6 weeks for sort of, people to sort of elect. I mean, a choice of nobody. I wouldn't really want either of them, thank you very much indeed. Sue Barker's in all the papers. She's got a book out to flog. And she's revealed the BBC handling of her sacking was distressing. Because she used to host, was it Question of Sport? 24 years. And then what the BBC did, they put it out to tender. So another company make the programme. They do that with a lot of BBC programmes. There's lots of companies who make programmes. You might find there's some in this building. I've got no idea, actually. There might be some in this building as well, where the actual programme... A friend of mine used to work on a programme years ago on another radio station, and they put it out to tender, and he got the tender for doing it. And so he then staffs it and had to make sure that it had a newsreader every hour on the hour. If there's any mistakes, he had to come in and do it. And I think what happened in the case of Sue Barker, the BBC put the programme out to tender, another company pick up on it, and they go, right, if we leave it as is with Sue Barker, it's going to be exactly the same programme. And they say, what's the difference? So they thought they'd have a change. They put Paddy McGuinness on it, and Sue Barker gets hoisted off, which is a bit of a shame because I thought she was very good on it. But if you owned a programme, you'd be wanting to do that. It's like if you came in and bought a radio station. Surely you would then want to put people on it who you'd admired over the years, or people who are going to get you an audience. There's no point in keeping somebody. I've always said, no point in keeping somebody if they're not going to generate audience. You only keep people if they generate audience and make money for the station. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. So Sue revealing that the handling of it was distressing. It is distressing. It is. M&S have got little cafes, not all over the place, but they've got a few in some of their stores, and they've decided to ditch cups and saucers and just have mugs. Nothing the matter with mugs. Nothing. Shock news. Some old 86-year-old bloke they found. It's disgraceful. They're going to lose customers. No, they won't. I should imagine if you're 86, the one thing you'd want is a mug. Why would you want a cup? I mean, you imagine people boycotting somewhere for actually having mugs. He said people go elsewhere. No, they won't. I'm bigging up them because I think it's good. Oh, I've got 2 good stories for you. Both involve shoplifters. And they're good stories. Because I couldn't believe it. And I'm not surprised that people go out shoplifting because, there are these tow rags out there who put the prices up for everybody else by shoplifting. But one was while I was having my breakfast, and the other was while I was doing a bit of shopping. And I remember thinking, 2 in a day, because I can't go a day without seeing people shoplifting. I can tell. Somebody can walk into a shop, and I could look at them and go, oh, God, it's a shoplifter, and I have to walk out again. I see so many. So many of them. And they've always got money. It's just that they're thieving little tow rags, which I'll tell you about. Fighting Cocks, Britain's oldest pub, faces closure. He can't afford to survive. I think what they were saying is, for some of these pubs to survive, a pint needs to be 20 quid. Come on, who in their right mind is going to be paying 20 quid for a pint? Producer with that. I saw Ian the other day as I was waiting for my bus the other day, and he went past. We waved, bless him. Ian? With the ice cream. He said, anyone for a Monday ice cream? Oh, I think so. Could I have chocolate? I don't know why, I just feel like chocolate this morning. To be honest with you, Ian, I'm very grateful for anything. Absolutely. I wouldn't like to sort of, just in case you go, oh, God, I haven't got any chocolate on board. But no, anything at all would be lovely in a couple of hours. It's our 6:05 ice cream from Ian, bless his heart. Gary in Stanwell says, good old Boris, my kettle broke on Saturday, went to Argos, all sold out in Staines, not a kettle in any Argos stores, and no oil heaters. Also, I can't bear oil heaters. Have you seriously, you're not looking for oil heaters. The smell is awful. And the fumes. My mother and father used to have one, and they would go out and get the gas. Where do you think they're going to be coming from, the gas cylinders? I don't like any of these things. Or paraffin heaters. They're the other ones that smell terrible, aren't they, really? The thunder, lightning and rain was at 12:50, says Ron, around the Twickenham, Whitton areas. It woke me up. It did half light up the sky. It's ever so pretty, isn't it? When you sort of, because the first time I heard it, I thought, oh, perhaps it's fireworks. And it turned out not to be fireworks, which was a bit of a pain. Steve, I tried Iceland braised steak in onion gravy today. It was delicious. Too much gravy for me. Took 20 minutes boiling in the bag, served with mash and peas. So easy. I tried to go on Tuesday. Yeah, it's 10% off. Oh, I told you that. For the over 60s. You have to tell the cashier. No, I don't have to tell them. She just goes, discount? I go, yes. So you get it. And Also, I've got their reward card, also a saving. What I do, I round my shopping up to the nearest pound, and when you've saved 20 quid, they give you £1 better than the bank. I use it for Christmas and Easter shopping. Ooh. I think it's good that we get a discount as pensioners. We don't get a lot in life, do we? Why shouldn't we get oh, look, there's Rishi Sunak. God, I bet he's feeling sick of how to be humiliated. How to be humiliated. Embarrassing, isn't it? Does he stand a cat in hell's chance? No, not a cat, unless things are going to change dramatically. But already the camera crew, this is not going to be till 12:30 today, but already the camera crews are down there, you know, on Little Green, and they'll be setting up all their things, and there'll be somebody shouting obscenities in the background. There always is. The Blackpool illuminations are now eco-friendly bulbs. I thought they were using those before, but I could be wrong. And 7 in 10 cash machines could start charging, or they'll take them out. Because they used to charge. You remember they used to have all these cash machines everywhere, and they would charge. If they were in clubs and things like that, there was a £2.50 charge, but then for the banks, they didn't charge. Fancy being charged to take your own money out. You know, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it, really? I'm not going for that one. Steve, will you be going for your autumn booster and flu jab if it's offered? Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm at that age now where I get it. So that could be quite good. And did you see... I'll tell you about it later. Milk shortage fears. There's going to be people demonstrating. You know, those prats again. They're going to be, oh, we don't want you to have milk. It's got to be... Oh, go away, honestly. Very dreary. I saw some nice milk on sale in the market the other day. My friend said to me, he said, you should get that milk. It's delicious. He said, I said, well, listen, I've had Graham's Gold Top. Graham's Gold Top, smooth. It's ice cold. It's delicious. But this was special milk, £3.25 for a bottle, plus £2 on the bottle. And I said, if you think I'm spending £5.25 at Marylebone Market on a bottle of milk, you've got another thing coming. He said, but it's really good. I said, it would blooming well have to be. Well, milk's milk. Exactly, it's milk. Ridiculous, isn't it? What have you got in Wandsworth that they've not got anywhere else? You won't like this idea. They've just installed them. Chinese facial recognition cameras. In other words, the camera will find criminals quite easily. So when, you know, people have been hauled in there for whatever misdemeanors they've done, the camera will retain their image and you can follow them on the cameras. It's like the ANPR cameras, you know, those ones. So in other words, you go past one of these things which is in a police car and you go ping, 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 and it will show them no tax, driver wanted, no insurance, you know, no driving licence in a lot of cases. These cameras hang from poles ringed with spikes. They've been installed on Baskerville Road, where homes fetch up to 10 million. Really? And so it's to protect them from would-be thieves. Or who's going to climb up a lamppost? Well, this is Mary Poppins. Goodness sake, nobody climbs up lampposts. They won't know what they are because they're going to see them climbing up, aren't they? And then they're going to find them. It's to deter would-be thieves or vandals. What's a thief going to do? They are to prevent crime and promote public safety. Yeah, but the trouble is, as I've said before, I mean, I'm quite sure that in Canada they've got CCTV cameras. Does that protect those people? No? Nothing at all, because if somebody's going to commit a crime, they're going to commit a crime. They couldn't care less whether they're being photographed or filmed or CCTV'd. It doesn't make any difference at all. It's, you know, they go, oh, it's a deterrent. Of course it's not. If somebody's going to go out there with a knife and attack people for no reason, they're not bothered about a deterrent like a CCTV camera. I mean, I watch these police action, you're going to prison programmes, and the worst ones are the police who have to go out in Brighton on a Friday and Saturday night and deal with drunks. Took 6 police officers to sort of bring somebody down the other day, and then he wouldn't get in the back of the van. And so they were getting ready to sort of spray him with something. I don't know, eau de cologne, I should imagine. He looked like he stank to high heaven. And you look at it and you think to yourself, these people, it's booze. It's absolutely booze. It's nothing at all. You know, people seem to take on, you know, the strength of 10 men. Lenny Henry's got a book out, and Queen Victoria's 90 is up for sale. It's very exciting. A pair of her knickers came up on the Antiques Roadshow the other day. They reckon 15,000 quid. For a pair of Queen. I mean, I don't know how many pairs of knickers. Well, the trouble is, I mean, she was huge. I mean, I thought they were selling off a Billy Smart circus tent, and they went, no, it is because I think she had a 52-inch waist, which was, I mean, she was a rotund little thing, mainly because she didn't do anything. She just ate. That's all she did. But they came up with the Antiques Roadshow and they said, look, they're actually worth a bit of money. I think it was about 51 inches across the girth. Reinforced gusset, I should imagine. But it's an XXL 90. I mean, a pair of... She was big. She was big. In those days, they didn't have sort of things like thongs. You know, perish the thought. But it was discovered during a clear-out. Because they used to apparently be gifted to people. I'm thinking of doing the same. You know, which is lovely. Oh, I must tell you, incidentally, you know, I've got these 2 shows at the Magic Circle on the 30th of December. One at 2:30 and one at 7 o'clock. Both sold out. No tickets. I checked with them the other day. They went, oh, didn't we tell you they've sold out? I went, do you know, it gets better. All the money going to charity, and still to come, I've still put in a bid for my Make Some Noise item, which I can't tell you about, but I think we're going to be doing another show at the Leicester Square Theatre. Last time I had people queuing around the block, which was very nice, and we're very, very grateful. So thank you very much indeed. And Ian says, I've got Belgian chocolate or salted caramel. I'll bring a 2 of each. God, honestly, twist my arm behind my back and call me Susan. Absolutely sounds fantastic. Look at that. I think I might go salted caramel today. I don't know. Actually, you see, I'm very fickle. I've changed my mind, Ian, already. Poor Ian, honestly, just pootles up and down the road. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. I might go salted caramel because it was particularly good last time because it's Haagen-Dazs. So there you go.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So I've got these 2 stories about shoplifting. 2 good stories, which I shall tell you about a little bit later on. So the moonshot. Oh, the moonshot's on hold again. Another few more weeks. I mean, it's never going to happen, is it? Never going to happen. Another Brit has died in a holiday hotel from the 6th floor, from a balcony. And I don't know the circumstances, but this is the second one in a month in the same area. And I begin to wonder, because we've had people that do this thing. There's no suggestion that this person did it. People leap from balconies to balconies. Why? I have no idea. I can only assume mad and on drugs. Why would you ever want to leap from one balcony to another in a hotel? Because all you've got to do is miss it, and it's like people take drugs. People used to take... What were the drugs? I can't remember. People used to take this stuff which used to make you hallucinate. And so, in other words, whatever you imagined would appear before you. So if you were sitting in front of the television and you took this LSD, you would imagine flowers. And all of a sudden, your sitting room would be filled with flowers. You could pick bunches and bunches of flowers. The only problem was a lot of people believed that they could fly. So they would go into the bedroom and they would fly. They thought they were flying around the bedroom. They would sit on the wardrobe and then they would open a window and they would fly out. Unfortunately, they weren't flying out. They were basically, you know, going to their death, but they didn't know that. This dangerous balcony jumping trend prevalent in Spain, mainly due to drunk British people on holiday. It's called balconing, refers to the practice of jumping into a swimming pool from a hotel balcony. You'd have to be off your face, wouldn't you, to do anything like that? No, well, she didn't. I don't know. There's always a swimming pool, isn't there? But I just can't think, you know, you would have to be on drugs to even think that you could leap from balcony to balcony. I mean, I wouldn't risk it if it was on the 1st floor, let alone the 6th floor, thank you very much indeed. And then there's that bloke who's just been arrested. He climbed the outside of the Shard at 21. He's been done for this before. He's been sent to prison. And he climbed up barehanded, just with a bag of chalk dust, which they use to keep their hands dry. You see them doing it at the Olympics, and you see them doing it for gymnastics and everything else. And Adam Lockwood waved at them as he climbed up the outside, shirtless. And a couple staying on the 40th spoke about spotting him ascending the London skyscraper. It's 72 floors, this building. And he posted a photograph. I mean, seriously, it makes me feel ill even looking at the photograph, because he has no fear of heights. You know, whereas in fact he could actually slip, and he's had his picture taken. He's clung on to the outside of buildings just with one hand before now. 72 floors. I don't know if you've ever seen the Shard, but it's absolutely huge. And he climbed up the outside just clinging on. Can you imagine if all of a sudden a bit comes away in your hand? Game over. He climbed all the way up. He was barefoot and shirtless. He's 21. Anyway, 2 other men were detained on suspicion of causing a public nuisance. And he's put. Now, I don't know what these people do this for. I suppose because they can, but he literally just climbed up. I mean, it makes me feel ill looking at the pictures. It's so high. And the fire brigade stood down underneath. I mean, with all due respect to the fire brigade, what in God's name did they think they were going to do if he fell? Form a ring and try and grab him as he hits the ground? There's no point at all in them being there. The last thing you want is that. I mean, I would think, why don't they put nets around these sort of places, around, different floors, so that if somebody does fall off, then they're going to get caught in the net. That makes perfect sense, because otherwise, straight to the ground, dead instantly. But I don't know why they do it. They obviously have no... I've seen people doing this before. I think he did it in Dubai as well. In Dubai. There you go. They're all standing there, looking at him. I mean, it's a waste of a fire engine. But what are they going to do? They can't do anything. They don't have ladders that can go up there and pick him off, and he doesn't want to be picked off anyway. And so there's loads of police cars there, and then the rest of it is the public taking pictures of him, because he's a celebrity. And one of the guests there at the Shard, sort of took pictures of it, and look, it's just amazing. You can obviously climb up these things, and it just, I don't want to think about it. I feel far too ill, honestly. And but when I've seen them doing it in Dubai, people go up Dubai. Again, vertical buildings clinging on just with their hands. Terrible. Waj says, locked into the spike, finally chucking it down with rain. Chucking it. That sounds like a good title for a song, doesn't it? It's chucking it down with rain, I think. Brenda says, that's Richard Madeley's biggest crush. I happened to be in Richmond yesterday and waking up to the park, I saw a guy I thought was you. I was just about to go, oh my God, it's Steve, until I saw this man with a pint. Well, unfortunately, on Sunday, I go off for breakfast. I don't go anywhere near Richmond, mainly because there's nowhere to park. You have to pay for parking, even on a Sunday in Richmond. Oh, yeah, they're ghastly, Richmond Council. Dreadful. But as I say, as the high street's crumbling at the moment, God knows what it's going to be like come Christmas time. Even worse, I should imagine. Steve, magic mushrooms is the one that makes you think you could fly, says Ibrahim. Either way, a lot of people die through it. A lot of people die through things like that. Howie says, happy Labour Day to all the expats living in London. Used to be called Brian, now they're Pats. And to my daughter Liz, now living in Childs Hill. Where in God's name is Childs Hill? Never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. So, what, in London is this? Or is this North London? Why is it called Childs Hill? Do we know? Is it? Oh, it's just called Childs Hill because it's in Barnet. Oh, well, there you go. There you go, Liz. You're in Barnet, which is very near Neasden and Cricklewood and the Hill Garden and Pergola. Childs Hill is one of two areas. Took its name from Richard Le Child, who in 1312 held a customary house and 30 acres. He was doing all right. He was in with the right people. Lorraine in Walthamstow says, Steve, I ate a whole tub of Haagen-Dazs strawberry cheesecake ice during the early hours of this morning. It's all your fault. My excuse, I had to reward myself for gradually getting fitter after 2 thyroid operations. Oh, I just take levothyroxine. They didn't bother with the operation for me. But I don't think they bother with operations at all, actually, now. So the moonshot on hold. And Gary Barlow and his pies. And planting the right flowers to help bees. Bees need help. So you've got to plant the right things for them. Bless their hearts. Viewers have urged ITV, they're not really viewers, these are sort of Looney Tunes people, to ditch Holly and Phil. We want Rylan and Ruth Langsford. No chance. No chance, I'm afraid. No chemistry whatsoever. Ruth sitting there thinking, I wish you'd materialise into Eamon. Make it much, much easier. What have Dermot and Alison got in their dressing rooms? Botox? I don't know. I do have the answer a little bit later on. And apparently Kelly Neelan will leave Corrie in a rooftop showdown. I know you're all thinking the same thing. Who? I know. So, woman leaves Coronation Street. Doesn't really help if you don't know who she is in the first place. I mean, as if it's something important. Somebody leaves a soap opera that they've been in. But who does she... I don't know who she plays. I've got no idea. But it's going to be a rooftop showdown. So she'll probably fall off it, I should imagine. And who is she? Here she is. Oh, she's bleach blonde and she's got boobies. Oh, she's the teenage daughter of notorious loan shark Rick Neelan, an ex-foster daughter of Imran Habib and Toya Battersby. No, none the wiser on that one, I'm afraid. I wish I was. Actually. Steve, hope you are well. says Michael Neil Dennis, the Black Cab poet. He says, I'm currently stuck in Birmingham Airport, waiting for Wizz Air to sort a bus transfer after being diverted from Gatwick. We've been here over 2 hours. An absolute shambles. He says, I don't recommend them at all. I'm not surprised. Oh, I mean, 4:27 in the morning, stuck at Birmingham Airport. There's nothing to do in Birmingham. Diverted from Gatwick. Oh, I bet they're really fed up. Poor soul, honestly. Could write a poem about that and just say the word bugger. We could leave it at that. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry, but lovely to hear from you. Lovely to hear from you. We'll try and make the programme as entertaining as possible. Childs Hill, Steve, is in Northwest 2, Cricklewood, thank you. Sales of Yorkshire tea have soared by 5 million a year. I like Yorkshire tea. I know some person, it was in the paper the other day, who mixes it with Earl Grey. Yorkshire tea and Earl Grey, so 2 tea bags, which seems a bit bizarre, doesn't it? The Rooneys have sold their former home for 3.5 million, and when little H, which stands for horrendous, goes on holiday, apparently people sing tragedy because they've looked at him, and it's now looking a little bit tragic. So he says it makes it very difficult to go on holiday. Well, don't go on holiday, dear. Don't go on. Why do people, embrace the fame and sort of become little show-offs and then when they go on holiday, they wonder why somebody goes, all right, tragedy, let the feeling come, all right, tragedy. I mean, what do you think, dear? They're not going to be singing Nessun Bloomin' Dorma, are they, at you? Honestly. But still to come, these 2 stories about shoplifting. And I'm sure it goes on all the time. I just wish it didn't go on every time I am to be looking at it. I look at somebody and then they get up and do something. I think, oh, no. The dive-bombing bird of prey, which puts picnickers into a panic because if birds see food, they want to go for it. And if they go for it, they're going to go for as much food as they... What have I done with that paper? I keep losing papers around here, actually. Yeah, oh, there it is. Thought I'd lost my copy of The Sun, the in-depth thing. So everybody else talking about Liz and her £100 billion aid vow, and the Prince's Rift. This is boring old ginger bloke and his what is that woman's name over in America. Apparently William and Harry were staying half a mile apart yesterday but failed to meet up in, well, I should imagine Harry's just the embarrassment. He's the embarrassment. He has no control over Meghan, who is systematically trying to bring down the royal family, and as I say, Harry's doing nothing because he's bored. The only thing he can do is come up with, oh, I'm playing a game of whatever it is, rounders, polo. It's like rounders on horses, and I'm going to give the money to charity, to my Centre Barlow charity, which is very laudable, but frankly, that's all he's got to do. It's either that or he does DIY. Harry will not be trusted. You could never trust him. He was the drunk in the family. I've got pictures of him coming out of nightclubs, lashing out at photographers because he thought he was something special. He's proven that he's not. He's proven that he's a bit of a turncoat.
We love tech that helps make us healthier. Watches that monitor our heart rate. Apps that count our steps. But what about your toothbrush? Achieve exceptional brushing with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. You really can't trust Harry and Meghan. You really can't, because in fact they're still using the name Sussex Royal on social media 2 years after agreeing to drop it. I mean, they really are a pair of ghastly hypocrites. They were told not to use it. Meghan revealed last week she plans to return to Instagram. Yes, because I'm sure you've got so much to tell the world, dear. How I was a failed actress in a little thing called Suits that nobody ever saw. And that was the end. End of the career. Do you know a whole page on this Coronation Street's Kelly Neelan? Apparently it's going to finish with a rooftop showdown using the movie magic featured in the Marvel films. Because they bought one of these video walls kind of things you can create, I mean, I'd rather see her in the Serengeti. Being attacked by wildebeest or something like that. Make it marginally more interesting. But, I mean, she's decided to leave, and so they're going to be grappling outside at night with the Manchester skyline behind them. But they were filmed. It says all this has been done. They were filmed in the studio using a giant wraparound screen. It's just a soap. It's only pretend. It's not real. It's not real, but, and so they'll sort of have all these different bits and pieces. Apparently EastEnders fans have been given a sneak peek of tonight's special Mitchell family flashback, which will transport viewers back to 1979. God, I can live without that. Thank you very much indeed. 1979. Do you know, next year, LBC celebrates 50 years. 50 years. I've done 43 of them myself. 43 myself. I think I'm the longest serving. I don't think there's anybody who's actually done longer. Probably in their mind. Kim says, don't think I'd recognise Coronation Street now, Steve. Bring back the Elsies, the Enas and the Marthas. Oh, dear, you go back for... Look at them, honestly, I love them. They were such good characters. The trouble is, Ina Sharples was terribly well-spoken. Terribly well-spoken. The good, strong northern women of the world, she was. I thought they were all good, except when you go, oh, Ina, is that okay? She'd say, get me a stout. And they were strong northern women. Ina Sharples, I tell you. Oh, Violet Carson. My God, you never mess with her. She'd go into the pub with a hairnet on. It's a bit like Colleen Rooney. She'd go into the pub with a hairnet on, and when they went out there, people wanted to see them. I still miss the days of Pat Phoenix. Oh, they were huge stars. Huge stars. Because television was, relatively new. Not everybody had a television. And there they were at sort of Blackpool, and they were sort of, getting into it. I mean, I remember when, Pat Phoenix left. I mean, it was always like, people went into mourning. It were proper northern drama, kitchen sink drama. It was blooming brilliant. Nowadays, it's got 3-year-olds working on the show. We've got a corner shop with Dev, whose acting gets pitifully worse and worse. In fact, I've never seen anybody who can't deliver lines as badly as him. Although, I watched the... what's the programme I watched the other day? The dancing programme where people dress up as characters. Last Dancer. Masked Dancer, that's right. And I tell you the person who looked bored out of his mind. Jonathan Ross. Every time the camera cut to him, he was trying to sort of feign enthusiasm, but quite clearly there wasn't any. Whereas, Davina McCall was very, very good, bouncing around all over the place. But every time I went to Jonathan Ross wearing another one of these old outfits, I mean, he hasn't updated his outfits for God knows how long. They look as though they've come out of a child's dressing-up box. But he just looked bored and old. I was really disappointed because I thought he's normally quite witty and stuff like that. But on this one, obviously, they don't tell him when the camera's going to him. And he just looked fed up, actually. But that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? What else we got? Oh, more pictures of this man. George Aligaya has been hit by a new cancer setback, a tumour in his back. He revealed he's been in agony as the growth presses against his lower vertebrae. He's 66. He was diagnosed with stage 4 bowel cancer in 2014. He said, I've spent a lot of the last 18 months in extreme pain. There have been times when even lying down makes it worse. He thought he was rid of the cancer, only for it to come back in 2017 and spread to his lungs. He told a newspaper he worried about leaving behind his wife of 38 years. He said, one of the things I want to do is hold hands with my wife until the end. Which is so sad, isn't it? I think that's so sad. They had a thing the other day, Richard E. Grant, he did a thing saying that it's been a year since his wife died. He said, and never a day goes by where he doesn't think about her and everything that they got up to. Wayne, my trolley dolly, says, out of those 50 years of LBC, I've been listening since the 90s. Now LBC is on constantly and I would be lost without it. Yes, I mean, you're not alone. You're not alone. We'd be lost without it too. We'd be lost without it. I was thinking about it as I was coming in this evening, actually. I was sort of thinking I needed to get more sleep. I'm not getting as much sleep as I'd have done. But I think it's only because yesterday I did doze on and off. I went out for sort of breakfast. It was lovely. Came back and dozed. And, of course, that screws up your night time. I've got to stay awake longer. One big sleep is better than 2 little ones. How many times have you heard that? A lot. Also, a broadband company set up only 12 months ago now offers internet to more than a third of Britain. Giganet, it's called. God, I've never heard of these things. There's so many different people, aren't there, who are offering all sorts of sort of good deals now, and they're going to be better. Well, I'm hoping they're going to be better. But now I'm thinking about Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, who's stuck in Birmingham airport waiting for Wizz Air to sort themselves out. I was watching a thing on EasyJet. Oh, which one? Lord above, what on earth is that? Very bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, all right. And I was watching the EasyJet programme, and they got poor little Leo there, and they get people shouting, and then some woman going, "So you've lost my bag. Where is my bag?" You know, and at EasyJet, it turned out, I mean, they seem to have an answer for most things, but on this particular programme, she said, and then this woman started swearing at her. Well, of course, the moment you swear at somebody, it's like if you're on the phone to somebody and you start swearing, click, they'll put the phone down. They're taught to put the phone down. They don't have to listen to that kind of garbage. And this woman was going, "You've lost my bag. I've got no..." Amazing how many people lose their bags, and they've got no money at all. In the entire universe, they don't have any friends. And then you realise why. And their friends don't have any money either. And she said, "What about, how am I going to get back to Wales? How am I going to get back to Wales?" And so the woman said, "I've explained to you, I can't do anything about it. You know, when the bag turns up, we will have it delivered to your home." "Well, but how am I supposed to get back to Wales now? I don't have any money on me. Are you going to give me money now?" And she went, "No." She went, "Well, it was a fair point, but it turns out she'd booked online. And if you book online, you've got no rights at all. Seriously." She said, "Listen, it's not my personal fault the bag has been lost, but I can't do anything for you because you booked it online." Well, this woman nearly, I thought she was going to have an apoplectic rage. I found it quite interesting, actually, because it was sort of one of those sort of things. Are you and Clive Bull the longest-serving LBC presenters? I'm longer. He was here a little bit longer, yeah, but I've been presenting longer. Because Clive was on the LBC training scheme. So I've been presenting. And also, he had a much longer gap. He sort of came off for quite a while. Delicious cup of tea. We love our tea. Do you know rain helps some animal species to grow larger? It's a study of mice. When I was coming up here this evening, or after the car dropped me off, mice everywhere, little tiny things, literally jumping over each other to get to all, because all the rubbish was put out and the food's in there, and all they do is gnaw through the plastic bags and then eat whatever they can smell inside there. It's amazing, isn't it? But literally, I must have seen about 6 or 8 disappearing under those flower things. They obviously hang around. They've probably got some club going on or something. You know, they're like mice. And it's funny because considering they're so tiny, boy, do they move fast. Like that. It's absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hundreds of children are going to start the school year without their uniforms because of M&S delivery delays. Parents are angry that orders still have not turned up months after they paid for them. I went in, where did I go the other day? And they didn't have, it was Marks and Spencer's. I fancied Chinese. And they hardly had anything. The stocking up process was very poor. Very, very poor. But anyway, so I saw shoplifting twice the other day. One of them was I was amazed that somebody could be so pitifully cheap. And it was in Costco. Now, I know what a lot of people do in Costco because I've seen it happen myself. I can remember a friend of mine started an argument with some woman and her children. They'd seen the jars of jelly beans, Jelly Bellies, and they'd opened the top of them, taken the cardboard off, and they were putting their hands in and eating these jelly babies. So a friend of mine went up then to them, this was years ago, and went, "You thief!" It was terribly brave, terribly brave. And this woman looked, I mean, now what should have happened is they should have called the staff over, they should have taken a card off her and cut it up and said, "Out, you're not coming back here ever again." But this bloke, I nipped up there. What did I nip up to buy? I nipped up to buy something in particular. They got more Christmas stuff out. And they had a couple of things which swirl inside with glitter and they're battery operated. And I thought, I'll buy those. And then I looked, oh, no, I can't buy them. And so but I might go back today and buy them. I don't know, I haven't quite decided. I'm so strong. I'm so weak-minded when it comes to Christmas decorations and stuff. What I'll end up doing is buying them, looking at them, going, "They're very nice," and giving them to my brother. That's the best thing to do. Give them to my brother and his wife, and they appreciate these things more than I do. Anyway, if you've been to Costco, they have everything's in the same place. They've got all the fridges. They do the wine. They do the meat. They do the cooked turkey. They do the spare ribs. Not cooked turkey. The cooked chickens, which are about £4.50. It's rotisserie chickens. They're really delicious, and the spare ribs are absolutely delicious. And then next to that, they've got all sorts of prawns and sausages and bits and pieces, and then they've got the fruit section, and they've got fruit outside, which is, you know, they've got boxes of pineapples and bits and pieces, and then inside a refrigerated part they've got the soft fruits like the blueberries, the blackberries, the asparagus, the strawberries, the peaches, I bought some lovely lychees from Israel. I never even thought Israel grew lychees. And they've got them all in packets. None of it's loose. It's all packeted up. But this bloke I saw doing something, and I'm afraid I had to use bad words. Not like me at all, but I thought to myself, it's just not on. It's not on. And had I been working there, I'd have had his card taken off him and had him kicked out. And I'll tell you why.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday morning. Welcome to Down Came the Rain. Loads of it. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. I love things like that. It's great, isn't it? I like watching that. I don't want to be in it, but I don't mind watching it. It's 11 minutes to 5. Oh, somebody wrote to me and says, do you remember the name of Minnie Caldwell's cat? Bill in Accrington. Accrington Stanley. Who are they? Of course I remember the cat because it was called Bobby. I bet you can't remember the name of the lady who played Minnie Caldwell, can you? It was Margot Bryant. She never got... I mean, you knew her as Minnie Caldwell. I think she bought the cat in about the 1960s or something like that. And that's like Bobby. A good old northern name, isn't it, for a cat? Bobby, I ask you, really. Goodness sake. Steve, I've started a poem, says Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, about our bad experience with Wizz Air UK. W9 and their poor customer service, but it currently, he said, needs far too much editing and toning down to be broadcastable. God. Actually, that would drive me mad. When I came back with Dale from somewhere, where had we been to? I don't know, it must have been overseas somewhere. They lost his bag. I've never seen somebody lose their temper so fast. So fast. I mean, literally, quite quickly. And we went into the lost property and all the rest of it, and they were apologetic, because they don't know where these things go to. They've got no idea. They just go, listen, it didn't arrive this end on the carousel. I used to sort of stand there waiting by the carousel thinking, why don't they provide seats? You have to... No, my bag's never first. You think it went on first, but of course it means it comes off last. I think there should be a thing. If you paid a lot of money for the seat, you get your bag first. It's as simple as that. And tie a bit of glitter around it or ribbon or something so that when it comes off the plane, you've got it. But, I used to look around thinking, do you think there are people hidden behind mirrored glass going, he looks a bit suspicious? Shoplifting story. Oh, yeah. That's right. I'm going to tell you about the shoplifting story. So anyway, I'm in Costco. I'd wandered about with my little trolley. I picked up a few little bits and pieces. And I looked around for Prosecco, but I couldn't find any Prosecco. Perhaps they'd had a rush on it. So anyway, I ended up in the fruit section. And as you go straight in, they've got piles of blackberries and black currants in boxes, sealed. And they've got strawberries. And the strawberries come in a wooden case at Costco. And they're all very nice. They're in there. And then stretched over the top is a piece of plastic, which hooks on each corner of the box. So, when you take it home, you just lift the plastic off and then you can eat your strawberries. And you get quite a lot of them in the box. And this bloke there, old bloke, and what had he done? He's got the strawberries. I thought he was just, because people move them and go try and find which one looks, the nicest. No, he'd taken the plastic off one of the boxes of strawberries and was taking strawberries out of that box to put in his box of strawberries. Thieving old bag. I couldn't believe it. I was watching him think, no, you really are doing what I thought you were doing. So he's making his box bigger by filling it with strawberries from another box. And so I walked past him and went, you're a thief. I don't think he spoke English because it didn't seem to register at all. I couldn't believe somebody would do that. Somebody who actually thieved to put about, a dozen more strawberries in your box. Well, he'd be caught on CCTV. What I wanted to happen was for him to get to the checkout and the girl on the checkout go, there's too many strawberries in this box. Can somebody get me another box of strawberries? I didn't report him, no, I didn't. I don't think the staff are bothered about it. They probably see it all the time. I've seen people opening, because all their chocolates, if you buy Cadbury's chocolate, it comes in a box of Cadbury's chocolate. I've seen people open these things and taken a bar of chocolate out and eat it. It's like women in supermarkets with kiddies in prams. They'll get a packet of crisps off the shelf, open them up and give them to them. Seriously. But my second shoplifting was even better. Imagine. 2 shopliftings in different days, admit it. No, it was the same day. It was the same day. I mean, I think trouble follows me around. I became psychic the other day. Completely psychic. I was guessing, I like to, when I get the notification through for my car, it tells me where the car is, how far away it is, and what your driver's name is. Not that it makes any difference, but and so it goes beep, and it always bleeps you and all the rest of it. And so the other day I guessed, and I saw the number 13, so I said 13 to myself out loud. Checked on how far away the car was, 13 minutes. Today, the notification came through, and I went 20, and it was 21. I mean, seriously. I mean, sometimes it's been literally round the corner. But I decided to go out on Saturday. Yes, it was Saturday, and get myself a piece of toast at the garden centre, Squires, which is they've got lots of branches all over the place, and a cup of tea and probably a smoothie. And they've got a cafe there, and it's quite nice. And they do cook, but they were having a bit of trouble with chef. Because when people were coming in ordering breakfast, I was sitting right by the woman who was allocating tables. And the bloke came out from the kitchen. He was obviously manager or something. And he said, it's half an hour delay on breakfast. Chef's having a breakdown. So I'm thinking, do you know, you could write a book on these places. But anyway, that was nothing to do with it. So I'm sitting there and I've got my toast and everything else. And sitting almost directly opposite me is a mother and daughter and baby. Okay, baby's in high chair. What they do is they give them a piece of paper to colour in, but I mean, she was baby, so she couldn't colour in. She just kept throwing the pencil on the floor. And mother and baby were there. And I'm not really taking too much notice. You know, I'm sort of thinking they hadn't had their food, they hadn't ordered anything. But then they did order food, but that came along a little bit later. And I was sort of watching, and I've got my tea, and I've buttered my toast. And actually, the good news was that they give you enough butter to put on it, as opposed to sometimes just a packet of butter to slice a huge... Well, it's just not possible. It's not possible. Anyway, and at one point, the daughter gets up, and we're in Squires Garden Centre, so everything's there. You go straight the way through to go out to the plants, but inside they sell everything from cakes and biscuits and games and books and videos and DVDs and stuff like that. And she goes into the garden centre bit. Well, down one end it's all garden centre stuff like Tom Wright and things like that, and up this end it's all sort of kiddies stuff and everything else. And she gets there and she's in my direct line of sight. And she starts looking up. She's looking up at the ceiling. I'm thinking, oh, you're looking for CCTV cameras. That's what she was doing. She was seeing if they had her on CCTV. And so she's looking round and she doesn't see any cameras. And she picks up a book. She's looking up and she puts the book back. Because I'm thinking she hasn't got a bag with her. What's she going to do? Stuff it up her ample jumper? No. She picks up a toy, a child's toy, which is sealed in plastic. It's in a blister pack. She comes back to the table, and there's a big sign by the restaurant that says, do not bring any goods from the shop in unless you've paid for them. Well, she hasn't paid for it. She's thieved it. So she's looked around for the cameras, no cameras, and she takes it, she sits down, and she shows the little toy to her baby, like that. And the baby obviously shows approval. So what does she do? She takes it out the blister pack, gives the toy to the kiddie. Now it's theft. And she puts the wrapper in an empty glass on the table. And I'm thinking, you thieving old trollop, how dare you thieve? Because what happens is, the more people who thieve, the more the prices go up. Because thieving beggars like that. So anyway, when I went to pay the bill, I said, see that table there? I said, she's thieved. She checked to see whether you've got CCTV cameras. I said, and she thieved this toy. I said, now whether or not she's going to go, oh, just add it onto the bill, I don't know. But at that moment, she'd thieved it. She'd opened up something that was sealed and given it to her baby. I reckon she had no intention of paying for this item. So, Squires, if you want to know, she was sitting there. You can't miss her. Sorry? Well, the girl who I told about it, she said, oh, I mentioned it to my supervisor. I said, I should imagine it goes on all the time. Seriously, it's just that, you know, some people want to thieve something. And I have to be honest, looking at them, they did look like they were the pair who were going to be thieving. And she did. I mean, I don't know what this thing cost, $3.99, $6.99, whatever it was, she hadn't paid for it. I'll have to stop going to these places. It's ridiculous. I see people all the time. I get quite traumatised. I watched somebody once in Marks and Spencer's in Twickenham making his daughter carry out a whole uncooked chicken. He just gave it to her. She walked out the door. And he followed, because who's going to stop a little girl of 6 or 7 holding a chicken? You know, really bad. Very, very bad. What else we got? Gary Barlow. He's got a book out, hasn't he, actually? I think he has. I think he's got Yes, everybody else has got a book out at the moment. Oh, it's called A Different Stage. The Back for Good singer admitted it wasn't the only distraction for punters. When he played in working men's clubs, he'd be upstaged by the arrival of the meat pies. Not surprised. I mean, given the choice, Gary Barlow, want you back? Want your meat pie? Hello, meat pie. You know, how deep is your crust? It only takes a minute to warm my gravy. And I mean, I'm a big fan of all the Gary Barlow hits, and so that's what he's flogging a book. He never stops, does he? He's either writing or turning up at some naff footballer's wedding to sing for them. Whether he turns up with a band, I've got no idea. I don't think the other boys get a look in, which is a shame, really. Also, we've got the news in a minute. The King of Horror. This is Stephen. I've never read a Stephen King book. Never, ever. I don't think I get the same effect. And on the other hand, if I see a film on the television and it looks like it's going to be a horror thing, when I turn it over. I can't be bothered to watch. They were doing I've never seen any of his films. I was watching a programme the other day, and it was sort of emergency A&E. And this woman, I think, was having a toe amputated. And she was chatting away to them, and they put the injection into her. I nearly passed out. I'm terrible on things. Honestly, show me blood and I'm just blooming useless. Absolutely useless. Still to come, Mick Jagger revealing Charlie Watts' last words. And Jeremy Clarkson says society's number one problem is not Putin or Brexit, but the complete and utter uselessness of today's youth.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Me and Jean, Steve, have booked a cruise online. Are you saying we have no comeback if there's a problem? Well, it only works for flying, as far as I know. I've got no idea. I haven't read the terms and conditions. But you need to check. If you book something online, you need to check that it's exactly the same as if you'd booked it through an estate agent. You know, because effectively, you've booked it yourself. I mean, I've got a friend of mine who's going to Vietnam next year. They've booked all of it themselves. They haven't gone through a travel agent at all, which if you go through a travel agent, you'll be bonded with ABTA and things like that. But if you do it online, I'm not sure you are. But I don't know, because I've never booked anything online. I'm always a bit lazy and get John Warrington to do it. How am I going to get to work today, Steve, says Brian. There's a major bus strike between Luton and Watford for 2 days as well. Oh, dear. Well, we don't have a tube or a bus strike at the moment. Pete the Pool Man. He says, out shopping in Milan, New York and Japan with Richard. It was Windsor, actually. He said hi. Oh, Richard. Oh, it's Richard Fairbrass. Yes, from Bright said Fred. We go back a long way. We go back a long, long way. How funny. In Windsor. Yes. In fact, there was a piece in the paper the other day, which I read out on the programme, about Richard and his brother. And how that song has kept them going for a long, long time. But they were so broke at one point, they considered making a porno film. Which, just as well they didn't. Just as well they didn't. But he said it was on that they didn't have any money. They were absolutely brassic. But still looks good, Richard. Still looking very good. Nice picture. And Pete, you look very good as well. Steve, I know exactly what you mean about Costco. The one in Lakeside, they always open the pastries. Shocking behaviour, says Ashley. I find it absolutely unbelievable. I find it unbelievable that somebody would actually thieve some strawberries. You feel like, literally, going up to them saying, hello, can I just see your card? And carrying one of these machines which sort of check your card, taking it away, cutting it up and go, you haven't got a card now. Thank you very much indeed. You know, if Costco are prepared to put up with people thieving, you know, it's got to be really desperate. But as I say, I've seen it for ages and ages. British Airways, says Paul, always put a priority sticker on your case, so even if it goes in first, it will come out first. Well, that must be a bit difficult, because you've got to go to the back to pick it. Well, that's very complicated. Steve, why don't you try out the Toby Carvery for breakfast at Worcester Park, says Sarah. It's open again now. And Waj says you'd make a good store detective. Too good. Too good. Even Roger says you're in the wrong occupation. You should have been a store detective. I'm wasted here. Seriously, I can just tell. I can watch somebody walk into Marks and Spencer's and I can tell you within less than 30 seconds whether they're a Marks and Spencer's customer or whether they're going to thieve. I did see somebody once. I was by the front door and they stupidly moved all their booze by the front door, bottles of whiskey. And this bloke picks one up, puts it under his coat. And I looked at him and went, put it back. And so he took it out of his coat and put it back on there again. Yeah, he'll probably just go back and nick it and, a second time. That's what people do. Steve, it drives me mad when I see people in shops opening packets of food while doing their shopping and either eating the food themselves or giving it to the kids. That's shoplifting, as they haven't paid for it yet. Well, they do it with grapes. They'll pick up, a punnet of grapes and they'll eat them as they go around, or a bag of grapes, which have to be weighed, and they give them to the kids as they're going around. These people are thieves. They're thieves. But also, sometimes you'll see an empty packet in the bottom of the trolley. And if I was on the till, I'd be going, sorry, can you pass me the empty packet? And they'll then lie and go, oh, no, it wasn't. It was in there when I started. No, they clean all the trolleys, dear. They're a liar. And, you have to sort these people out. Awaiting the 0501 from Purley, 0412 Brighton to head into the city. Currently delayed to 0505. Isn't that annoying, Mark? When they do they did a thing on, was it Heidi High? And they're sitting on the wrong platform. And the train comes in. This is the 11:30 train, which is now delayed to 2 p.m. The 2 p.m. train, which would have been here at 1:30, is now delayed until 7 o'clock this evening. And then the guard comes into the little waiting room and he goes, "You've just missed the train." He said it was on platform 4 and you're on platform 5. And so they go, "Why didn't you?" He said, "But the woman doing the announcement," he said, "Oh, don't take any notice of her. She's mad as a fruitcake." So here we go. He says, 2 juveniles smoking in the toilet, which has the big sliding door. As a result, they set a fire alarm off in the driver's cabin. He had to come and check every sensor on the train. Delayed by 15 minutes. They should be banned from the rail network. Probably the same people who push behind you at the barriers. Yeah, trying to get through. I had that. When they were building new flats in Twickenham over the road at the sorting office, the amount of builders would jump through the barriers 2 or 3 at a time. The security there were totally useless. Totally useless. Jason, who's a Heathrow airfield officer, he said, "I see suitcases lost on the airside roads every day. You're not allowed to touch them except to move them to the side of the road." Really? What would they be doing there? It's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Bit of a strange one. Viewers have urged ITV to replace this morning's Pip and Holly with their holiday stand-in. Some fans claim they're past their sell-by date. No, they're not. No, they're not. You don't want to suffer with Rylan anymore. And much as though we like Eamon Holmes's wife, it's best left in the hands. Ruth, called Ruth because she's up there somewhere. And no, you don't want things like that. Ruth Langsford and Rylan Clark trying to pretend they're all buddy. Which is, it didn't work. She was always having to work, whereas with Eamon it was so much easier. And Philip and Holly are back today. So holidays are over now for everybody. Some fans, as I say they're past their sell-by date. One viewer wrote on Twitter, "Ruth and Rylan were my favourite couple over the summer break. Get rid of Holly and Phil, who are boring." Bit like you then, love, aren't they? I love that. One person wrote. One person, you saddo. Honestly, another added, "Ruth and Rylan should do it all the time. Phil and Holly think it's all about them." Well, it is. It is all about them. It's their programme. It's Holly and Phil. Phil cut Ruth off mid-sentence on an episode of ITV's Loose Women. It's led to a falling out. Oh, who cares? Goodness sake, you think everybody in TV land loves each other? Of course they're not. Not like radio, we're all kissy-kissy. I mean, really, we're kissy-kissy. Everybody's kissy-kissy. I kissy-kissy all the time. Yeah, me and Darren, everybody. Me and Nick, me and O'Brien, everybody. Somebody says, you have to wonder what Holly and Philip made of Ruth and Rylan's popularity. They won't think anything at all. They'll think that Rylan, who's not very good, just being sort of somebody with dyed hair and sort of too many teeth in his mouth does not make a good presenter. You can get better. You can get, and probably cheaper, I should imagine, at the same time. Luxury holiday lodge plans are set to be scrapped after a track was uncovered, 6,000 years old. It's an area of archaeological significance, Neolithic life. It's in West Wales. So planning permission for the 5 lodges should be refused when the decision, because if they find something of architectural interest, then they won't let you build on it. So that's all right, isn't it? Oh, there must be enough holiday lodges around. Good God in heaven. If you're going to go to Welsh Wales. Steve, in my local Asda, I saw a woman dressed well, walking around, putting her shopping into her pushchair. She then put a few items in the basket and paid for that. So when the alarm went off, she showed the security her carrier bag and the receipt. Oh, I've seen loads of people doing that. They use the children as a cover for their shoplifting. I think they should be thrown in the stocks. No, well, not the children, the parents, because they're quite clearly they're ne'er-do-wells. And so we put them in the stocks in Leicester Square and we pelt them with rotten fruit. And they learn the lesson away. And then we write on the side of their house. We get one of those graffiti artists round who put their moniker and everything going, "A thief lives here." You know, there were two women. They were, what did we call them earlier on? And that 10-year-old boy? They're called pickpockets. They're pickpockets. And they're out there. They targeted a 10-year-old boy, Daniela Catita Bocelli and Nagrita Iancu. British, obviously. One is 35, the other one is 41. They tried to steal from a young boy on the London Underground. The pair put a scarf over his bag and tried to snatch his belongings. They're an ugly twosome. I mean, I'm looking at a picture of them. They've got the word thieves written all over them. But unfortunately for them, plainclothes police officers patrolling Tottenham Court Road Station spotted the attempt and arrested them. Earlier in the day, officials and officers watched the pair approach an elderly woman and tried to pickpocket her, but the victim moved away. They also watched the pair of criminals target another two women, but they were again unsuccessful. If you get on the bus or the train or the tube and somebody gets on with a coat over their arm, move away from them. They're pickpockets. They're using the coat as the cover to put their hand in your back pocket, OK? And these two are... God, they're ugly. But anyway, at the City of London Magistrates Court, they pleaded guilty to attempted theft. One was sentenced to 18 weeks in jail and the other one was sentenced to 14 weeks. Should have been 10 years. 10 years. Teach them a court for. There'll be another 15 that they don't. 10 years at least. 10 years at least in prison. Otherwise, there's no deterrent. They come over. Romanian gangs are particularly virulent on the underground. And it's, I don't think they do the buses so much, but I've seen them on the buses on the television programme because I watched it thinking, how do they do that? And they also do the cash points. They'll stand behind somebody at the cash point, drop a fiver or a tenner on the ground and then go, "Oh, excuse money?" They film it. And what they're looking for, whilst you bend down to pick up, they've seen the number that you've keyed in and they take your card. So you then think the machine's kept it. So that's what they do. They thieve for a living. They thieve for a living. But I've seen people putting stuff in pushchairs loads of times. I told you there was a woman in Marks and Spencer's. She was putting steak and sausages in the hood of the pushchair. She had a little kid with her. And she had a basket and she just put a baguette in it. And so when she went to the checkout, in the days when we had a checkout, now you've got to do it yourself, which actually I don't mind. I can cope with it. Except if it's got booze, in which case they have to check how old you are, which always annoys me. And she put the thing in there, and I said to one of the blokes on the till, who was one of the managers, I said, "She's thieved." He said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Absolutely. It's in the hood of the pushchair." And so she went to. He said, "But yeah, she's a scuzzy." Anyway, it turned out her husband's in the military. And she goes in there every day. He said all the staff know her. She always chats to them. I said, yeah, she's thieving every day. That's what she does. She thieves for a living. Anyway, they stopped her outside the shop and said, "Can we just have..." Back inside. And she blamed the little girl. Yeah, don't take stuff off the shelves. Yeah, you put it there, dear. We saw you. Amazing. I'd have a field day. I would have a field day. Apparently... Jason says, Heathrow airfield officer, the suitcases fall off the baggage trolleys when being transferred from aircraft to baggage hall or Vicky Burker. Oh, right. And so they're not allowed to touch them. What's the point of that? They just put them to the side of the... Well, I don't know. I mean, I have to be honest, I've never actually lost a piece of baggage at the airport. And God knows I've been to some airports. I went to one in Kittler. Baggage control in Kittler, which is inside the Arctic Circle. 2 swing pub doors to get you through into the hall, and basically they just chuck it on the ground. You just sort of you have to find your case and pick it up. But it would be very easy to pick somebody else's case up and walk out with it. You wouldn't know, because so many cases now look the same. You know, you go there and you go, "Oh, my case looks completely different because I've sprayed Steve and glitter on it." And it turns out there's another 15 Steves on the flight, all spraying glitter on it. Because people put bits of ribbon round. And so I put pieces of ribbons round. And then I suddenly thought, no, tinsel. Tinsel, because that way it's definitely going to be mine. I bought 2 shirts the other day. I was looking for something to wear to the Magic Circle. And I bought them before. And they're shirts, which are all... They've got little mirrors all over them. Only 28 quid a shirt. Cheaper than loads of other things. I bought one in gold and one in... blue and one in red, and I ordered them on Saturday. They arrived yesterday. Seriously, my shirts, they're really lovely. And they give you a spare packet of the stickers if any fall off, because you can't really get them cleaned. But they're so cheap, honestly. I tell you, I might buy a hat that goes with it that lights up.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 18 minutes past 5 is the time. Mick Jagger has revealed Charlie Watts' last words were about carrying on with the Stones tour. Mick said it was all so quick. That was the shocking part. 1 minute I was speaking to him about the tour and what the logo is be, and the next minute he was gone. Just like that. He was 80. He said Charlie was reluctant to travel on the band's 13-date no-filter tour because he was feeling unwell. But a new book claims he told Sir Mick, "You're the cheerleader of the group, and if you say I should do it, I'll do it. Of course I will. I'm happy to." So there you go. 80. But of course, it didn't stop them touring. They sort of carried on touring because that's what they do. I don't think they know anything else apart from touring. Comic Jim Davidson has declared the police killed Freddie Starr. Seems a bit of a sweeping statement there, I think. He said the fellow funny man died with a stain hanging over him after he was subjected to a police probe into false sex allegations. But I was never a fan of Freddie Starr. I think he went round the bend in the end completely. He was living in Spain and trying to get gigs, and it was all just... Mind you, Jim Davidson himself faced all sorts of... He's 68 now, actually. He said it was the darkest day of my life. And it's interesting, isn't it? Interesting. After losing a libel action against his accuser, he moved to Spain, where he died broke and alone, aged 76. I can remember he was living with some woman, I think, and then she moved out or something. Anyway, whatever it was, he had no work, nothing. And yet these people must have earned a fortune in their time. Because, you know, when you get somebody like Freddie Starr or Jim Davidson, they would have earned really, really good money. Really good money. We went to a place in Windsor. It might have been Blazers. It was an LBC do some years ago. And the cabaret was Jim Davidson because he owed them a gig because something had happened. So it was in the book. So he did it. And it was just wasn't good, put it that way. And, you know, if you go to any of these sort of cabaret clubs, you get the sort of the usual fare, which is chicken in the basket and chips or something like that. And you can have sort of wine and everything else. But I remember we all came out of there slightly disappointed. Jack says, I'm sure when you're buying booze, they mark you as visible over 25. I wish they did. I get it all the time. You know, wherever you go, you sort of put it through and it goes bring, 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 bring. You think, oh, here we go again. And they have to, why can't they just do something that just sort of, I mean, if they look under 25, they have, oh, well, I don't think so. Oh, well, that's good then, isn't it? Obviously, I'm looking under 25. You imagine at my age, there's still time. I mean, the trouble is, it's so, you feel a bit, because it just takes up time. You have to wait for them to come and sort of, you know, click this and click that. I can understand it if I was 7 or something, trying to buy a bottle of Prosecco, but I'm not. Jack's off to read the news on the radio, apparently. In Hull, I think. Do we own stations in Hull? I have to check these things. We might own stations in Hull, which is very good. Marlene says, I do tinsel too. It's the only way that you can find your suitcase again, because otherwise, can you remember when you pack this? Because we all like to take new suitcases on holiday, don't we? You know, you buy a new... No, just me again. And you sort of put it in the thing, and then you think, what was my suitcase? And in the end, yours is the one that's been going round on the carousel for ages and ages, and nobody's bothered to pick it up. Ron says, I didn't get my suitcase at the end of a flight, but the airline, United, delivered it to my home next day with a £100 voucher. How lovely. What, to buy another case or lose another case? £100 voucher. See, the trouble is, it didn't cost anything for good customer relations, does it? I don't think so. I think, you know, it's nice. Why did it take so long for suitcases? They're not very good suitcases on wheels. They're not strong enough. Really, you see people dragging them along there, and then they're sort of steering it, and then one wheel breaks off, and it's an embarrassment. You know, to be honest with you, get a chauffeur. They can carry the suitcase in, okay? You know, if you can't afford a chauffeur, then, you know, somebody will appoint one for you. And very shortly, nobody will be affording to fly anyway. You know, nobody will have any money. I'm still getting over Tom Kerridge. What did he say? 60 grand for his Alecki bill, 420,000 now. 420,000. And as I say, lots and lots of people are going to be suffering. 60 grand to 420,000. He thinks that places may close over Christmas. I'll guarantee places will close over Christmas. Absolutely. They just can't afford to survive. I mean, they say help might be on the way. Yeah, but what help? What help? What are they going to do? Are they going to sort of cough up and pay people's bills? I'm very doubtful over what help could be offered. Steve, any ideas where my family could get an early breakfast when we come to the Barbican for my daughter's graduation ceremony, which starts at 10 a.m? Oh, you need to check on the hotel situation. But because, check Barbican or put in hotels near Barbican, because they all serve breakfast, mainly from about 7 o'clock. I don't know whether or not the centre's got a cafe. It'll be very expensive at the Barbican. Very expensive. There must be hotels round there because it's a dead bit of London town. Well, I always think so anyway. It's near the Museum of London, which is moving, and it's round the back of St Paul's Cathedral. So see if you can find one of those budget hotels there. There must be a Premier Inn or a Travel Lodge or something. And they'll, something. It depends. Yes, make it a very special day. Have 2 sausages, much as you can eat for £9.50. Because there must be something around there, because they're all over the place. All over the place. Laura Whitmore felt frustrated. She couldn't say if she didn't think something was okay on Love Island. She said, your face is the front of the show. Not very often, dear, it wasn't, I'm afraid. Only a few little appearances. Restaurant in the Barbican Centre opens at 10. You see, you don't want that. You want a greasy spoon or another... Find out if there's a Premier Inn at the Barbican. There you go. Work for your money. Honestly, you have to push him every time. She says, when they're in the villa sometimes, I wanted to ask if they were okay and couldn't. Apparently Mary Berry's husband falls asleep when watching on television. He's 87. There's a Premier Inn half a mile away in Farringdon. Well, that's okay, half a mile away. That's only a cheap cab ride, isn't it? Unless he takes you on a tour around the world or a walk. And is there a Travel Lodge? Travel Lodge there? Can you find it? Oh, honestly, it's just such a chore, isn't it? You can always tell you go, honestly. It might be a travel... I don't know if Travel Lodges have food as well. I think they do, actually. I think, again, it's the all-in-one breakfast. But the Premier Inn, half a mile away in Farringdon, so there you go. At least we're being sort of helpful. Travel Lodge nearby with Restaurat. Oh, lovely, a Restaurat. What's that? That's some sort of fitness centre. Honestly, all back to school today, I think, before we get a gold star. The Travel Lodge does have a restaurant as well. It's all inclusive, isn't it, if you're booking there? But you're not. But you can buy breakfast even if you're not staying there. So there you go. We sorted you out. Just send us a tenner, okay? We'll call it quits. That'd be nice. Starts at 10, so you can eat at 7. And you've got 2 hours to shove it down your gullet and then get there, try not to be sick on the way back. Because otherwise, you don't really running, do you? Yeah, have a nice day. I was watching Airplane the other day, that film. They've been through hell, fire, damnation, near explosions and all the rest of it. And then the stewardess at the end goes, thank you so much for flying United. Have a nice day now. Have a nice day now. It's made me laugh. Made me laugh. Britons are facing the end of free cash machines as ATM operators battle rising costs. Do you know 37,000 there are in this country? They're free to use. And you could be finding cuts of 10%. Link, which run the UK's network of cash machines, says it will not be ramping up the fee paid to operators by banks when their customers use a machine. That a spokesman for Link said it gives free ATMs a yearly subsidy of over £10 million. I quite like it. I mean, it is harder to find cash point machines. We were in Marylebone High Street the other day. It's bricked up. Bricked up. Imagine. I like a cash point machine. I don't like going into the bank because I don't know how it works in the bank. I told you just put your card into the machine and then they sort of... There's one in where? In Marylebone, is there? It gives out 50. It gives out 50s. Wow. I hate it when you get homeless people who sit by a cash point. Have you got any spare change? No, it's a cash point machine, dearie. Why do they all sit by cash point machines? There was one bloke sitting in the middle of the pavement the other day doing the usual, got any spare change? Who has spare change? Who has spare change? Well, all right, I do. I'm one of those sort of people. Steve went on holiday to Australia and didn't receive my luggage until a week after I returned home to the UK. BA refunded me 20 quid. Joke. I had no clothes to wear. You can go out in your vest and pants. Goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, it is Australia. I mean, we don't expect Australians to be sort of, decently dressed. Apparently there's a good cafe off the Clerkenwell Road, I'm assuming near Farringdon Station, says Stuart. And you could go... to the Cote restaurant immediately next to Barbican Central, so a couple of Pret-a-Manger's for cheaper options. You think Pret-a-Manger is cheap? Do you? Blimey. Coates good for breakfast, is it? What do they do? Oh, there you go. Look, full breakfast at Coates, £9.50. 2 free-range eggs, bacon, Cumberland sausage, tomato, vegetable and toast. They do a vegan breakfast, French breakfast, all £9.50. Very good value. Croque Madame, £8.25. Croque Monsieur, £7.75. And they do salmon and eggs, £9.25. Croissant with butter and a selection of jams, £2.50. That's very reasonable, isn't it? I like that a lot. I should send the producer there. He could get some sautéed spinach or something. Go for the healthy option. That's very good value, isn't it? And also they've got a breakfast baguette, freshly baked baguette with your choice of back bacon or a Cumberland sausage. Way! That's for me, I tell you. Why don't they do that at the station? Ghastly selection of food at Waterloo. My brother came down the other day, or came up or whatever it was, on a train to Waterloo, and he went to see, was it Witness for the Prosecution, which is at County Hall. Have you ever been to County Hall? They do it in the debating chamber, and he was on the jury for it, which is really cool. I went to see it ages ago. It's very good in there. It's Witness for the Prosecution. It's a play, dear, yes. But, gosh, honestly, I tell you, I thought we were struggling trying to find a travel lodge. He's very tired this morning. It's all a little bit too much for him. Longer breaks, everything else. I mean, the trouble is, the longer the break is, that, you know, the more chance there is for him going outside, having a little jog, coming back, buying a bacon sandwich and stuff like that. Children will be barred from an adults-only fairground featuring classic games and soft toy prizes. That seems quite a good idea. It's at Fair Game, opens in Canary Wharf. It will provide 3 bar areas, 100-metre Riverside Terrace and kiosks flogging burgers, pizzas and tacos. And you can buy candy floss, boozy sweets, Prosecco, alcoholic slushies. Oh, how lovely. I've never had an alcoholic slushie. That sounds good, doesn't it? Oh, I tell you, I could do for one of those. And guests will have the ultimate feeling of nostalgia. I get that every morning working in air. Seriously. I'm taking a break. Oh, it's got very bitter now, honestly. I don't know what it is. Obviously didn't get any presents from Father Christmas last year. That's why we're all having to pay the price.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 6 is the time at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, well, today you find out who the new Conservative Prime Minister is going to be. I mean, I don't think it's going to be any surprise, is it? Unless all of a sudden somebody's going to wave a magic wand and go, it's Rishi Sunak. And everybody's going, don't be silly, it's going to be Liz Truss. Of course it is. So they're now doing pieces on her in the paper. She's got 2 daughters, as far as I know. Because up until now, I hadn't really taken any notice of who she was, because I wasn't particularly bothered about either of them. Not going to affect my life. I didn't vote for them. But it'll be quite interesting if we go for a general election. You know, I mean, they might not. They've got another couple of years to run, I think. So we'll just have to wait. But it will be announced today at 12. I mean, it's gone on forever. How long does it take to count up some votes? I mean, there's not exactly that many of them. Was it 18,000 or something? No, it can't be even 18,000. And then, yeah, we'll have a check. And then Tuesday, whoever it is, Rishi or Liz, goes to meet with the Queen at Balmoral Castle, because the Queen is not physically able to do it anywhere else. There we go. So, Conservative Party. There you go. Remember, 160,000 people. How long does it take? You know, they can count them quicker. I mean, it's taken weeks and weeks, and then they pull out, or they don't pull out, or they sort of say other bits and pieces. They won't have all voted, no. I mean, somebody did actually try and register Margaret Thatcher's name, but they used her maiden name before she was married to see if they could actually get a vote online, and they could. They got invited to all sorts of meetings. Somebody registered their dog's name. I mean, it only goes to prove it's obviously quite easy to fiddle. But at the end of the day, it didn't affect me. I'm not a member of the Conservative Party. Kieran's not a member of the Conservative Party, so we don't get to vote. So why do people think we're interested? We're not. We're not interested at all. Goodness sake, honestly. Gets worse, doesn't it? Prince Charles has extended an open invitation to Harry, despite the Duchess of Sussex saying their relationship was lost. although they've tried to backtrack on it now. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, for them? You know, it's, as I say, nearly as embarrassing for the books that they've written about the royal family and the dissing that they've done as it is for David Beckham to start advertising Qatar. Every time I was on YouTube, there he is advertising Qatar, a country that kills gay people. They have zero tolerance to homosexuals. Zero tolerance. So Dave made a big, big mistake there. Really a disgrace. And they're worried about whether or not, you know, Brooklyn is going to be talking to the rest of the family or something. I don't know, it's just all gone pear-shaped, hasn't it? Apparently the Premier Inn at Blackfriars is nice for breakfast. Also a Wetherspoons is nice. You can have a pint with it. He said, I'm off to read the news in Leeds. Oh. I went to Leeds once, actually. Dale and I went to we stayed in a hotel right in the middle of Leeds. It's full of students. Leeds is full of... I've never met so many students in my entire life. Well, we didn't meet them. They were just all over the place. And we went to a nightclub, which was under the arches. That's all I remember. It was under the arches of somewhere. It's where students go, isn't it? Underneath the arches. And it was very nice. But the next morning, it's like carnage. There's people lying all over the place, and we just had a cooked breakfast. It was one of those hotels, which was very nice hotel, and we had the buffet breakfast, which was very nice indeed. Probably the similar thing you get at the Premier Inns and all the rest of it. So, Jack, have a nice time. The Fox and Anchor in Smithfield used to do breakfast for the Smithfield porters. Might be an option. Yes, it was the only pub. Didn't it open at like 5 in the morning or something? I think that's what it was famous for. So they could go there. Bepe's in Farringdon used to be lovely, next to the Travel Lodge, says Yvette in Great Missenden. Oh, lovely. And Lawrence says, guess what I saw while ordering my fortnightly shop? Mince pies. Oh, absolutely. Mince pies have been on sale for ages. Seriously, yeah, mince pies, yeah. Because the trouble is, I don't know why we sort of think that they have to be Christmas. Because, I mean, I could eat a mince pie now, warmed through, with a big dollop of squirty cream on it, or just double cream or something. Yeah, I like squirty cream. Do you know they do chocolate squirty cream as well in Marks and Spencer's? It's exactly the same as the white squirty cream, except it's chocolate. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Very good. Mark's up early this morning, says, gleaming in the dark. I'm just about to take a walk along Paternoster Row after getting off the Thames Link. That's a nice picture, isn't it? I love it when it's... Can you imagine what it was like at St Paul's Cathedral? I'd recognise it anywhere. I've climbed all the way to the top. All the way to the top of the wedding cake. So a lot of... I've climbed on the outside of the building. Not. As I say, I feel ill even think. But, I mean, when you go inside, it's so vast and it's so big. But you have to pay to go inside. And I don't like paying to go inside something that's, you know, there for the purpose of worship. I mean, I'm not averse to having a quick prayer and lighting a candle or something like that, you know. They could at least see their way clear to let me go in for free. Steve, do you think the London Christmas lights will be cancelled because of the rising cost of electricity? Well, I don't know. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I'm not sure, because the money is taken, all the shops contribute. So they don't need to buy them. They could probably just use last year's lights, but I don't know how much money it costs to keep. I don't think Christmas lights are particularly expensive, are they? I don't think so. I'm not sure. And they are sponsored, yeah, but I mean, whether or not people have got the money to do sponsorship, I've got no idea. Yeah, but you do get companies, don't you, that will sponsor the lights, and we've been sponsored by, I think one year, was it Frozen Peas? Was it Bird's Eye or something like that? We've had some very odd sponsors over the years, I'm pretty certain. Ashley says, I wonder who's going to have the best Christmas sandwich this year. I'm thinking M&S, but saying that, Sainsbury's wasn't too bad last year. I mean, do you think people would be able to afford to buy them at Christmas? I mean, I seem to remember a Christmas sandwich, quite expensive, about £4 something, for sort of turkey and cranberry sauce and little sausage. And to be honest with you, they're a bit difficult to eat, aren't they? I did try that. They're a little bit messy. I want something that doesn't fall apart in my hands. You know, otherwise it's trivial. Drop it all down here, for goodness sake. But I don't know whether or not we're going to have stuff like that this year. A company's going to put up decorations. I do hope so, just to make people feel a little bit better. There you go. Andy Peters has just said, Steve, mince pies, we've got you covered. Join me tonight at 7 p.m. on QVC. Bless him. And it's Andy Peters Food Fest. There you go, mince pies. Told you, mince pie. Have they got brandy in, though? Because the ones that I like are Walkers, and they've got brandy in. And no, it's actual brandy. It's you can smell. You know where they've got booze in because the sell-by date is quite long because it's a preservative. But you open up the box of Walker's mince pies, and I forget what the brand. It's either brandy or whiskey, and you can smell it immediately. I mean, 2 of those, and I'm singing, "What shall we do with the drunken sailor?" They're very nice, actually, very nice. There you go, Walker's luxury mince pies with a good cup of tea. They're very nice. What's the booze in them? It just normally says, but it's definitely not the brandy with a brandy whipped cream or brandy butter. No, they're filled with. There you go. Oh no, these are booze one. They've got booze in them, and they're Walkers. I mean, some of them have got all sorts of different bits in, but they're very nice. If Andy Peters is doing them on QVC tonight, you see, what you do is you order them, and you can probably freeze them. That would be the best. I could eat one now. I don't know how he doesn't eat these things. So there you go, mince pies, sorted out by Andy Peters. He's up at this time, and he's still going to be up at 7 p.m. this evening. I don't know if he has a nap or not. Always looks fresh as a daisy, actually. Fresh as a daisy. Steve, Gary Barlow's a different stage. It's also a one-man stage show with the Gary Barlow monologue of the story of his musical career, currently at the Duke of York's Theatre, and then touring the country. Surprisingly, it's a very good show. Oh, I wouldn't be at all surprised. He's very professional. He's very, very professional. Traditional Italian-English sandwich shop outside the Barbican Tube. Bacon, egg, sausage, toast, decent cuppa and seats for probably 6 or 8. Lunchtime, the usual range of fillings and toasted ciabattas, much better than the chains. Toasted ciabatta. I've not had a toasted ciabatta for ages. Steve, if you want a great fry-up, go to the Giggling Sausage in Southwark. Fantastic bubble and squeak. I think we've mentioned the Giggling Sausage before, Graham in Edgware. It looks very nice. They're coddled eggs, aren't they? That's what they call those, coddled eggs. I don't like tomato. I've had tomato before. It's not like I haven't. No, I know. You can have it left off if you don't want it. It looks nice, though, doesn't it? I wish people had stopped showing me all this blooming food. Mind you, we've got the ice cream from Ian to come, so we're getting there. And Matty says, I used to work in the Brewers Fair pub next to the Premier Inn many years ago, and the best part of the early shift was finishing all the leftovers from the breakfast buffet. Terrible for my waist. It kept me going till tea time. Oh, I wouldn't be able to resist it. I mean, I still don't understand why you can't have chips in the morning with your McDonald's. Why don't they do chips? I mean, if they can do hash browns, do chips. Much nicer. What would you rather pop in your mouth? A sort of a French fry or a hash brown? French fries are better. Or failing that, Burger King used to do little hash browns. You get a bag. I used to buy about 3 bags, eat them on the tray. No sign of it opening. No. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why it closed. I don't see any reason for it. But either way, they say, oh, we'll be back with you very shortly. And you think, well, when very shortly? You know, very annoying. We've got to take another break. Honestly, it's just non-stop. I can't believe it, honestly, seriously. Did I mention... Oh, I did mention at the beginning of the programme, my 2 shows at the Magic Circle for the 30th of December sold out. Both sold out. It even says it online, which always pleases me. Sold out. Steve Allen's Christmas Cracker. Way!
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We've sussed it out for Andy Peters. He says, no napping, shows this morning, then the gym, lunch, then QVC. Sleep, repeat. So tomorrow he's obviously doing shows in the morning, then the gym, then lunch, then QVC. It's a bit tiring, isn't it, when you look at it? I liked it. I mean, I've actually got worse. As it heads towards Christmas, deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Ding dong merrily on high, and heaven the bells are ringing. But I've decided, if I don't want to do anything during the daytime, I don't bother. There's no point, is it? But then the trouble is that gets you into this bad sleeping habit of dozing, because automatically you sit in front of the television, then you putting the feet up is the worst thing I've ever done. Oh, by the way, we have found out, I mean, napping is fatal. I agree with you. We found out why they don't serve chips in McDonald's. Unfortunately, wait for this one, they don't have enough space in the kitchens to accommodate the cooking and preparation of our breakfast and main menu. We don't want you to prepare it, dear. You're just putting it in a basket, lowering it into the heated fat, in the same basket that you're doing the hash browns in. So get rid of the hash browns. Nobody likes them anyway. You know, and do either little hash browns, in which case we can have a bag of them, or failing that, serve chips. It's ridiculous. It's like the milkshakes. Some of them do milkshakes. Some of them don't do milkshakes in the morning for breakfast. I don't know why people sort of think that you want a double sausage McMuffin, without chips. I can be much happier eating. You can eat chips a bit more gainly than you can a hash brown. They only like hash browns because you can't get chips. Start on me this morning, I tell you. Beat Anton Deck to the gong. Yes, we'd love to scoop it, says Alison and Dermot. Well, I'm afraid Dermot's not nominated, Alison. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? She's up for Best Presenter NTA against the Geordie duo, who are chasing a record. How many consecutive victories have Anton Deck had on the NTAs? How many? 19. Good guess. 22. 22. Apparently, Holly is firmly in Alison's corner and has told her, this is your year. That'll be Anton Deck. Whichever way you look at it, they sort of throw other people into the mix. But I love the way it's only Alison, and she's always done a double-headed show with Dermot O'Dreary. And I don't understand why he's not been nominated. How can you... That's like having a double-headed programme on the television, like, sort of Anton Deck, and only Ant wins it. There are only 4 spots. Only 4 nominations, yeah. But why is she nominated, and yet her co-presenter doesn't get nominated? She's better than him. Honestly, it gets more bitter by the day, doesn't it? I mean, it's like, but then why do we give it to Anton Deck? Do you get them as a package or something? Or they sort of come cheaper? Oh, right, okay. Apparently so, which is interesting. Alison and Dermot are on This Morning Fridays, 10 o'clock, although really just Alison. Dermot doesn't feature. And you can go and vote, actually. Apparently, Alison loves her connection with Dermot is going down well with the viewers, saying he's the longest boyfriend I've had. She's got a son, though, hasn't she, Alison? She's got a son, yes, I'm 99% certain. But I notice, actually, all the eyes will be on the presenter award. This morning's boss, Martin Frizzell, used to be a reporter on LBC. Hello, they all started at LBC. Thinks Alison is in with a chance of wrestling the gong from Anton Deck. He said, of all those nominated, this is the one who puts in the graft. I see it daily. What a year, what a gal. Well, we like Martin Frizzell. We like Martin Frizzell. Oh, I've got stories about Martin Frizzell. He's married to Fiona. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's lovely. He's ever so nice. I bet he hasn't changed. I bet he looks exactly the same as he did years ago, back in those Gough Square days. I remember him and his Mac. He would go on. He used to have longish hair. Longish hair. God, I hope he's not listening at the moment. A Mac. But reporters used to have Macs. If it rained, a Mac. What do you think? He went out with a little floral umbrella or something? Of course not. Fans at an FA Cup were stunned when a goalie was sent off for taking a wee in a hedge. This was between Blackfield and Langley FC, and Shepton Mallet ended 0-0 after the bizarre incident. The Blackfield keeper was dismissed in the 76th minute. But the trouble is, if you've got to go, you've got to go. And you're stuck on a field. I mean, come on, how many times do you see people weeing in doorways and stuff like that? They're not doing it for the fun of it. They're doing because they've got a weak bladder and their prostate's gone wrong. That's what it is. You have to feel sorry for them. I mean, I'd be terrible and things like that. I had to keep getting off buses when I was in the middle of my prostate problem. I did about 6 on and off buses just to get to the hospital because I couldn't. I was in so much agony. I got off and it was a waste of time. I said to you before, if you get any of these testing kits, from the NHS or from your doctor, for God's sake, use it. As I say, if you're just dribbling and not a full force, take the cement out of the wall, then you need to go get checked. I'll tell you, it makes such a difference when you get it done. Phew, blimey, I tell you, I could bring down toilet walls quite easily. Literally, just 2 hands. Yeah, 2 hands, lovely. Steve, is a tomato a vegetable or a fruit? It's a fruit, I believe. Did you not know that, Robbie? I believe it's a fruit. When I used to work in Cheapside, there was a place that did a breakfast ciabatta, and it had everything, says Dave. What, kitchen sink, lilo, wardrobe, next door's dog. Off to Belfast for a few days, Steve, meeting my sister Liz, who'll be flying from Heathrow. I'm on my way now from Liverpool, listening to you in the car, says Brian. Would it not have been easier to fly? And then you might have met up a bit quicker. You could go to Heathrow. You could meet her at Heathrow. I don't want to point out the patently obvious, but, I buy it to be helping. The chips issue at McDonald's, Steve, in the morning is apparently due to the temperature of the oil for chips is different to the hash browns, says Emir. And that's what I was told when kicking off about it. Well, they say it's not that. They say they don't have the room. Well, make the room. Make the room. Yeah, put an extension. Zippo's Circus was brilliant in Brighton on Saturday. Says Stephen Eastbourne, make sure you don't miss it in Twickenham 14th. Oh, I should be sitting there watching them putting it up. I love watching them putting up the tent and all the wagons come in. It takes, it's quite a few hours, and then they do the lights. They pull them up. They're all connected up. And it's brilliant. I love Zippo's. Great. One of my favourite circuses. I bought a ticket the other year. I sat there all by myself right at the front. All these kids waving all these like electric light things, sabres or something. Try Bangkok Airport, Steve. Got chips at McDonald's all day. Burger King hash browns, they're to die for. Oh, they're delicious because they're little ones. You just pop 2 in your mouth. Ooh. I used to get 3 bags of them. There used to be a girl who used to work in that, and she obviously liked me. She obviously had a bit of a thing going because when I would go in there, she'd give me a real big bag. I was her favourite, a big bag of them, and then she'd add extra into the bag. And I remember thinking, this wonderful. I mean, some days I'd stagger out of there with like half a ton of hash browns. Steve, you can get hash brown fries. Iceland do them. Surely a good compromise for McDonald's. They're very good, by the way. Loving the show, says Ange. And yeah, it's not the same. It's because sometimes when I get to Waterloo Station, I used to enjoy my little hash browns. I don't want the big hash browns. And I do, ever since everybody told me I could do it, I do have a double sausage McMuffin, no egg. But the trouble is there's always a queue there. I mean, sometimes the queue goes out into the corridor, so I'm not going to stand there queuing. I'm really not. I still get the bacon thing at M&S, yeah. But I know I've stopped eating the bacon thing. I'm doing the croissant, but they've not had them for about a week now. I think they do it deliberately. So I deliberately walk past, look inside, make sure they've seen me, and then carry on walking. Yeah. See me coming and then they hide the blood. And how it takes so long, I've got no idea. You know me. Creature of habit. What else we got? Queen Victoria's nightie for sale. It's embroidered with VR for Victoria Regina. Could be anything, really, couldn't it? I mean, how do they know? It's only because of the size of it, apparently. It was found with Princess Beatrice's bloomers during a house clearance on the island. This is not the Princess Beatrice we know. This is obviously a pre-one as well. So, I mean, I should imagine. I mean, you know, I don't know if you've ever worn a nightshirt to go to... God, it's huge, isn't it? I don't know if you've ever worn a nightshirt. They reckon it'll go for thousands. Go for thousands. It's an XXL, which actually, to be honest with you, I mean, it looks bigger than that, doesn't it, really? There's a lot of it. She must have glided around like a Dalek when she was wearing it. Poor soul, honestly. So her nightie and her daughter's bloomers expected to fetch thousands. Apparently she gained weight following the death of Prince Albert. Boy, did she gain weight. Did she gain weight? Have you seen the size of the nightie? It's apparently the nightie measures 51 inches across the girth. It was likely given to a servant at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, which was her holiday home in the 1800s. It was uncovered alongside a pair of her daughter, Princess Beatrice's bloomers, as well as her toy box, because the royal family don't throw anything away. They throw nothing away. They save everything. You know, if you go to Buckingham Palace, if ever the Queen had to leave, Pickfords could put in an army of vehicles to get there. They're just full of clothes that go back. They don't throw anything away. Then every so often they have a sort of an exhibition of some of it, like Diana's clothes. Lots of Diana's clothes still in existence, and they put them on as exhibitions. And very interesting it is too. Imagine the V&A Museum do exactly the same when they did the David Bowie thing, and you suddenly realise how thin David Bowie was. Oh, there's a BBC programme that was on the other day. And they got a little bit taken to task because they put Joe Lycett on there, and he was playing a game with them, but they didn't know. The woman who took over from this programme, Laura Koonsberg, she was furious. I should imagine she was sitting there going, I'll find out who booked him, because he was pretending to be a Conservative booker. And a big fan of the Conservative Party, was basically taking the mickey out of it. Made her look stupid. Made her look really stupid. And you could tell she was thinking, I'm going to find out who got that booking in, and you're off the programme. Made very good viewing, though, if you want to watch it back on YouTube. Very entertaining. Very entertaining. Sue Barker revealing the BBC handling of her sacking was distressing. As I've explained before, it was put out to tender, and the people who had it, it's happened to loads of people. I know she'd done it for 24 years, and I thought she was very good. But obviously they want to try something completely different, and the something completely different was not her. That's the way that they do it, isn't it? Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to September the 5th. I normally see Mr. M in the morning, as you know. And the other day they said, we're off on tour. They've got a tour bus. Why haven't I got a tour bus? How come he gets a tour bus? And it's all painted up. These are stickers, aren't they? They put these. It's huge. Very posh. Very posh. I've never been on tour. Well, I mean, I'm doing the Magic Circle and other little bits and pieces. But I think it's prizes and everything. How exciting. I think that's very, very glam. Very glam. And I love sleeping on coaches. I love sleeping the rest of the time. I'm trying to work out, Gaz in Nottingham, what sort of music festival you're doing. I mean, the weather's definitely on the turn. Definitely on the turn now. You can tell it's definitely a lot chillier. Josh, who's Doug, so he's obviously going through a schizophrenic period. He said, I'm on my way from Somerset to Newcastle, then Harrogate. I've always wanted to go to Harrogate. Isn't that strange? Neil says, wish me luck starting my new job at Sunderland University. Don't start till 9. Woke up to listen to the show. Don't start till 9. We haven't got that long. What am I doing today? There's something I was doing today. Oh, I'm waiting for a desperately urgent email to come back. And then there was something else I was doing. I can't remember what it was, actually. It's Costco again to watch much more people transferring fruit into different things. Bernie says, Steve, if you have a sleep during the day, do you wake up more tired? I need to keep busy on my days off. Otherwise, I sit on the sofa, I fall asleep, and that's when I wake up. I'm more tired. I do fall asleep on the settee, but what I do is I'm all right sitting in front of the television, watching it. The fatal move for me is when I think, just put my feet up. And I put my feet up on the settee. I've got this big chaise longue. Makes me sound a bit like Cleopatra, I realise, but I sort of put my feet up on it. And then you sort of turn a little bit. And I've got this bolster at one end. It's like sort of a round cushion thing. And it's very and the next thing, you close your eyes. And you think, I'll just close my eyes and listen to what's going on. And that's the fatal bit. For me, the next thing is you wake up about an hour later and you look at the clock and you go, oh my God, got to do all these different things. Apparently on the McDonald's app, double sausage and egg McMuffin is $1.99, says Matt in Telford. There's another place I've not been to. I need to go to Telford, don't I? And somebody says it's Kim, the old muscles feeling a bit tight this fine morning, Steve. So I'm about to go and limber up with a spot of yoga. And then we'll get out for a wee bit of a hike. Weather's looking like it'll cheer up for a bit later. So here we go. Says, you're going to make me laugh. Happens every time. So you haven't had what we've had, which is the thunder and lightning and torrential rain, but then it didn't last very long. But I'm going through a stiffness at the moment, Kim. I really am. It's something on my legs. And I'm all right once I'm walking, I'm fine. But it's getting there to start with is the problem. Because I'm sitting down. And if you sit down, you get yourself into this sort of position. So Yorkshire tea sales are selling. Is it because of the adverts, do you think? Because I quite like the Yorkshire tea adverts. It's just Yorkshire tea. Sales of it soaring by 5 million a year. I don't know whether that's 5 million tea bags or 5 million boxes of tea. I like the tea that we have here. We have it a lot. And can you really be upset about the fact that M&S cafes are ditching cups and saucers and putting in mugs? I would have thought, she's apoplectic with rage. I would have thought that a mug, you get more tea in it. It's very nice and it's easier for elderly people to hold the blooming thing. You know, if you're holding a cup, I mean, I throw it all over the place. I mean, I'm rubbish. And it's a bit poncy, isn't it? You don't need saucers. Also, it takes more water to wash everything up. So a mug, much nicer. Much, much nicer. Steve, says Rob, near Paris, heading down to the south of France today again. 10 hours to go. At least I've got you to keep me company. I'll have a big vin for you when I get there. Oh, we've done that drive. Route du Soleil, it's called. If you go to Paris, you just got to find. We went round Paris on the Michelin guide. Dale, he was driving, and it was the Route du Soleil. That's all you got to follow, and it takes you straight to Cannes. I'd never been there before. I thought it was great, actually. And somebody says, up for work this morning, Steve, and it's so dark. I hate dark mornings. Thank you for your cheery wee voice. I don't think it's ever been described as a cheery wee voice. Yes, lots of empty villages, you said, on the Route du Soleil. Yes, it was. Yes, but every village and every signpost in France points to Paris. Doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 miles or 600 miles or 3 miles. Every signpost points to Paris. But you go through this little village and there's nobody. You don't see anybody at all. You begin to wonder whether or not life has sort of passed them on and they are now the village of the damned, or failing that, they'd heard that we were on way and they shut the doors. Quick, shut the doors! Steve, you're a great distraction from the neuralgia pain that I have at the moment. It's like having knife jabs and electric shocks into my tongue. Oh dear, I'm getting ready for a sea swim at 6:45 this morning, so I'll have to listen on catch-up to the end of the show, says Elaine from the original Spikers Facebook group. Thank you. Nice to have you. I think we as a nation, Steve, should start an hour later as winter approaches. Some people just don't do the these sort of cold winter mornings, do they? Whereas it doesn't bother me, actually. We've now found out that it's called Rock Ipswich. Yeah, let's rock. Rock Ipswich. It's an 80s music festival, taking it down in Maidstone today and building in Ipswich from tomorrow. Show day is Saturday. Who's appearing? This is at Trinity Park. The producer's very impressed. Wait a minute. Who have we got there? Adamant. Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. It's only because I interviewed him. I thought he was very interesting. Howard Jones. Love Howard Jones. Heaven 17. Go West. What was their big hit? Go West. I always want to go West. But it's not that. No. ABC. Toya. Nick Kershaw. Wow. Heather Small. Living in a Box. Sonia. You're right there. I'm Sonia. Pete Wiley. Tempole Tudor. Sydney Youngblood. And Sonique. Blimey. That's a good lineup, isn't it? That's a very good lineup. That'll do very, very well. There's so many of those hits I know. God, it does make you feel old, doesn't it? So show day is Saturday. Show day. I used to love it. As you know, I toured with Noel Edmonds when we took Crinkly. It's not the same. When we took Crinkly Bottom out on tour to the race courses, and I loved it. I can't tell you. I was the commentator. They had a huge screen which arrived on a lorry, and it all folded up. It was the size of a house. And I was sitting in what looked like the broom cupboard. And Blobby was there, yeah, Mrs. Blobby, Noel, and a load of celebrities, including Daniela Westbrook. And, there was loads of us, absolutely loads of us. And I got every morning to do the thing, telling people what was going on. I got involved because LBC's, not advertising department, but the department that put on all these different things, events were sort of involved with it. So I was also given an LBC vehicle to drive. I had a diesel Range Rover or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was, actually. No, it was a Discovery, I think. Land Skoda. I'm going to have a Skoda, Miss Moneypenny. And it was very good, actually. So I quite like the idea of So Rock Ipswich. There you go. Maidstone today and building in Ipswich from tomorrow. How cool. How cool. We nearly bought something years and years ago. LBC used to do a lot of outside broadcasts, and up for sale came Capital Radio's, before we were owned by the same company, Capital Radio's Coca-Cola vehicle. And it was a big, huge thing, and the front of it folded down. There was a stage, a studio, and a little shop on it. And for some reason, we didn't buy it. I think it's only because we didn't know where to put the thing. It was huge, but Capital were selling it. And I remember thinking at the time, really cool. It was a Vauxhall Frontiera. That's right, Mark. Thank you. And it was something, I couldn't remember what it was. I just remembered vaguely. But awful cars, he said. Well, it was free. I said to them, can I borrow one of the Frontieras? And they said yes. So I did. It was fabulous. Oh, I can tell you stories about that. Steve, I've been a new listener, says Kelly, since last October, and I tune in every day. I love your programme. It makes me smile, even when getting up at 4:45 to run a busy medical practice. Oh, how lovely, a medical practice. I can do with you on a daily basis. But I don't think there's anything the matter with getting up early. I think you can cram more into the day. You can have a lot more fun. Julia says, this is my first day back at work after being off for 5 weeks, as I had my gallbladder out just over 4 weeks ago. Some good news, though, as it's not long until Christmas. 111 days to go. You definitely get more done in the mornings, though, don't you, than sort of if you're sort of around later. I think so. I mean, I sometimes sort of get home and I think, God, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. What do we do now for the rest of the day? Shopping. That's what we do. We go shopping. But you're right, not that far to Christmas. 111 days. Viv in Suffolk says pink sky today. I don't know what pink sky means. I know red sky at night and red sky in the morning, but I don't know pink sky. I'm sure it's something good. Sat in my garden watching the sun coming up, just enjoying a cup of Yorkshire tea. You've got to go with a piece of toast, haven't you? Or crumpets. Crumpets. But that sky looks beautiful. So there was the similar saying which goes, pink sky at night, shepherd's delight. But I think that's workers at sea rather than farms. It's sailors. Pink sky at night, sailor's delight. Oh. Yeah, sailor's warning. So there you go. It was red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. And pink sky. I love all the different colours. I mean, I'm fascinated by it. It's very grey, is it? Sorry. Best we can offer you this morning, Viv? Grey. The NHS backlog, they say, would have been 5 million even without COVID. And somebody said to me the other day, I forget who it was actually, it must have been somebody at work, because they said, can you believe that people are still getting COVID? I went, yeah. Why do you think it's gone away? It's not gone away. It's still around. You just got to be a little bit careful. Little bit careful. So if you're careful, you should be okay. Sue Barker, front of the Daily Mail today. She's got a book out. She was not happy with the sacking. I don't know why. The BBC have got this peculiarity going on at the moment. When you get to a certain age, they don't seem to really want you. They sort of get rid of people, and you think, why would you not? Because there's lots of shops that are employing elderly people now because they're far more reliable. I mean, whether it works in broadcasting, I've got no idea. Charles, my grief at needless allergy death. And this was the death of a teenage girl. This was a girl who had a severe nut allergy. She died after eating this pret-a-manger, artichoke olive and tapenade baguette, which it did not write on it. You remember this case? I remember this one. They didn't put on it. It had sesame seeds baked into it. And so they legally have to write on it now. Natasha bought the baguette at Heathrow Airport, boarded a flight to Nice, and it was an absolute disaster. That's why the Prince's Foundation is hosting leading experts in the field to tackle allergic disease. So, I mean, I remember that case of Natasha very, very well indeed, because I didn't know what I was supposed to be looking at on these sort of things. I remember a friend of mine, where was it? Oh, that's right, they had to start putting nuts down on all the Joe Allen's menus. I don't think I'm allergic to anything. Only the producer. But it's only because I'm taking a break. I'm just explaining to them about my allergy.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So Joe Lycett set the trend the other day, the sarcasm and the stunts. And this is Sunday with Laura Kunisberg. And Jan Moyer, unfortunately, only gave it 2 little stars and says Laura's a major Beeb talent. I didn't quite see that. She deserves so much better than this cheap, dated show. Well, cheap it really was. But even before the cameras started rolling, Joe Lycett set the tone for his appearance by tweeting, really excited him on this new version of Would I Lie to You? You could tell she was not a happy bunny at all. And he in his role as presenter of a consumer affairs show, Got Your Back, he legally changed his name to Hugo Boss to annoy the fashion house. So he's always been known for doing these sort of things. And, of course, he got the publicity. If you remember, he also stormed off Steph McGovern's show, again, in a publicity stunt, which they did. Team Liz. This is Truss, by the way, just in case you got a bit confused about the whole thing. Who will be the key players? Because I'm assuming we are saying it's Liz Truss, even though I'm not sure. I don't know what we're sort of guided by on this kind of thing. Stay tuned to find out. I don't want to look silly on it, but my money's on Liz Truss. But anyway, I think she'll have Kwasi Kwarteng. I think James Cleverly, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Simon Clarke, Brandon Lewis, Therese Coffey. And then we wait and see after that. I'm not sure, actually, about... Ben Wallace, of course. Ben Wallace, definitely. And I wonder where Priti Patel goes. Does Priti Patel do anything? Or do we lose her? She's not listed. In fact, actually, she's in the paper today saying the police are failing on all sorts of burglaries. I'm thinking, wait a minute, you failed on all sorts of asylum seekers. Yes, perhaps you can go and work for the police or do something like that. Her migrant plans are being thwarted, apparently, by Whitehall. Well, she's failed completely. I mean, even didn't they put people on one of the planes who were shackled, and the plane was about to take off? One man was down on his knees. I mean, it was a complete and utter disaster. In the end, they turned the plane's engines off. They were all taken off the plane. She's been a total disaster. Total disaster. Also, milk shortage. There isn't really. I was watching a thing the other day. It was called How Do They Do That? It's one of these sort of what they call programme fillers. They sort of put people on there and they tell you how they make a yoghurt, like I Cared. And this was they had these cows and they put them in and they get thousands of gallons per day, and then they showed you mixing all the fruit in and everything else. And I remember thinking, I don't know if there's any shortage of milk. But apparently fears of this milk shortage after vegan protesters blockaded some of the UK's biggest dairy processors. Animal rebellion. Yawn, yawn, boring, boring. Honestly, you wonder. You feel like going round and sort of saying to them, "What, is there something the matter with you? Is there something the matter?" Also, 3 people now arrested in connection with the gun killing of Olivia, aged 9. And, yes, the Yard failing to clamp down on burglary, warns Priti Patel. I really wish she'd stop getting involved with things that she knows nothing about. Have you seen how ripped jeans are made? No. Well, there is actually a process of how they make ripped jeans. Good Lord. I thought they just sort of put a knife on it. Oh, no, they don't. It's specifically done, is it? Oh, my goodness me. Is that flames? Laser? On a oh, right. So the cut is made by a laser. Good Lord. They're a bit dated, aren't they? I know you're still wearing them, Joe, but I mean, I've given up wearing my ripped jeans. You see some people walking down the road and you look at them and you think, have you realised how ridiculous you look? They're so dated now, and also we're into winter. Apparently, Steve, the songs I know by Go West is We Close Our Eyes, says Carol, thank you. And Debbie says they sang We Close Our Eyes, just switched on and heard that lineup. What was it for, Steve? Sounds like my cup of tea. It's called Rock. I forgot where it was. Rock. Let's Rock Festival. And look, it's a brilliant, good lineup, isn't it? Very good lineup. Very, very good lineup. Trends that prove... Oh, no, sorry, before that, actually. 1,229 years. What's been going for that long? This show, yeah, sometimes seems like that, doesn't it, really? That's Britain's oldest pub. And it's called the Ye Old Fighting... I love the way that Ye Olde Fighting Cocks. It faces closure because they face ruin. It claims to have been in business since 793. The co-owner, Sam Walker, fears it could join the 2/3 of pubs that experts warn are at risk. He says our light bill is 10 times more than what it is in the house. So it's not looking good at all. The pub is one of about 10 laying claims to being the oldest in England. When the business was established as the Roundhouse, although there's no record of it being licensed as a public house under that name, it became the Three Pigeons in about 1756. Then it was the Fighting Cocks. But he doesn't think he can survive. He thinks it's highly unlikely, as indeed do many other people. Because when you go past pubs, contrary to what it used, it's not like having bars in London or wherever you happen to be, Liverpool, Manchester, Glasgow, Edinburgh, places like that. You know, a pub, you've got to get people in there and people sit down. So what people do in London is they put tables outside. But if you're inside, everybody stands up and they get a bit packed and crowded. But then a lot of the time, they're sitting there empty. You know, they need to get low. I know that London's a big captive audience for pubs and for drinking and for partying and stuff like that. But these places will need to sell an awful lot more booze than they are selling at the moment, and they might have to put their prices up to the point of, you are having a laugh. I mean, hopefully helps on the way from the new Prime Minister this week, but I'm not holding my breath on it. You know, it's got to be something serious. I think Germany have just announced, how many billion have they put into it? 65 billion euros, a packet of measures. Well, we need to see something, and we need to see it quick. We need to see it quick, because these buildings are going to go under because they cannot afford to survive. And the government should do it. I mean, if Germany, and they're in a right mess, are going to put together a £56.2 billion package of measures, then I think we have to do something as well. And we have to be doing it very, very quickly. So Sue Barker with Matt Dawson and Phil Tufnell. And then at her final Wimbledon. And it's adapted. The book is ghostwritten. But they now put down the name of the ghostwriter. Adapted by Corinna Honan from Calling the Shots, my autobiography by Sue Barker. She's going to be on tour with this book, which is interesting because more and more people are doing these tours. And people go out and they go on tour. Alan Titchmarsh has done it on loads of occasions. He does his book in the first half of the show, and then the second half of the show, he will do questions on gardening and stuff like that. But she's doing live from September the 29th. And presumably all to do with the book and the publisher. Influencers are earning more than lawyers now. They reckon a good influencer, British ones, are earning around, if they work full-time, 137,000 a year. £137,000 a year, which actually is sort of an awful lot less than they've been bragging they make. Oh, I make £20,000 a month. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. They said here that Megan Barton Hanson is said to earn nearly £1 million a month from her Racy Only Fans post. £1 million a month. I noticed actually the other day that poor old Katie Price, there's a career that's gone nowhere, I'm afraid. She was having to flog her sort of her horse's stuff the other day with her little boyfriend. I think Harvey, her son, is on his 10th holiday this year. I thought she was bankrupt. I'm losing track of this. Does she own him? Apparently the mucky mansion has got even more filthy, so that's not going anywhere at the moment, I shouldn't imagine. Steve, Andy, just arrived in South Wales for work. He said you can't beat a decent crumpet with salted butter, toasted Bovril, topped with Philadelphia. Oh, no, see, no. Peanut butter, or you can do Marmite and peanut butter, because they've done that in the same jar, haven't they? My last producer hated it. Corey hated it. We tried it. I thought he was going to be sick. He hated it. They sent us in some jars.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. Bit of a fight over this one this morning, but delicious, absolutely delicious as always. Our ice cream. Listen, there's not many radio programmes get ice cream, are there? Delivered personally. My lovely Ian. So, Ian, thanks very much indeed for that. I'm very grateful. I'll also be delighted to know that Rebecca Vardy, you remember Vardy? The peculiar one whose parents never even went to her wedding. Mind you, neither did his parents go to the wedding either, so obviously nobody's in favour of her. She's decided she will not appeal against the High Court ruling, which saw her lose the multi-million-pound libel battle with Colleen Rooney. I think finally she's seen some sense. Would have been a very stupid move to actually go, I don't agree with what the judge says, let's go back into court again. This could have cost her about £3 million. Look at you. Look at your face. He's happy. But a source told The Sun on Sunday it's all over and Becky wants to move on. Shame she didn't think about that last time round when they were all sort of saying, you know, you should have settled out of court, you should have got it. But she was apparently very disappointed. But she's now appeared to have thrown in the towel on the legal drama. Because otherwise you could have another big bill, dear. And I should imagine your old man can't be that thrilled at all. It's cost $3 million so far. Or is it 10 million? I can't remember, actually, whether she's picking everything up. But you'd be a very foolish person to go against the judge's ruling. So, at a glance, it looks like a street lamp in Wandsworth. In fact, it's a Chinese-made facial recognition camera recently put up. And with more CCTV cameras per person in London now than in Beijing, many are asking, are we becoming the ultimate surveillance state? They're everywhere. You can buy... I went, what? Many are asking, 3 people. And I went into Costco the other day and they've got this Ring bell, which you fix on the outside of your thing, and it's Ring, and it can see, you can talk to the person who's ringing your doorbell. Or they smash the door in and take all your property because you're not there. It detects motion at your front door. And it looked fairly cheap, but I'm assuming you have to take out some sort of contract, because you get a message on your phone if someone's at the door. So can you see the person on the door as well? Oh, right. Seems like a brilliant idea. I looked at it and I can't remember how much it was. It wasn't as expensive as I thought it was. And I remember thinking, that's quite a nice idea, isn't it? You know, when you sort of see, and I thought, no, you don't need it. You don't need it. It's not worth it. No, it's never stopped me before, actually. I did look at it, though. I did think about it. I thought, would I buy something like that? Because I've seen the adverts on the television. And no, my doorbell's not connected. No, but you can put this up as a separate standalone thing. No, the doorbell's not connected. It's not. It's a buzzer. Mainly because I wanted a sort of a video connector, but you don't need it. It's very safe, very safe. And I can't see my CCTV on the phone, no, but we have it at home. I think we've got about 16 cameras You can't move on our place, you know, from the moment, even if you walk down the pavement, we've got you. And if you walk onto the property, don't try it. Happy birthday to Dick Clement. Come on, Dick Clement, you should know. Comedy writer, well done, absolutely. The Essex-born co-writer of Porridge, The Likely Lads, and Auf Wiedersehen, Pet, has been referred to, alongside his writing partner Ian La Frenais, as the best comedy writers the UK's ever produced. He is 85 today, so many happy returns of the day. I loved the Likely Lads. Oh, what happened to you, whatever. I thought they were great. Also, Tracy Edwards, the British sailor, skippered the first all-female crew in the Whitbread round-the-world yacht race in 1989. She's 60 today. And remember 2006, Steve Irwin? You remember Steve Irwin? The flamboyant crocodile hunter who became an international celebrity was killed when a stingray pierced his heart. The 44-year-old father of two dived too close to the creature. The huge ray sent a barbed spike into his chest, unleashing a deadly poison. I didn't even know they had these things. I've stroked rays before, because they have them in Monterey Bay. They've got a sea aquarium thing, and you can stroke them, and they're in a little low pool. And but I didn't realise that the barb shoots poison. I had no idea. 16 years ago. I remember when he turned up to the television awards in this country in his familiar khaki shorts and jacket. Good day, Cobbers. And I think he played with death most of the time. His son and his daughter, Bindi, who's now married, I think, with child and mum as well, they're still running the Australian Zoo. And his son pops up on American television, taking on animals on there to freak them out completely. I can't remember what his son's called, but he's... It's Robert. Right, it's absolutely right, it's Robert. And he turns up on these shows and they go, what have you bought for us today? And he takes everything on, from lion cubs to camels, to llamas, to snakes. Robert Clarence Irwin. Clarence. But he's adopted his father's mode of wearing things. He wears sort of the khaki and everything else, son of Steve Irwin. And they seem such a nice family, actually. We were all shocked when Steve Irwin died. Absolutely shocked. Also today, 1960, 18-year-old Cassius Clay, later Muhammad Ali, won gold in the light heavyweight boxing competition at the Olympics in Rome. He became such a favourite with Michael Parkinson and chat shows in this country. I'll whoop 'em, do it. And he was a personality in himself, and they loved him. They loved him. Parky obviously loved him. They used to put various people on all the time. Muhammad Ali was one. Sami Khan was a very popular guest with Parky, as was Billy Connolly. Ali was on there with Freddie Stark, was he? Oh, my God, fellas. What a combination that must have been. What a combination. Also, Jasper Newton Daniel. Why would you know Jasper Newton Daniel? No. Even more famous than Jasper Carrott. Even more famous. Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels, that's what he was. He was the whiskey maker, better known as Jack Daniel, established the first US registered distillery. He set up Jack Daniel's original Silver Cornet band to promote his whiskey. Unable to open his office safe after getting the combination, he kicked it, broke his toe, developed gangrene and died. Won't be doing that one again, I don't think. Lovely story, isn't it? We're like a happy story. Sort of. I'm not a whiskey drinker. I never was. I've had whiskey before in the past, but it's not my favoured drink. I don't know what would be my favourite drink. I've sort of changed them so many times over the years, from Bacardi to Southern Comfort to peach schnapps. I don't think I've ever had peach schnapps. Would I like it? Yeah. I've never even had Sambuca or any of these other things you set fire to in a bar. I always thought me and flames are sort of, dicing with death, I think. I haven't had tequila either, no. Is this the one you do in salt? You did? No, I don't want to do that either. Not my sort of thing at all. No, I never thought it was going to be me. I've seen people doing the shots in bars. I used to look after a bar for a friend of mine, and people would be doing these shots, and then they bang it on the counter and sort of chuck it. I remember thinking, yuck, yuck. Poor George Alagaya, the BBC newsreader, has been in extreme pain at the moment. This is for a tumour in his back. It returned in April. He's talked about problems, saying it's near my lowest vertebrae. He spent the last 18 months in a lot of pain. And he says, I have discomfort all the way from my mouth to my bum. And that becomes acute after 3 days of chemo. Although, somebody who looks completely different now, one of the hairy bikers who's been having his chemo, has now got no beard and no hair. And he said, the one thing I miss more than anything, he said, is my beard, because he looks completely different. And it's not Cy, it's the other one, isn't it? Dave. And he looks, you wouldn't recognise him. You could see a picture of him and you'd be going, who's that? And that's chemo, but he's missing his beard. Yeah, I love the hairy bikers. We had them on numerous occasions on the programme. They just worked well together. I thought they were really lovely, actually. And I still think they're really lovely. But poor old Dave is missing his beard because there's always going to be a side effect of chemo, and it generally involves hair loss and things like that. I think, perhaps we'll buy him a wig. Get him a wig. He'd like a wig or something like that. Steve. Oh, apparently, Go West, says Kathy, had a huge hit with We Close Our Eyes. I remember it now that you've all reminded me. Thank you. And I was supposed to see them in concert when I was 17, but they cancelled on me. I'll open my bedroom window in Ipswich to try and hear the concert. Sounds brilliant. And Nick Kershaw is an Ipswich boy. Yes, I always wanted to talk to Nick Kershaw. And I did. He came in some years ago. Sal says, Steve, I was wondering, do LBC have mugs that the listener can buy? No, we don't. We used to have all that sort of stuff years ago. You don't find merchandise on radio stations as much now as you used to. I mean, there will be coming up some merch, as they say, for Make Some Noise, for Global's Make Some Noise. I always have an item every year. We've had all sorts of little bits and pieces. Car stickers used to be the thing. We'd always pop a car sticker, but we don't do those. But you wait till you hear what we've got for you for Make Some Noise, because we try and raise a lot of money for charity, millions every year. And with your help, we shall do the same this year. But I can't tell you what it is yet. I can't tell you. I don't think I've even told the producer what it is. Have I told you? Well, erase it from your... God, that was quick.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. Welcome to Monday. It's definitely, I think we've moved autumnal. I'm convinced it's definitely gone a bit nippy, a little bit chilly. Half of the trees can't work out whether or not it's autumn, so they don't know whether to keep the leaves or they don't, but the leaves are changing colour anyway. The oldest pub is the Ostrich Inn over in Colnbrook, says Phil. There's loads of pubs. Oh, that's the fourth oldest pub. There's loads of places that lay claim to being the oldest pub. Although, now we can check back on record. Sometimes it turns out not to be true. Steve, I opened my my new gym at the weekend, a boxing gym. He said you should come and do a bit of training. He says, now I'm just about to unload a lorry full of mattresses. This is Thomas. Bosh. How good. So you've got your own a boxing gym now. Yeah, the apprentice guy, yeah. Oh, sorry, I have to explain, Thomas, who you are to the people. They don't know these things. They don't mix in these circles. So it's a boxing... A friend of mine used to have a boxing gym some years ago. And there's another one, isn't it? Colleen Rooney's brother's gym's just gone bust. I think owing some phenomenal amount, about £182,000 or something like that. And mind you, Colleen does have the money to bail him out. I'm pretty certain there was a picture of her. There you go. Colleen Rooney's brother's trendy gym goes into liquidation, debts of more than £120,000. Most of it to the tax man, I fear. I think there's about £72,000. It's always the worst thing, isn't it? You go, oh, the tax man. You go, oh, that's why I never encourage people, especially these people who do the OnlyFans thing. And they go, oh, I'm making $60,000 a month. You think the tax man will be down on you like a ton of bricks. And don't think that they don't make notes. They do. Steve, Ring only needs $8.99 a month contract if you want to keep the recordings for more than a week. Else it's free. I've had it for years. It's a good bit of kit, says Stephen Stroud. Is it Stroud or Stroud? I can't remember actually now. Yeah, it's like Skoda. That's my favourite at the moment. It really is. Part of Spain's package for the cost of living crisis is to give free train journeys under 300 kilometres until the end of 2022. I thought somebody was doing something about lowering the prices of buses for £2 a journey. In Spain they're doing it, but I thought they were doing it here. I don't know why, because otherwise it wouldn't be £2, would it? It would be €2 or something. But I've read it somewhere. There you go. The £2 cap, which will be coming in at £2. It's a 60 million, 3 months amid concerns about the cost of living. So bus journeys in England. So the Department of Transport said it's a £60 million plan. It will come. Oh, it's coming in January. If indeed we make it to January, if indeed we make it, that'll be the producer's so excited. He's just going to start taking buses just for the heck of it. Steve, our little girl Sophie turns 13 today on her official birthday. Like the lovely Queen, she has too, her biological birthday and the date on which we adopted her, aged around 8 months. Today is the anniversary date of adoption and, scary, into her teens. She loves you to bits. She's been listening to you through the school holidays. And if she had a happy birthday from you, it'd be very kind when she listens to the podcast. So, Sophie, happy 13th birthday. I, of course, can't remember anything about my 13th birthday. I can't remember whether we had jelly and ice cream and a magician. I've got no idea. But all I know is we made it through the 13s was sort of terrible, isn't it? It's sort of that sort of... I've got no idea what my birthday parties were like. I can't remember. There's only one that I've got on Cinefilm. Cinefilm? I ask, how old am I? Came out on a wax cylinder. And it was my birthday party in Hong Kong. And my father wanted me just to... there was no sound. So he had a picture of me standing in the sitting room. Then obviously somebody knocked at the door or rang the bell. I would go to the door, open the door, take the present, and then go back inside again. And somebody turned up without a present. And I'd go running to the door, open the door, no present, shut the door. Yeah, it's as simple as that. And I've still got that, actually, on Cinefilm, because my brother one Christmas had all our Cinefilms in our family transferred onto, well, video. Now you can have it put on Black Cat DVD and stuff like that. But all of it, from an early age. My God, we've aged badly. My God, we've aged bad. 60 years. Is it really 60 years ago? Oh, my Lord above, I don't even want to go there. So, Sophie, you have a lovely birthday, which I'm sure you will. And Steve... don't worry, when Liz gets in, says Pete, we'll all be saved. Spot the sarcasm. Yes. The trouble is, have you noticed people promise you everything? Oh, we do this, we do that. Free jelly for everybody. Free ice cream. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, we do get free ice cream. Free jelly. We're going to pay your mortgage off. You won't need to worry about it. All the pubs will stay open. There's going to be discounts on croissant. It's going to be fantastic. Jackanory. Well, you've got to wait till 12:30 to find out. So you've got a few hours left to go. All the papers are full of what's going to be happening. The paper's still talking about something that we predicted at least a couple of weeks ago, that Boris will make a plea to come back in again. That's what they think. They think he'll go off and do some, get some money in the coffers. But he loves the limelight too much. He loves the attention. He likes being Boris. And it seems that the Conservative Party members appear to like him as well. It doesn't show in all the polls, but, the rumblings underground you hear differently. Another one here. Stayed at the Old Bell in Hurley, allegedly the oldest inn built in 1135. Lovely village on Henley-on-Thames. Beautiful location and worth a look-up, says Jason. That sounds quite nice, actually. I'm having a look at it now. Oh, it's very oldie, isn't it? Oh, they've got an old barn. Oh, I like pubs like that. I used to have, if you have a look, there's a pub called the Blue Boar at Cheveley. The Blue Boar at Cheveley. And it's in the middle of a battlefield. I used to work in that pub when I was younger, and I lived there as well. It was the middle of the battlefield, and I can't remember what the battle was, but the pub used to have inside, it still has actually, a fire. They would put a big log fire in. It looks very oldie worldy, doesn't it? It's in the middle of nowhere, farmland. You're surrounded by farmland, and I think now it's a fish restaurant. Oh, wait a minute, is it closed? It's difficult to tell actually, these pubs nowadays. It's very near. Oh, it's called the Crab and Boar. Well, it was the Blue Boar because it had a boar outside. I used to do a disco in there. I used to put my mobile disco equipment in there, and people would come and dance in the little back room and everything else. But I spent quite a while there, actually. I can tell you stories about that place. And I went back there some years ago after it turned into a fish restaurant, just to see what it was like. Just out of curiosity. So I went past our old house and then ended up back out there again. So there's a place. So with Jason staying at the Old Bell in Hurley, allegedly the oldest one. Although the other one we mentioned earlier, the Fighting Cocks, goes back way before 1135. But there's no proof, which is the problem. Steve, ring contract, says Richard, in a place called Swadlincote. Blimey. It's only £3.49 monthly. Oh, it's getting good. Steve, £2 in January. So the bus price in London currently £1.65, going up to £2. Or is this outside of London, the £2 cap? I don't know. I can't remember now. Now you've asked me at the end of the programme. I can't remember these things. But it's a cap. It'll be capped at £2. OK, no more than £2. That's good, isn't it? I've got to wait till January, of course. Going to take forever and a day. Thank you for your company this morning. This weather, definitely. We didn't get the rain in London that I was expecting, but I have a sneaking feeling that over this week, well, when we checked it the other day, it looked as though it wasn't particularly brilliant. So no more tickets to the Magic Circle. Both shows have sold out, but there's still loads more opportunity for you to get involved when we raise some more money for Make Some Noise. Details to follow in the weeks to come.